This what I hustle on that baby out here grinding for. Late nights and bright lights just booked another tour. Somebody paints me at my trip and I feel like I'm dreaming. Litty like the weekend, I live for moments like this. 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 I live for moments like
I'm all in like poker. Like what's limitations? I'm going full force till I reach my destination. All gas, no brakes, no procrastination. They say slow down, but that's backwards, ain't it? Mama told me to go for it, fast forward. What more can I ask for? Passports, first class, international tours, getting show for. Hella awards, my name in the Forbes. The things that I used to pay for, I ain't gotta pay for no more. I swear I'm so spoiled. Lately I've been getting my way. Ain't no more free shit. I've been making them pay. Running it up, getting it every day. I've been booked up with no breaks, but that's okay.
This what I hustle on that baby out here grinding for. Late nights and bright lights just booked another tour. Somebody paints me at my trip and I feel like I'm dreaming. Litty like the weekend, I live for moments like this. 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 Sit back and enjoy the ride. We taking off worldwide. Keep reaching up for the sky.
I feel like I finally made it. I'm living my best life. Everything I got, I earned. What y'all know about sacrifice? I can't forget where I come from. I remember those late nights, grinding hard, can't sleep up, hustling, trying to get right, but it was all worth it. Got bags under my eyes from all of the hard work. Manifesting my reality, watched it all surface. Fake friends, they deserted. Pronounced dead, but I'm still alive. God kept me here for a purpose.
This what I hustle on a baby out there grinding for. Late nights and bright lights just booked another tour. Somebody paints me at my trip and I feel like I'm dreaming. Litty like the weekend, I live for moments like this. 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 I live for moments like this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Limitless 2021. I'm Max.
And I'm Ruby.
And we are your opening MCs.
Max, can you believe it's 2021 already? Time certainly does fly.
It sure does, Ruby. But one of the great things about 2021 is the Limitless speaker lineup. Oh, I remember when I was a speaker back in the day.
Fourscore and 7 years ago, our wolfpack brought forth on these wooded plains a howling nation.
Huh? What? Oh, yeah?
You were daydreaming again.
Oh, sorry about that. But these speakers are not dreams. They're here to enjoy for the next 2 days of Limitless 2021. Let's get started.
Right. Thank you all so much for joining us today. So welcome to day one of 3 days of Limitless 2021. We are excited that you have decided to join us for this amazing event, where you will hear from thought leaders who are leading the charge in their respective industries. Some you may be familiar with, others, this will be your first introduction. But let's talk about today. Today is very different. Today, we will do what we call plowing the soil to soften it and to prepare it for receiving the seed. The soil is you, your mind, your heart, and your spirit. The seed is the information, the wisdom, and the knowledge that you will receive over the next few days. You will hear of stories that are inspiring, uplifting, and heartfelt. Some will make you smile, some will make you laugh, but there will be times where you may even be led to cry. Either way, you will not walk away the same on 6 p.m. at 6 p.m. on Sunday, February 28th. It is our goal to help you further along your path to greatness. Today, you will hear about breakthrough. I want you to just say that after me. Breakthrough. Why is this important? Have you ever felt stuck in a situation where you felt like you were running in quicksand? Or maybe you felt like your feet were cemented in hardened boots. Maybe you felt like just giving up. Well, today you will walk away knowing how to identify when you're stuck, how to see it before you actually realize that you're stuck. And then when it does happen, if it happens, to circumvent and even allow yourself the space to not get stuck at all. This is key because in James, which no pun intended, because your speaker today will be James, but in James 1:22 and 25, it talks about do not merely listen to the word and so deceive yourselves. Do what it says. That sentence is so key. Do what it says. Anyone who listens to the word but does not do what it says is like someone who looks at his face or her face in the mirror and after looking at him or herself, goes away and immediately forgets what he or she looks like. But whoever looks intently into the perfect law that gives freedom and continues in it, not forgetting what they have heard, but doing it, they will be blessed in what they do. Now, Dr. Dentley is your first speaker for today. And many of you may know, maybe you don't know, but that is my husband. And I have had the privilege to live with Dr. James Dentley. And I would definitely say that he is a living example of what it means and to understand breakthrough. He is the perfect person to come and to give leadership on this. He has overcome so much adversity. And most would consider tumultuous experiences from different health challenges, different things along his path, which I'm sure he'll get a chance to share with you. Yet he manages to continue to excel in everything he sets his mind to. Why is that? Well, you will find out today. Have you ever wondered why it seems like some people do well and never seem fazed no matter what is happening, whether in their personal lives or globally or internationally, especially like during this pandemic? Some people just continue to excel. Why is that? Well, you're going to find out today. Before I go any further, I would like to just give honor to the first songstress that you just heard, Scan the Goddess. We actually went to elementary school together. We went to high school together. You will hear from a young lady that I went to elementary school with, but we went to high school together and we remained in contact. That says a lot about the relationships that you establish. So when you're going along this path of life, everything matters. Every single detail. The conversations that you have, the people that you connect with, the environment that you remain within. All of these things are key. So we are grateful that you are here today to join us during our Limitless event, day 1 of 3. So let's talk about breakthrough because this is life. Please stand to your feet and give an actual hand clap okay? And help me bring to the screen, because energy is everything. And we can feel the energy through the screen, believe it or not, because energy is everything and everything is energy. So let's bring to the screen and help me welcome my husband and best friend, Dr. James Dentley.
Well, hello, hello, hello. And I want to thank my wife for that incredible introduction and for opening up Limitless 2021. I'm here today to talk about breakthrough, how to get unstuck. I want to share some of my personal stories, but by the end of the presentation, I want you to be excited about your life, about your future, because you can actually tell the future. Because today you're going to learn how to write it, how to craft it, and how to live it by experience breakthrough in your life. You say some people can stay excited for just a little while. Some stay excited for just a little while longer. But winners stay excited for as long as it takes to win. So I want to begin by simply talking about just the way that we think. And we want to dig deep, kind of deep sea dive on where did this all start? Where does it come from? You see, as we're born and we're raised, a lot of things are outside of our control. There's not a lot we can do about it. And sometimes we're oppressed, or sometimes we have emotions. Some of them are perceived and some of them are actual. But things happen in life. And then we take that on. And the job of life and of living is to seek life and seek more life abundantly. But sometimes those human defense mechanisms will block us off from our possibility. Sometimes it will lock us up so we can't see clearly, because what you live, you learn. What you learn, you practice. And what you practice, you do become. I want to share my story, but I want to preface this by saying that we see the world through our own experiences. We see the world through our paradigm. The paradigm is what makes us right in our mind, to keep us sane, to keep us whole. We're going to talk a lot about that. We're going to talk about how it all started from a position of theta. That means inside the mother's womb into your first 7 years of existence on this planet. Where does it begin? If you think about it, in the days where they had cavemen and cave women, they would have rituals where they may put a young man in a cave or put a young woman in the cave. Now think about a cave. A cave is cold and the cave is dark. And they may seal the cave so they can become stronger for the outside forces, because at that period of time, you can be taken out by a snake or a bear or anything that was around at that particular time, let alone even another tribe. So they put them in that cave so they can experience that fear, so they can toughen them up to move through the fears, to prepare them for life. But when you're in that dark cave, the biggest fear you have is in your imagination, because in that cave, it is the unknown. You don't know what's there. You don't know if you can close your eyes and go to sleep when you get tired. There's a lot of stress that comes upon in the body when that happens. And I would suggest to you that some things are passed on from generation to generation to generation. We don't know where they come from. I'll give you a good example. Have you ever seen a child that has never seen a parent, mom or dad, but they still have the behaviors or the tendencies of that parent? They may pull at their hair or pick at their fingers or move their fingers around, have some type of the habits that the parent had, but they never saw, or they may laugh like that parent. They may smile, have certain gestures that they just have. Your paradigm also begins before birth, because some of it is genetic. Now, since what we live, we learn, and what we learn, we practice, and what we practice, we become, you see, human beings pretty much conform. We conform to that safe place that keeps us sane. And for the most part, it keeps us pretty much like most of the people that we spend time around. Because let's face it, we spend time around people and like people who we have a lot in common with. Now, I began this journey many, many years ago. As a matter of fact, in 1999, I wrote a program, and the program was Overcoming Self-Defeating Behaviors, MAP, Millionaire Aptitude Programming. And it was subtitled, Unpack Your Bags and Let's Go. And I would get on these stages of 10,000 people in different parts of the country, and one of them is on YouTube. And I would talk about the baggage that we take on from being a small child. You know, as a child, sometimes you're teased in school, like you're too fat, you're too skinny, you wear glasses, you're four-eyed. You know, they tease you about your name, they tease you about everything. Okay, but then we pick up that baggage and we shred it on, throw it over our shoulder, and we just plow forward. It doesn't feel good. Sometimes people are bullied while they're going through school. And then they get out of school and they're in a grading system, and some people get an A, B, C, D, F, and then now there's another identity that can be attached to that baggage that kind of piles onto it. There's this stuff down into it because there's a feeling of not being good enough. And then sometimes we act like we don't even care, because if we don't care, then we can survive and it doesn't have to matter. We're going to talk about a lot of those things. Then we grow up and perhaps you get your first significant other, your boyfriend or your girlfriend, and then they break up with you and you feel like your heart is broke. Oh man, you feel sick. You lose all your energy. Think about it. How many of you have ever felt like your heart was broken? Or something just did not work out? Wasn't a good feeling, was it? But then that feeling manifested into a reality because you couldn't even get out of bed some days. Some days you had physical illness because of it, because your heart is broke. But the fact of the matter is that if you were to go to the doctor and get an EKG, heart's not broke. It's a story. And that's the power of stories. Think about when you go to the movie. Have you ever seen a movie and it began to, you get emotional about the scene in the movie? The star is getting killed or someone is being betrayed. And we really get emotional about that. But these are actors, men and women actors. And none of it's real, and we know it's not real. We watch the Titanic over and over again. It's 3 hours long, knowing the ship is going to sink and most people are going to die. But we're going to watch that picture and go through the emotions of that. And that's pretty much what is called an open loop, because the brain always seeks what's next. It seeks that closure. That's why the movie, the program Sopranos was so impactful. That's why soap operas work, because they get us dialed in and locked into what's happening next. Now, I'm going to put all these things together, but I'm going to put several ingredients into your mental crock pot. That mental crock pot, now it's a slow cook, because we didn't get to be the way we are overnight. It was a process. For me, myself, I was raised with my mom and my three sisters, and life was good. And I remember when I was about 3 years old, I had a big giant airplane. It could barely fit through the door from the kitchen into the living room. I remember playing with that plane. It was just so big, but at the same time, I was so little. But then I went to kindergarten. Now, it's kind of interesting. I still remember my kindergarten song, and I was only there for half of a year. I came out of school one day, and I was called by a family friend. I recognized the voice. I looked up, and here he was. His name was Marcus Nelson. I can remember it like it was yesterday. He called me, Jimmy, Jimmy, and I ran to him, and he opened up the door, and my sister was in the car, and I got in the car beside him, and we drove off. And we drove off because my mom and dad had divorced, where they had split up, and we were going to a new residence. And I'll never forget, that entire memory is in black and white. It's all gray. There is no color to that scene at all. Now, I do have memories in color of being in kindergarten and singing the song, and we had a little star, and that little star was a little token that we give to get our lunch. All those things I could see, it was a silver star. But that memory is all black and white, because my brain had to protect the child, because of the process, what had happened is shut off the entire experience. And sometimes that's where it begins. And as a child, we begin to think it's our fault that perhaps one of the parents don't love us. I remember coaching a young man, and he was very upset because his father was a minister and he was acting out pretty bad, and terribly actually. He's really acting out and wouldn't come in on time, hanging around with the wrong crowd, doing the wrong things. And his father was trying to stop him. He kept getting in trouble with the law. His father, the minister, threw him against the wall and threatened to kill him. Now, at that moment, there was a loss of perceived love, because how can you love me? You're my dad, and say you're going to kill me. There was a loss of control, because he knew he had a gun. So there is no control. And there's a loss of feeling worthy, that my life must not be worth anyone, because he was acting out, screaming for help. But his dad got it from somewhere as well. And he had a lot of resentment towards his father. I had another young lady who, she came to me, and as I was coaching her, she had a lot of resentment towards her mother and father, because as she grew up, she was all alone. And I'm going to talk about that loneliness, because loneliness is attached to a loss of perceived love and a loss of perceived being unworthy. And she felt like she grew up all by herself because no one was there for her. Nobody could listen to her as she was going through her life's challenges. But the fact of the matter, when we dug a little deeper, her dad passed away when she was 2 years old. Her mother had to work 2.5 jobs to support her. So they weren't there for her. So she didn't recognize that he wasn't even here. It's just about her. Because at the end of the day, we're always self-serving. We do things because we get something out of it. And this kind of forms our paradigm. So we're going to talk about being stuck, why we're stuck, how to get unstuck, and how to stay unstuck. And if you get stuck from time to time, how not to stay stuck for long. And it's talking about really beginning of the theta stage of life. The theta stage, it really begins in the third trimester in the mother's womb. In the third trimester, the baby's in the womb and the baby doesn't have any understanding of language, none whatsoever. But vibration is the number one law of the universe. Vibration, the law of vibration, the law of frequency is all tied to the law of attraction. And when people listen to the law of attraction, it's not so much, in my personal opinion, that you're attracting something different. It's just that now you are seeing something that's already present that you couldn't see before because of the lens that you're looking through. So the theta stage, vibration. So someone sings on the mother's tummy and is soothing to the baby. The baby doesn't understand words. The baby doesn't know the alphabet. Come on now. But the baby can understand the language of love is soft. It's very smooth. It's subtle. It's soothing. Okay. So the baby understands that. And when there's tension and there's aggression, the baby hears that as well. So inside of the mother's womb, the baby is getting these nervous signals, these frequencies that's going to describe of what do I want? I want to be soothed and protected and feel loved and cherished, versus being screamed out because it jolts the nervous system. Imagine you're laying there, sleep, chilling out, thumb in your mouth. We may not even have a thumb then. You're being fed through an umbilical cord. Your mouth's not even working yet. And now somebody shouts and screams. That loud jolting. That is one of the main fears of birth, is the fear of falling and the fear of loud noises. The fear of loud noises is the absence of love, because love is subtle. It is kind. It is soft. Now I lay me down to sleep. You don't scream that at the baby, right? Of course not. Now, the fear of falling is a loss of control. So when we have a perception of a loss of control, we begin to spin. And that's why I always say when things go wrong, sometimes we go wrong with them. I want to give you a couple of examples. Tell you 2 stories. There's a story of a husband and wife, and they're at a Christmas party for the husband's job. Everybody's drinking. Oh, boy, are they drinking. And all of a sudden, the boss hits on the wife. He makes an advancement towards the wife. Now, at that moment, there's a lot of anger in the husband. But if he does something about it or says something, he may lose his job. So there's a loss of control, a loss of being worthy, because if I was worthy, how does he think he can do this to me and disrespect me like that? So there's a fear, a loss of being unworthy. And then there's a loss of perceived love, because when you feel inadequate, you feel undeserving. And perhaps the wife may feel that he's more of a man than you. Now, the man doesn't say anything to the boss, so he says something to who? The wife, all the way home and throughout the night. And they're going at it. And she thinks it's ridiculous, but he will not let it go because he's been wounded. Now, remember, they're all drinking. The boss hits on the wife, and now he goes at the wife, and the wife has to respond. So they go to bed that night, and she turns one way, he turns the other way. He gets up in the morning, and he goes to work. He acts like everything's normal, and he goes to work, but he won't let it go. He's telling all his friends in work, all the co-workers. He's calling his friends outside of the job. After the work's over, he meets his friend for a club to have a cocktail. She calls him about 7 p.m. He's gotten off at 5 and says, "Hey, honey, are you coming home?" He said, "I'm out with friends. I'll be there in just a little bit. I'll be there shortly." He turns the phone off. She calls back at about 11 o'clock, and he does not answer the phone. He stumbles in the house about 1 in the morning. Oh, he smells like a liquor big time, man. He smells like he just went down the bar. And he tries to get frisky and touch her, and she doesn't want to hear any of that. He shut off the phone. He was griping the night before, and now you're drunk, and now you want to touch me. So she rejects him. And then when she rejects him, again, he has a feeling of a loss of fear, of not being worthy, of loss of control, and a perceived loss of love. At that moment, that's when human beings begin to spin. So again, she sleeps facing this way, he sleeps facing that way, and they're teed off. And they kind of go back and forth, and they have good days and bad days, but they never resolve that issue. So at the end of the day, somebody has an affair because they're sharing their problems with someone else, and now they're divorced. Why? Because the boss hit on the wife at the Christmas party. Rule number one, when things go wrong, don't go wrong with them. Do the next best thing. I'm going to give you a few other examples of this, but I want you to take a lot of notes because I'm not going to give you a PowerPoint slide because back in 1999, when I wrote this initial program, I wrote it out of desperation at a time trying to save my own life when I was spiraling out of control, when I was sabotaging my life at every turn. The interesting thing was I was extremely successful. I was speaking on stages of 10, 15, 20,000 people at a time, getting standing ovation after standing ovation, not only in the United States, but in Europe as well. Everything was going great. I never forget, I spoke in Long Beach, California, 4 standing ovations. 10,000 people came home and went dead into depression and didn't know why. Somehow I still felt like I was not good enough, even though I was at the top of the company, but I was not the top of the top of the company. And I was still spinning. And that came from someplace. So we talk about the fetus stage. So the baby's in there and these emotions are happening. Then the baby is born. Now, being born is a very traumatic experience all by itself. Let me share with you a very funny story. This is my birth story. Okay. This is the way I see it. Now, this is the way I see it. No facts to it, but the way I see it. All right. Mom and dad get together. Okay, they make love, they do the deed, and then here's an egg and here's a sperm. The sperm swims real fast with the number one, the top swimmer. The Phelps sperm hits that egg, and boom, here you go, and you're on your way. So you're being formed, and you're pretty much just a little piece of you're just a piece of stuff, but you form, and that's the seed, and the potential of everything you are, everything you've done, but yet also everything you can be is in that seed. Now, that seed's in the mother's womb and it forms a sac around it, the placenta, and you're laying in that placenta and it's really warm inside the body, right? And you're laying down there full of liquid, being fed through your umbilical cord, and you're laying down, I like to call it a bowl of soup. So you're laying down in this nice warm bowl of soup and you're just chilling. You feel the vibrations of the music, you feel the vibrations of if they're arguing or if they're loving or somebody rubbing on the tummy, you feel vibrations. You don't know what it is, but you know how it feels. Okay. The number one law is the law of vibration, the law of frequency. Okay. So now you begin to develop. You develop and time goes on. And right around a 9-month period, all of a sudden the bag breaks, the water breaks, and you're there chilling out in your soup for 9 months. And all of a sudden it's like, where's my soup? It's a shock. You've been in one state for 9 months. Everything you know is in that state, and everything changes at that moment. Now, when the water bag breaks and the water flows out, the fluids out, you're out of soup. And now the body begins contractions and it begins to push you and prod you in a way that you never felt before. And if you're not positioned properly, then the doctor will begin to push you and turn you. And if you're going to breach the wrong way, then they got to already push you and start turning you. And just imagine you laying there asleep and somebody just start pushing you and turning you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And isn't that a loss of control? But you're seeking the love once again. Oh, precious baby, we love you. You're just rubbing on the tummy. So now the contractions happen. They get closer and closer. The baby can feel that. They can feel the strain of the mother, the host. And now as they try to force this head through a keyhole, and they got to push it in there. So now all of a sudden you've been laying in this one environment and now they're pushing you and your ears are being pushed back. And they push you through this keyhole and they pop your head out. And they pop your head out, they begin to put something in your nose and suck fluid out your nose and wipe fluid out your eyes. Then they keep pushing and they pull and they pull and they grab you and they pull you. And if they can't get you, they put this salad tongue on your head and begin to yank you on out of there. Okay, here you go. Now, once you're out, your eyes are still closed, but it's still bright lights. And they wipe your eyes open, and the lights are bright for the very first time. You see stuff. Aliens. You don't even know what you look like. You just see people with masks on. Okay, talk about a pandemic. We all were born into a pandemic. They just had masks on. They had lights on. There was lights everywhere. And you're born, that's your first exposure, and you don't even know what you look like yet. And then they get you out. They cut your umbilical cord that you've been fed from. They tie it in a knot. They flip you over and smack you on the butt. And then if you're a boy, they flip you back over and cut off your wee-wee and say, welcome to Earth. We love you. Now, I like to tell that story because to change your frame of how you look at things. I believe when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. Okay. So we want to talk about breakthrough. We want to examine what happens. Now, when you're born, there's no manual, there's no lecture about how to operate, navigate in a family or in life itself. So how do we learn? And why do we learn so much in a small amount of time? We learn through those vibrations and we learn from observation, what we see. First of all, we notice that when we cry, people come. Interesting. And what do they do when they come? Well, they look and see if we poo-pooed or made a mess. They see if they burp us, if we just ate, we might have a little gas, or they feed us if we're hungry. And sometimes we just want somebody to pick us up. We want out of here. We don't know what's going on. Okay, you have no clue of what's going on. Again, that's a loss of control. You're disoriented. You're overwhelmed. It's overwhelming just to be in life itself, especially initially. So you have to quickly find ways to survive. And that's where your survival instincts that are built in all of us and in every living thing comes to fruition at that moment. You have to know how to survive. You observe and see people are walking around and you can't walk. People are getting things and you can't get them. People are putting things in your mouth, whether you like it or not. You don't know what it is. You just know, no, you can't communicate. I don't want to eat right now. And they push it in the mouth and then they make you do this. Here's the airplane and you got to follow this stuff. And there we go. Man, it is a cruel life. So that's your fatal stage, your first 7 years. That's when you learn a lot of your understanding of existence and living every single day comes in that stage. But it also sets the framework of how you're going to operate because you're going to pick up different ways of survival and you're going to have certain human defense mechanisms that are going to manifest as you grow. And this is going to form your paradigm, your perception about how life works. But our babies also have a curious imagination, and they have it through several years, all the way through 8, 9, 10. Very curious. They want to know everything. They want to look at everything. You ever seen a child run and try to jump in a puddle of water, and the parents said, no, don't do that. They got a brand new clothes. They want to jump right in the middle of a puddle of water. Some scientists say let them because that's how they're learning. They're curious. They're trying to figure things out for themselves. And sometimes they can't figure them out because we prevent them. Now, of course, you don't want your baby to put their finger in a light socket or a fork in there. No, you don't want that. You don't want the baby to fall. So you have to pick your battles. But how do you communicate within that? Because see, we hear no so often. We grow up and we expect no. So we expect rejection because we've always been rejected. We're rejected a lot more in life in our early years than ever shown approval. And some people are going to take that on. So when you take that on, the one thing we have, whether it's a good experience or a bad experience or something in the middle, is and it centers in choice. That's what human beings get. And our choices come from that paradigm. It comes from the theta stage. It comes from how we perceive, how we live, and the environment we live in. That's right. The people around you do affect you. The Bible says that he who keeps company with the wise, well, they shall be wise. But people who keep company with fools, they shall be destroyed. We're born of the fear of falling and the fear of loud noises. Fear of falling, loss of control. Fear of loud noises is absence of love. And we form a human defense mechanism to keep us sane. Your defense mechanisms can be things like you may choose, some people choose to have people around them that always bring drama in their life. Okay, because if they bring drama in their life and they're the ones bringing the drama, then it's not you. Okay, then it's not you. So you kind of measure that. At least I'm not that person. Look, I know I'm not perfect, but I'm not there. Some people reject help or assistance. Some people say, well, I don't like to ask people for a favor because in that way, it's their way of maintaining control, or they don't feel like they want to owe someone something. So they want to maintain a control there. Sometimes we reject rewards. Somebody gives you a compliment and we don't take them well. Isn't that true? Yeah, of course it is. Okay, so we reject rewards because if we accept the reward and then we don't live up to it, then we're not ready to handle the other side of that, the perception that we're not good enough or worthy enough. Sometimes it's anger or rejection. We ever got in a situation that was really good for us, but we went out of our way to tear it apart? Yeah, we do it because if we tear it apart, the other person can't. So we protect ourselves by inflicting the pain first. The anger is an outpouring of a feeling that you don't have to feel rejected, but then after you do it, you might feel humiliated, but then you get something from that as well. Okay, because now you validate the fact that, hey, maybe I'm not good enough. Sometimes we procrastinate a lot. We have any procrastinators out there that we don't carry out our task? We'll do things for everybody else. You meet people that say, I don't need to make any more money. I just want to help other people. You see, they project all of their worthiness on helping someone else, but not taking care of themselves. And the best way to help anyone is through your example. You're going to learn that in leadership tomorrow as well. A self-sacrifice. They'll sacrifice themselves for somebody else to play that martyr, because then they're the victim, then they're the good person. Because then they can project that someone else is at fault of their life and they took advantage of them. And then there's even self-neglect. We don't even take care of our own bodies because now there's a loss of self-esteem. We begin to live on the outside, how we feel on the inside. When I began this work, it's an interesting story because it was in the 90s, and I got off this stage, 4 standing ovations. I get off and went to depression. I shared that with you. And I went home and man, I just went overboard. I just started drinking and drinking and drinking. I drink till I come in the house at 6 in the morning, fall asleep, and get up at 6 in the evening and get out and start drinking again. And I couldn't figure out what was going on. And see, the definition of addiction is when your life has become unmanageable in what you're addicted to. And it doesn't have to be alcohol or drugs. You can be addicted to anything. But once your life has become unmanageable because of that behavior, because of that ritual, then that's when you're into an addiction. Now, so I was going through this, and I couldn't figure out how to stop it. Every time I said, okay, I'm done, I do it again. Then I say I'm done, I do it again. Then I stop showing up for things or making excuses not to go to certain things, okay? Because I put myself in that situation. Now, I did learn later that that can be an inherited trait, and it doesn't have to come from a parent. It can skip a generation, okay? But then it's, what do you do about it? Because once you go down that road, it kind of grabs you and catches you. Now, give you an example. I want you to think about this. They did an experiment many years ago, and they had a mouse, and they put a mouse into a big pan, and in the pan they put some fresh water, and then they put some water that had drugs in it. Okay, they had some drugs that was tainted. Okay, and they put it there and let the mouse in there. And the mouse, being by itself, began to shake and shiver, look around, act with a lot of anxiety. And they went and they tasted the water that was clean. They tasted the water that had the drugs in it, and then they lapped up all the water with the drugs in it, and they stayed there shaking. Now, they did the same experiment, but this time they put several mice in there, and they had the clean water, and they had the water with the drugs in it. Not one mouse went to the water with the drugs in it. You see, there's something to say when people feel alone. Have you ever felt like you were by yourself? Haven't you felt like that and you were with someone and you still felt like you were by yourself? Have you ever felt like you were by yourself and you were in a room full of people, but you still felt alone? The first thing I want to share with you is that feelings are fleeting. Now, I know I'm giving you a lot of information. Don't worry about writing it down because the program I launched in 1999, I redid it and relaunched it now because people have been asking for it. I did it for 4 years, 1999 to 2003. Now we're bringing it back out. And we're going to be offering this program because we live in a very interesting time where, and you're going to learn a lot of this over the next 3 days, but we live in a time where society is moving so fast. The information superhighway is now on steroids. It is zoom faster than the speed of light today. People are going to Mars and planning on living on Mars. And we sit here and we say, well, I don't want to go to Mars. I don't want to live on Mars because we have no clue of why they're doing it because we're in a different space. We're in a space dealing with what we have to face every single day. Most people live in a lack space. That means we got bills to pay. We have things we have to do. There's a lack of time, lack of money, lack of resources, lack of everything. So they hustle and they bustle and they just do what they have to do. And meanwhile, they're creating technology right now that's going to be mind-blowing. I was talking to a dear friend of mine the other day. He says, it's almost like it's witchcraft. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And he's one of the most foremost innovators when it comes to technology, when it comes to looking forward and creation to make our world a better place. So the world's going to change very, very quickly. So it's important that we examine these things and how to get that breakthrough, how to be unstuck, how to unpack our bags and let's go. Because when we unpack those bags, we move faster, further, okay? And we're able to do it stronger with a lighter load. So we're going to talk about that because, see, when I was going through this and I was going through my breakdown and I was very successful, I couldn't figure out why, what was going on. But I did call my family together and I said, look, I got a problem. I've been trying to stop this problem. I haven't been able to stop it. I need some help and I need your help. So the whole family got together and I fessed up. And I said, look, find me some place to go. I don't want to just visit somewhere. I want to go somewhere. I got to get away and get an understanding. I got to separate myself right now because at that point I lost trust in myself. So they found a place called the Soldier House outside of Rockford, Illinois. I never forget driving out there. And I called several of my friends and told them what had happened. And they couldn't believe it because you get really good at covering up. So I'm driving out there. And I remember feeling completely broken. I remember feeling as though I let everybody down because it had run amok. It wasn't one day, once in a while. It was every day. I was gone. And I was afraid I was going to die if I didn't stop. So I remember calling a friend of mine, Dr. Jasper Brewster, and I remember talking to him. And as I was talking to him, I thought about the story of Helen Keller. When they asked Helen Keller, once she can speak and hear, they asked her, how did it feel to be deaf and dumb? How did it feel to be cut off from the world? She pointed to a plant, and a reporter said it felt like a plant. She said, no, it felt like the dirt. Now, today we understand there's frequency and energy even in soil. But her point being, it felt like nothing. It's like when you look at dirt, you think of being buried. You think of being funeral. You think of this, your life's over. Your life is shut off. The life that everybody else lives is not for you. You're checked out. And that's exactly how I felt. So I drove 2 hours to my destination. And, I never forget the funny thing was that they took your deodorant because I didn't know they had alcohol and deodorant and that people would eat it. So anything that had alcohol in it, they take it from you. I look out the window. I said, is that the young lady's name, Kathy? And he said, do you know her? I said, that's my cousin. I felt a lot better that I was the only person in the family that was there. But you know what? We had a good time, and I surrendered to that process. And I had a wonderful counselor named Miss Mary. And she was glad she chose me, and I was thankful because she really knew how to handle me. And she was able to expose it to me, help me break through some things, help me create new habits. And it taught me one thing I'll never forget, and I want to share it. Learn to separate how you feel from what you know to be true. Feelings are fleeting. Just like when we talked about your heart being broken, oh man, just think about it. Your heart's broke. It hurts. But if we get an EKG, heart's not broke. See, you got butterflies, you have this anxiety. But we do x-rays, no butterflies. So it's a story. And just like we go into the movies, those movies, they know how to create those movies and create the music, the soundtrack behind it, the lighting, the environment, the storyline, all put together to create an emotional attachment. When you watch television, emotional attachment to the things you go to often is all tied into an emotional attachment, but it's all bound into a story. So I say that if a story got us there, maybe a story can get us out. Maybe we can reframe the story. We call it MRD. What is it? EMDR. EMDR is eye movement response. Nope. It's eye movement descriptive responses. Eye movement descriptive responses. This study was done in 1987 by Francine Shapiro. And Francine Shapiro discovered there's ways to get people unstuck. And what I did, I incorporated in my new program that we're going to start in about a month from now to teach people how to get unstuck, but more importantly, how to keep them unstuck. To keep them unstuck. And it begins with the story. So think about the stories of your life. Now, some stories are pretty tough. But they're all tough to the individual because we feel like we're there by ourselves. That's why it's important to know how to share that story, get your story out there, because your story is just not for you. Your story blesses other people. And when you share it, you also bless yourself and free yourself at the same time. So let's begin with the beginning. Where's the resentment lie? Who do you feel hurt you? Where was that feeling of a lack of love, a lack of control, a lack of worthiness, of being overwhelmed? And lack of love is also feeling alone. We've all been there. What's the story? I want you to write down on a piece of paper the people that you may have a resentment towards. Now, you'll probably have resentment towards your parents or your people you love the most. You probably have some resentments towards yourself, okay? So don't worry about it. Don't take it that personal because, see, resentment, it only hurts the person who has it. It's like drinking poison Kool-Aid, hoping somebody else dies. It's not going to serve you. So we're going to talk about how to get rid of it because sometimes we resent people. They don't even know it. They're going on about our life and we're all stuffed up. I know people, there's some people in life, at least one person I know. If you mention my name, they hate me. I haven't spoken to that person in 1994 and nothing ever happened. We never were friends, no big betrayal, nothing whatsoever. They just don't like me. Now, one of their friends told me why. I'm not going to get into that. But that's not my issue because in the midst of challenges, I make a decision, number one, to take responsibility for it. Just like I did when I drove out there to get myself together for 28 days, to take that responsibility and then try to do the work. And we're never going to be perfect, but you can be perfect inside of your imperfection. And that'll get you there. Because if you can understand that, you'll find a way to be happy every single day. And that's more precious than gold. So, what's the story? Who are the people you resent? Write down on a piece of paper 4 people that you hold a resentment towards. Now, don't go tell them and don't write it down if they're next to you, okay? Don't write their name down. But write down on the paper 4 people. Write down those names and think about it. Think about the story, what actually happened. For each person, when you work with me directly, we're going to teach you how to write out what happened, how to write out that story, how to get it out there. See, sometimes we tuck it or we edit it. Sometimes we deny it or we try to stay away from it. But, the bottom line is that we got to go tap back into that story. Okay, so we want to get in there. We want to dig all deep in that story. So write down where your resentments lie. Write down the story. Write it out completely. Don't leave anything out. What happened? What happened? Now, it's kind of tough because I'm sending you back to a place for some people you really don't want to go. I have a good friend of mine. He's a minister, and when I met him in New York, he lived and still lives in North Carolina. We become great friends. And he was very, very successful. When I met him, he was just so kind. And, his energy, his frequency was just one of those people. I call it a quiet intensity. He was just real cool. And somebody told me how successful he was. And I went to him. I said, you know what? I heard about your story. Can you tell me a little bit more? He said, just go Google me. And he said, go Google me. Tell me a name and a number. I said, okay. I got to go Google him. So I remember when I Googled him, he was like the number 26 money earner in all of network marketing. Here's a guy who's making $250,000 a month. And this was about over a decade ago. Okay, so that was really substantial today. I'm sure we would agree. So as I got to know him, I asked him his story when we became friends. I went to his home. I saw the challenges he went with his wife being sick, the challenges he went through with one of his sons being on drugs. But he told me that when he was 8 years old, he witnessed his father abusing his mother. And his father would put a gun to his head and make him watch as he abused his mother. Now, he had a lot of siblings, but he had to witness this. One day he came downstairs. He was asleep, heard a lot of noise, came downstairs, and the father had murdered everyone in the family, including the mother. I don't want to be graphic, but he said that she blew her head off with a shotgun. He still remembers how it looked, that scene, his mother without a head attached to her body. Now, I apologize if I took you to a place, but, he came through that. When the police came and his father went to jail, he went to go live with relatives, and he felt still abused and taken advantage of because they were getting all the pension money and all the money that was due to him when he grew up, but he wasn't old enough. So he ran away at the age of 14. He ran to another city. He went to a church, and there was a lady that was there. She didn't know he was homeless, but he finally went to her and said, look, I don't have any place to stay. This is what I've been through. This is what's happened. If you will give me a room, I will let you be my legal guardian, and you can collect the money and just give me $50 a week. And she agreed. So she took him in, took very good care of him, got him through school. At 17, he purchased his first home. Today, he lives in a 13,000 square foot home, a beautiful car, but more importantly, he has a beautiful family, and now he pastors a church. His whole life was about serving. So through that unthinkable, unfathomable experience, he was able to come through it and do something great with his life. Now, is he completely detached through it? No, he's not. No, he's not. Okay. Is he a good person? Is he moving through it? Yes. Because when people offend you or hurt you, you're there. But now these people are gone. They're not even alive today. So at some point, it started from their fault to now your responsibility. What are you going to do about it? And then what are you going to do to live forward? And that example simply shares with you that with something I'm saying it to share with you that there's a way out. There's a way to get your life back, to live your life with optimism every single day. The point, look your eyes towards the hills, that you understand that we don't have to think outside the box, because when you listen to my show, I say it, we don't think outside the box because in our world, there is no box. And if there's no box, then what is it? There's only possibility. And if there's only possibility, that's where God shows up. You see, when you overcome self-defeating behaviors, when you unpack your bags and then decide to go, then possibility shows up. You'll be able to see things you couldn't see before. Everything that you can see today in the room in which you're watching this program, the room you're in, just look around it. Look around the room. Look at every light. If there's a book, if there's a telephone, everything around that room, just look around. Everything that you see in that room, once upon a time, never existed. It wasn't invented. Nobody knew how to do it. They used to write with rocks and scratch their writings on the walls of caves. Then they found a way to find some chalk, and they found what it shows up best in. It was a process to get there. Look at the clothes that you're wearing. They used to just kill an animal and then wrap the animal fur around them, not understanding that it's bacteria. And yes, people died, so we can figure out a way to wear clothes safely. It was dark in the cave. They found a way to get light. There was no place to sit outside of a rock and on a log of a tree that may have been that fell down. But then when you sat on a rock in the tree, it hurt. It hurt your butt. It hurt your tush. It hurt. So then they had to find a way to put some cushion on there. So perhaps they took some skins and they put some skins underneath that so they could sit. But guess what? It gets cold at night. So how did they stay warm? Started off with leaves, and then they got animals and said, well, it keeps the animals from surviving. When we take the animal, we eat the meat and we'll take the skin. But again, they had no way to get rid of the bacteria. So now, just imagine the bacteria from a dead animal is that you're living in that space. And people begin to get sick, and then somebody had to figure it out. You begin to build walls around because the tribe that you're a part of or the community you're a part of, you knew them, but there was other people that you didn't know, and they were coming to take your stuff. They wanted your blanket. They wanted your food. They wanted your children. So you had to put walls up. And we put walls up, a perimeter up to protect ourselves. But as we put the walls up, we also put them up here. As a matter of fact, it came here first because everything in life happens 2 times. First is the thought, and then the thing. The mental, and then the physical. The inner, and then the outer. So you put these walls up, and these are your human defense mechanisms to protect us. But it also hurts us because we shut off possibilities. We see what we see. Everything's a threat. You ever seen somebody in a car accident? And it could have been a fender bender. And, they got past it. They weren't really hurt. They said, I'm not calling the insurance company. I didn't get hurt. But they could be sitting in the passenger seat of another car. And if a car gets too close of them, they'll press their foot on the gas pedal and the whole body will seize up. Because they did get affected mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. They got affected. They just don't know it because they're not physically hurt, but they're hurt mentally, emotionally. The spirit has been touched. So every time they see something that looks like, seems like, then we spin. There we go. People, places, things. You're around people that remind you and anchor you to a life that you didn't like or a life that you did. You gravitate to it. There's an outcome, consequence to everything. Places, you go to certain places, they remind you of things. You go to a place and say, wow, I remember when I was a kid, we had a lot of fun there. Wow, that used to be a place we used to dance all the time. Wow, that's where I really got hurt at. Wow, that's where I got robbed. When I was a kid, I used to manage a restaurant, Church's Fried Chicken. We got robbed 22 times by the same people. Every time I drive, the building's not even there, but every time I drive by that lot, I'm anchored right back in that feeling of all the memories, the good, the bad, and the ones that are indifferent. People, places, and then things. As a matter of fact, you can hear a song and it'll take you right back to a moment. And you will be in that moment as if it had just happened. So we deal with all these things as we grow up. And in the program, Unpack Your Bags and Let's Go, and we're writing a new book on that now as well. We're going to have a workbook. We're going to have 5 weeks. We're going to deep sea dive in that really, really deep to find out what's hurting you. And then we're going to pair you up with that story. Now, when you write out your story, the story is to identify what happened. Let's get clarity on what really happened. Now, here's the important work. Once we identify what happens, then we're going to look at what feelings showed up based on the story. Was a perceived loss of fear, loss of control, or being overwhelmed? When you're overwhelmed, you want to escape. When you get afraid, you want to control. When you're alone, you want to cling. You seek love. See, when you're alone, you seek to cling. You ever met some clingy people? Yeah. Doesn't make them bad people. Just to identify where we're at and why we're there. Okay? Because now it's about moving forward and take these things to strengthen us so we can be effective, outstanding, successful human beings in society. And most of us already are. So not just to make money, but to live life fullest expression and be an example for those who watch and follow. That's really the key. Now, along the way, we're going to make some mistakes. We're going to run into the components of shame and guilt. And those are feelings that show up that also keep us stuck. Now, shame and guilt, when you look at it, well, shame, okay. Shame is like a transgression, something you did that was wrong. It's like shame is like you're playing football and you just let the person through, or you let them go sack your quarterback, or you get the ball knowing your goal is that way, but you run that way. You're ashamed of that. You do something stupid, or you stay out the whole night, partying all night, and you show up not ready to play, knowing people are dependent upon you. That's shame. Guilt is more of a boundary. Guilt is like you went out of bounds and you feel guilty about it, or you made a mistake on a critical play and you cost the team the game. Shame and guilt are two things that anchor us also in our fears and keep us stuck in that cycle. So we also examine shame and guilt. We examine that. So now you identify where do you feel a perceived lack of love or control, or you're overwhelmed, or you feel alone, or feel unworthy. You see? And the main thing to write down is that when things go wrong, don't go wrong with it. Stop and analyze. Once again, ask yourself the question, why am I feeling this? Is it real, or is it just a feeling? And if you analyze it and say, well, it's just a feeling, it's not real. Nobody said they didn't love you. You're just feeling that way. Okay? Then you take a deep breath and you say, okay, what's the next best course of action? And we're going to teach you exactly how to go through that. Now, once you examine where these things are showing up at, then here's important. How did you respond? What did you do to get even? What did you do to get your life back, to get sanity back? Now, what is the human defense mechanism that you choose that to help you become sane and whole? You see, have you ever met somebody and they always want to blame the other person and make the other person the bad guy because of the other person's the bad guy, that I'm the good person, that I'm the good person. So you suck. That means I'm better than you. I'm not what you thought I was. I'm not how you made me feel. See, so I project that on somebody else. Sometimes people don't take things seriously, or they procrastinate and they use humor to deflect it. Because with humor, they don't have to take anything too seriously, and they can take the serious and make it like it's no big deal. I didn't care anyway. And when you don't care anyway, you're seeking control. You're seeking control. So if I don't care, I'm back in control. See? Because if you're taking that control away from me, I can't handle that. Fear. False evidence appearing real. Where does it come from? Low-grade upset. Fear waiting to happen. Man, we get afraid of stuff. It comes to this paradigm. What you live, you learn. What you learn, you practice. And what you practice, you become. And we begin to trail on. And every time something happens, we pick the same human defense mechanisms over and over and over. So you want to write down, what did you do to get even? You can cut somebody off, cut them out, chop them down. Talk about them like you don't care. You're trying to regain control. Cut them off. Put them on punishment. You ever put somebody on punishment before? I'm not talking to you anymore. Put them on punishment. That's a form of control. Okay. So all these human defense mechanisms come in. Sometimes you play the victim. Pour a little on me, then you're the bad guy. You did this to me. But it stopped you from taking responsibility for me, for you, and moving forward and achieving the breakthrough that you desire in your life. It's a mixed bag. It really is. But the main thing is you got to identify, what is your thing? What is your go-to strategy? What is your go-to human defense mechanism? What do you do when something happens? Because you do the same things over and over and over and over again. You want to identify that. So when it begins to show up, you can make different decisions, because think about it. Every decision you made in life has you exactly where you want to be right now. Now, you may have money as an issue out of the way. Money's not the issue, but your relationship may suck with your significant others, with your counterparts, and even your children, even your parents. See? So it's not always about money, but sometimes you're growing and you get your business up. You only go to a certain plateau and you get stuck there every single time. You cannot break past this level. You're stuck. You're stuck. So it's easy to just stay like everybody else. We call it the cattle mentality, because human beings don't fail as much as they conform. Let me give you an example. Imagine a pasture full of cows. Imagine green grass, fenced in, and you got these cows. It's a bunch of them. Now, the cows just eating, they're grazing, they look up, have a little cow talk. They always talk with their mouth full. And they talk, and they eat some more, and they get a little water. And then when they run out of grass, the rancher or the farmer, whoever has the cows and care of cow care comes and moves the cows over to get them some more grass, because cows have benefits. They don't have a 401 but they got benefits. Okay, so the cows, it's a storm coming. They put the cows in the barn. If it's going to be a tornado or it's going to be weather that's going to be harmful to the cows, somebody's going to come move the cow. Now think about it. They stay in this little fence, and outside the fence is some more grass over there, some more water over there. Go get it whenever they want. How much does a cow weigh? About a ton? I would imagine. Okay. Cow weighs a ton. How big is the fence that holds the cow in? So in reality, couldn't the cow just walk up to the fence and say, "Oh," and just hit the fence, and just the fence fall down and just go get what they want? Right. But the cow doesn't do that. The cow goes around and around. And what they do, sometimes they put a little wire along the fence, and it's powered by a small battery. So when the cow nose touches the battery, it tickles it. It doesn't hurt. It just, and it won't go past it. Now, human beings conform. We are trained. We get trained on how to operate, how to navigate. Okay? Just like you take the fleas, you put the fleas inside of a jar. You put fleas inside of a jar, and the fleas go up and hit the top of the lid. Hit the top of the lid. Hit the top of the lid. After a while, you can take the lid away, and it would never go any higher. This is called the law of the lid. We operate that way in every aspect of our life, even leadership. Read John Maxwell. The law of the lid, part of leadership. Okay? So you put a mouse in a cage. You can put cheese outside of the cage and put it right outside the cage. The mouse tries to go for the cheese, click his little nose, and it'll put a little battery in it. Every time they touch it, it just zaps them a little bit. Then you can open the cage up and the mouse will not go past that perimeter. Give you one more. They took 5 gorillas and they put them in a gorilla pen, so to speak. They hung some bananas from the top ceiling, and they put a ladder there. What are big ladders? And the gorillas started going up the ladder, and every time they went up the ladder, they got this big fire hose, and they sprayed them and knocked them down. And it hurt. One by one, they tried to go up there, they knocked them down. And at one point, they stopped trying to go up the ladder. They took one gorilla out, replaced that gorilla with another gorilla that never been sprayed. The new gorilla tries to go up the ladder, and the other 4 gorillas attack them. Because going up the ladder meant pain for everybody. That's how you get a society to conform. Now, watch this. They take another gorilla out that had been sprayed, replace it with another gorilla who never been sprayed. So now it's two gorillas that never been sprayed. The new gorilla tries to go up the ladder. The other three gorillas attack them, but also the one other gorilla that never been sprayed attacks him as well. And they repeat this over and over until you got 5 new gorillas that never been sprayed, and no one will go up that ladder again. See, people can form. These are learned and trained behaviors. So I submit to you that we can learn and choose a path that gives us the life that you want. That you can learn it, you can change it from tragedy to magic, just like that. Now, will the outcome be there? No, but the process begins the moment you decide and start moving. Because a decision all by itself doesn't cut it. It has to be a decision based on action. You have to, like Ayana would say, you got to go do the work. You have to go and you got to do the work. So look at what happens in the story we create, how we respond to it. And then what do we do to get even with that person we perceive? What are we doing? Find out your stuff. And then you have to fix your stuff. You can't change other people. Can't change mom, dad. We would have tried that. Sure. All of us would have done that. We knew mom and dad at some point might have been jacked up. We had a misunderstanding. You just don't understand, mom. I need to be out a little bit later. I'm responsible, right? We would have fixed our children if we could. But the person we can't fix is ourselves. That we can do the work. And when we put together this 5 course, this five sessions in this course with your workbooks and go through the process, it's going to be a lot of interaction. You work with a partner. We're going to teach you how to reframe. Remember I talked about the EMDR. We're going to reframe it, how to reframe the story. We're going to take the story and anchor it in a different twist. Because in your story, there's a soundtrack of your own making. If you're sad in your story, there's sad music playing in the background very subtly in your story. That you picked it because it goes along with your story. It validates it. If it's funny as crap, then there's some funny music. There's some fun. We're going to teach you how to reframe it. And I have a very specific technique I use to reframe it. I did it for like 4 years. Now, I was a part of Landmark Forum in the early 90s, and I was there as a participant, and I was really amazed because their courses went from 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. on Friday, back on Saturday, 9 a.m. to 1 a.m., back on Sunday to 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. You had Sunday off, I think, and then Monday you came back for a course to close. Okay. And you brought everybody in your family so they can enroll them next, but they can see you graduate. But Landmark was pretty incredible because it was always talking about breakthrough. That was the whole process. And I watched so many people get a breakthrough there. So I went there also just trying to find out how to become better. This is before the other drama. And I went there. I said, wow, how does one person hold all these people for all this time? And they would shout at everyone. They said, you have no integrity. You have no integrity. And they anchored the first half a day around integrity. The second half a day, 50% of that was about integrity. You know, you go to a seminar, you go to a meeting, and you go to lunch. Do you come back on time? Not most people. No. You know it. No, most people don't come back on time. You have no integrity. Okay? You're supposed to be at your job at 9 o'clock. You show up at 9:01. Are you on time? No. That's because you have no integrity. And they would scream, you have no integrity. Screaming, screaming, screaming. Now remember, I went through the first session. They called me back and asked me to go through the second session. But in between that, they asked me, would I come crew? So I said, okay, great. This is a way for me to take the second session without paying for it. I'm thinking I'm slick, right? So I go to the second session, and I am the assistant production supervisor. Every time they had a break in these 16-hour days, we had to straighten up every chair like it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Everything we passed out was collated, and it had to be underneath the chair in a certain way to perfection. It was excellence. Videos ran. It was excellent. And it was hard, grueling days because it was a lot of work to do. At the end of the day, we had to pick up all the chairs, vacuum all the floors. And I'm showing up there in a $2,000 suit and $800 alligator shoes. And boy, my feet hurt so bad. Boy, my feet hurt. But I showed up and I'm learning the best I can. But we're running so much, I can't take a lot of notes. But I took them when I could. Right. Remember, hear something, remember it, run out and write it. Okay, while I was going on the next task. The production supervisor had a mental breakdown. and she couldn't take it anymore and she left. So I was the assistant. I stepped in. Now, my background was in restaurant management. So I managed restaurants from 150 employees down to 16. So I was really good at giving direction and making things happen smoothly and solving problems. And it ran like clockwork. The last day, the last 16-hour day, I'll never forget, everybody just got spazzed out and my entire crew snuck out the door. They couldn't take it. It wasn't me. We weren't hollering at people. We were just trying to get it done. But the days were so long, it was grueling. I remember being in the stockroom and I said, okay, when this is over, I've got to clean up. I got to get everything ready for tomorrow. I got to take every chair and stack it up and put it back into this closet. And then I got to clean it up. Well, no, I got to clean it up, move all the chairs out. Then I got to take these chairs and put them back out for tomorrow morning. Like everything was brand new. And I had to do it all by myself, 300 and something chairs. And I wanted to go home because I wasn't paid to be there. Nobody forced me to be there. I could leave when I got ready. But then I had the breakthrough of integrity. I stayed. I stayed and did it all. And when I finished it all, sure, the feet hurt, everything hurt. But I felt so good when it was done. And I realized then I had been in that class, the actual class. I didn't really have a breakthrough. I had a breakthrough through serving. And I got my butt kicked. And I found my breakthrough. I said, okay. Learn to finish things. Learn to show up. 80% of success in anything is showing up. 85% once you show up is in your psychology. How you're thinking when you show up. Landmark taught us some things about the paradigm. They taught us about the already, always listening. The already, always seeing. That means you listen through a filter. You listen through your paradigm. You listen through these human defense mechanisms. You listen to the things that your mind has constructed to make you stay sane. So you hear what you want to hear. A lot of times my wife talks to me and I finish a sentence and she gets mad. And will you let me finish? Because what she wanted to say and what I thought she was going to say usually is two different things. So you learn to calm it down, slow it down, dial it down. But we listen through our filters. It was already there and it was always there. Where did it come from? It started in theta. Then it came through our experiences in life. Then it came through the baggage of rejection. It came through the baggage of being fired. It came through the baggage of losing your boyfriend or girlfriend, or going through a divorce, or going through some challenges with your children, or losing a loved one. It builds, it builds, it builds, it builds. So we must take an intentional effort to become whole, or we're like a ship in the ocean with no sail, no motor, no GPS. We're just bobbing around. And we waste a lot of time. We look up and look back at our life. Think about the last 5 years in your life. Think about where you are right now. Because where you are right now, I will assure you, is due to the decisions you made 5 years ago and the actions you took after that. So the question is, are you ready to take a different action? Are you ready to have a different outcome? How would it feel to have the life that you want and deserve? Not just for you, but you can serve humanity at a higher level. You know, you want to help people and help feed the homeless and them. Well, okay, how can we afford the food to feed them? See, some people feed the homeless and they can't even feed their own family because they get something from that. They'll sacrifice the things close to them because they don't feel like they're worthy, but they feel empowered by helping somebody else. You want to help poor people? First of all, don't be one of them. It gives you the resources, the time. Look for people who are willing to take responsibility. That means you take responsibility for everything. Why not? Even if it's not your fault, take responsibility for it because you can. It's no big deal. We don't have to push the blame because it's not going to hurt us. It's not going to help us. So the blame game doesn't help anybody. Just take the responsibility and get better. Let the things that stop you become the fuel to propel you. The things that slow you down, let those challenges be the things that speed you up. We're going to show you how to reframe that story and put music behind that story and speed that story up and give it a different anchor. So now when you face the people, the places, the things, or you get those feelings or these emotions and things creep up on you, and you will respond this way all your life. Now you respond a new way. You respond a new way, you get a new outcome. You turn a different direction, you see different things. And now possibility shows up. They call it the laws of attraction, but you're really just going to see everything that's already there because you're always looking this way, in this manner, with these color sunglasses on. And now you take them off. Now you look this way. And now you see everything in color. And just like when I was 5 years old, The entire memory is in black and white. The future that I project, that I work towards, is always in color. Give life to it. Nobody can take that away from you. And the one thing that we all have, the one common denominator, and there's more than one, but we got feet and head and hands and fingers, but is the human connection and your imagination. You see, most people suffer from a poverty of imagination and then a weakness of attention. You may have the imagination, but if you don't have the attention, we call it a person that's chasing shiny objects. They're not disciplined to follow one course. Focus. F, follow. O, one. C, course. U, until. S, successful. Follow one course until successful. Get laser focused about your goals and dreams because we're only going to get one life. And guess what? You're going to keep what you have by giving it away. Because once you get your breakthrough and you understand what your human defense mechanism or your response is, and you reframe the story with a different narrative, I'll show you how to get past the resentments as well. That's going to be part of the course. That's very intimate. But then you're going to shape a new life. Good friend of mine, Dave Blanchard, wrote a book. He and his son are the founders of the Og Mandino Institute. If you haven't read Og Mandino, get his book, Og Mandino, The Greatest Salesman in the World, and pick up my book, 5 Frequencies of High Performance. And Dave said he wrote a book called Today I Begin a New Life. Today I begin a new life. He wrote another book called The Observer's Chair. The Observer's Chair is when you sit in a place of clarity. You see, when you get unstuck and you get this stuff washed away, you get this sludge out of it, you detox your spirit from these things. Now you see things in clarity. It's like sitting on top of a hill on a beautiful day. You can see everything coming a mile away. It's as if it's in slow motion. You don't have to get frantic or stressed out to move out the way. You'll move before it gets here because you already see it. You have it faded. You have all those things there. I call it a quiet intensity where you can see things and feel things and you can be one with nature. A great way to do that is called earthing. In the summertime, try it. Take your shoes off and walk around in the grass barefooted and stay under the sun or put your hand on a tree and just feel the energy from the earth itself come through your body. That's called earthing. These are the things that's going to help you and energize you to go a different way, because when you start looking a different way and you look at that hill and you see things that are far away, it's always in slow motion. You're way ahead of it. Now you are proactive. You're not reactive. You're not spazzing. When things happen that you have no control of course they will. Okay. But some things come and your vision will be enhanced. Your imagination will be fed. You'll be able to see things greater and grander. You'll be able to see how to solve a problem, how to fill a need. You'll be able to see how you can get better by listening to someone else. It's somebody else that you may have your way of doing things, but somebody else has a different way. But we're so hell-bent on looking at our way, we want to discount the other way that the other person's trying to bring to us. Everyone becomes important at that time. They're either going to be a great example or a terrible reminder. But you're going to know. And then you can look at people who have traits that, hey, I like to be like that. That person, when they talk to people, they're present. I like to be that. I'm always thinking about what I'm going to say, or my eyes are darting around. I like to be like that. Or someone else who's misused people, or they come and when they need something, and they come and then the people that say one thing and then do one thing and then say another, or you're kind to them and then they talk about you and whatever. And it's not you. It's how they projected it back on yourself. Sometimes you're a mirror, and when they see you, they see a mirror, and the reflection is what they feel that they are not. So they don't despise or hate you. It's that they don't feel good about where they are. And you don't pity them, but understand it. They don't need pity. They just need to make an adjustment. The best way to help them is through you making the example yourself. So we're the sum total of everything that we dwell upon. What we think about the most, that's the direction we go in. Our thoughts impact our words. Repeated words impact our actions. Continuous actions create our habits. The poet said, "Who am I? I am your constant companion. I'm your greatest helper. I'm your heaviest burden. I can lift you upward, or I can drag you down to failure." If you begin to teach me to do a thing, I'll start to do it immediately, automatically. You keep teaching me, I'll keep doing it. I'm easily managed. but you have to be firm with me. I am the first to all those who are great and those who are failures as well. Those who are great, I have made great. Those who are failures, I have made failures. I'm not a machine, yet I operate with the precision of a machine, yet the intelligence of a human being. But if you teach me and train me, I promise I'll lay the work at your feet. If you're easy with me, I will destroy you. Who am I? I am called habit. Habit is my name. You see, habits are very interesting. People have a smoking habit. The one cigarette doesn't kill you. It's 3 packs a day for 5 or 10 years is what causes lung cancer. Habits compound over and over. The rituals, they take us to a place. So what if we just create new rituals in our life? And here's the good news. None of us are going to be perfect. Once we fix one thing, there's going to be something else to fix. We're all look, what did he say? What is his name? Life is like a box of chocolate. What's his name? Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump. Life is like a box of chocolates. But sometimes you're going to get a chocolate covered cherry, and sometimes you get a chocolate covered nut. You just don't know what you're going to get. So life is like a box of chocolates, but when you get a chance to sit on the hill, you can do it a little bit differently. And you can be perfect even inside of your imperfection. And that way you can find happiness every single day, no matter what the state. No matter what the state. We're all going to have something we have to work on. But in the meantime, can we work on just being happy? So I want to talk about some areas that we really want to help and we want to dwell on, because our next session is really going to be about productivity. It's going to be about time management and really kind of breaking down time management in a way that most people have never, ever heard before. So I'm going to break it down so it's just broke forever. It's just done. Okay. When you take this class with me, I know you're going to love it. I want you to go get it. You can go to getthetraining.shop, www.getthetraining.shop. It's called Breakthrough, and you can get started on that. And I think it's like $497 for the time you spend with me. But if you want to do a payment plan, you can do that. But the main thing is this, is that at the end of that class, if you say it did not help you and it wasn't worth it, you get 100% of it back. Because I've been doing this life work now for over 27 years. And I know what happened in 1999 and 2004. And they asked me to do it over and over. And I just didn't do it because I'm there. It's just like, it was a lot of work. It's a lot of emotion. But we started, I said, look, let me reframe it. Let me bring it up to date. Let me shift it a little bit, apply it to today's world, because there's too much promise. And the greatest investment we have to make is investment in ourselves. So once we can learn how to get stuck, or what stops us, what slows us down, what clogs us up, and then we can be on our way to greatness, to achieving it. So we're going to talk about your spiritual life, your financial life, your relationships, and then your physical life. Now, when I talk about these, nobody has to be perfect. You don't have to be a billionaire. You don't have to have the body of a god, but you can't have a heart attack at the same time. I'm working on that. That's part of my deal. Okay. That's my deal. So I'm going to go on my journey and you're going to go on yours, and some of us can go together. Okay. Sometimes we'll spin around and meet each other at the pass, by the big tree, right? Your financial life. We want to make a new goal. And I want you to write this down. Remember it. I want you to get money as an issue out of the way. I don't want you to chase money. You're going to show you how to create money, and our speakers tomorrow are going to show you how to do that by creating the value that attracts it. You see, money goes where it's invited. Money stays where it's welcome. But when you say, I don't need it, that's not an invitation. That's your bull crap. That's the time of your busy schedule. That's not an invitation. I don't need any money. And your children starve, or they can't pay their way through college, or somebody gets sick and you're sitting up there trying to borrow from somebody else, but you did not need it. So now you are now a victim of your own making. See, it's like you're in jail, but you put yourself in there and you got the keys and you threw them out the window. You lock yourself up. Get money as an issue out of the way. Why? Because first of all, if you like to help people, you can help more people. You can help. What can you do without money today? They passed a law that during the pandemic, people could not get evicted if they couldn't pay their rent. And people still got evicted. Hundreds of thousands of people still got evicted, even though there's a law saying you can't put them out. And landlords still put them out. Why'd they get put out? Could it have been money? Could it have been you or someone you care about? And could they come knocking on your door needing to stay in your home? See, we're responsible for that. Become responsible for getting money as an issue out of the way. We live in the greatest country in the world where people come from all over, and I'll say great in some ways, okay, all over to go to find opportunities here because people know they can come to the United States of America and start their own business, and we don't want to do that. Okay, 97% of the people in this country retire depending on family, friends, and the federal government. We conform. That's why when you go on the expressway, it's rush hour in the daytime going this way, and if you're going to work, you're in it. And it's rush hour on the way back because everybody is doing the same thing. And 97% of those people retire depending on family, friends, and the federal government. That is a fact from the Social Security Administration. I did not make that up. So if you understand that and you're doing that, then you know 97% chance that you're going to end up in that spot. And then most people wait until they, and I don't want to say it's ever too late, but too late is when you get to be at the point where you can't really function and become active in society because now your options become limited. Too late means that now something goes wrong and you can't help the people that you love because you didn't do the work in advance. Too late means that there's a world for you to see, to explore, to visit, to own, to get a piece of. You may love where you live, but that's because you haven't been enough other places. You got to get out here and go somewhere because then you can make evaluations about what's real instead of what you heard. Because here's the challenge, and I want to submit this. I want you to just think about it. Everything that we know, everything that you know, everything that I know, we know it because somebody else told us. What color is my shirt? It's purple. But if you grew up in a part of the world where this was black, we'd have a fight about it. It's black to me, it's purple to me. How do I know it's purple? Who said it's purple? Who created purple? Somebody. Who? So somebody said, and here we go. I say let's flip it. When somebody says that it cannot be done, then he or she with a chuckle replied that maybe it couldn't, but they be the one that would never give in till they tried. So let's buckle right in with kind of a grin on your face. If I worried, I hit it. And then you start to sing as we tackle the thing. These people said it could not be done, yet we did it. Change it. Change the outcomes. Turn it around. Flip it. I've got a full day with you. I'm going to talk about procrastination, time management. I'm going to talk about a life inventory. We're going to spend a lot of time with life inventory and how to get the balance of your spiritual, your financial relationships, and your physical life so you can operate. The main thing is that you don't want to run out of gas at the opportune times. You got to be able to get up and function, whatever that means to you. I saw Queen Latifah in a new movie called The Equalizer. I first saw this movie, Equalizer 1 and 2, played by Denzel. Action movie. I didn't think Queen Latifah could move like that. You know, she's a pretty big girl, but she could move like that, okay? And she's starring in a role of The Equalizer. Comes on Sunday, 9 p.m., shameless plug. I like the movie. I like the picture. But it's about it that you can't run out of gas where you're too tired to get up and function, and your mind's so tired you can't function. So you got to keep yourself functional so you can operate until everything else can get where you want to be. Spiritual life. I'm not going to tell you what to believe in. You can believe in yourself. I just say don't lean on something that leans when you lean. That's just a suggestion. But go out there and look at the universe. When was the last time you really laid on a tree, laid on against a wall, watched the clouds roll by? Remember as a kid, just watch the clouds go. And it was so serene. You could hear the birds, quiet moments. Reattach yourself with the world because we're made up and created with the same carbon footprint and ingredients of the earth itself. We're meant to live in harmony with, not separate from. You'll find clarity there. And the things that you want will begin to magnify themselves and expose themselves to you because they're already there. You just can't see them because what we see is what we see. Okay? The choices that we make. Relationships. They become better in your relationships. Now, I chose to love people, period, but I just learned how to love them across the street. That way I can control me and how I respond to things. But relationships are important because no one ever reaches their full potential by themselves. I find it amazing. My wife has two friends. They're both entertainers. They're both in the arts. They both sing. One's named A Goddess. The other's named The Goddess. She went to grammar school with one, high school with the other. They're all part of the TV streaming network that we're going to talk about this whole weekend, and we're celebrating our soft launch. And March 15th, we should be ready to go in this full launch with JD3 TV. We invite you all to be a part of that. And it's amazing that they were able to keep those relationships. And through our network, we're forging through it, building even stronger relationships. You know how? Because we're going to allow you to have a part of the network. If you have a child and your child, how about you have somebody in your family that's really funny, a child or an adult? We're going to have a section in the network where you can videotape their comedy, upload it, we'll vet it. We like it, we'll reach out to them, we'll say, great. We'll create a show around it, or we'll create a competition around it. If it's for children, we can create a real neat competition, get some sponsorship around it, and get these children prepped for college or for entrepreneurism to not only get the education, but also have the financial stability or the financial opportunity to leap into their dreams and their goals. Right now, we live in a computer age. There's a lot of education your kids can get today. That's a little different than what they're teaching in school. So it's a different world. See, right now, everybody's on remote learning, and the world's not going to 100% go back because some parents are not sending those kids back. It's a new day. It's a new day. So remember it, every time there's a big calamity, there's always an opportunity. There's always going to be a phoenix that rises from the ashes. Always. Like they say, the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. So relationships, how to build big relationships through the network, because you're going to have interactive play. If you got a great talent or skill, something you want to get out there, you can be a star and have your own show on JD3 TV. You can't just go to Netflix. You can't go to Peacock. You can't go to Disney, but you'll be able to get to JD3 TV. Just have your own show. It's important. We're putting some things together right now where if you have a favorite celebrity or somebody of your loved ones has a favorite celebrity that we can, for a fee, that we can have that celebrity come on television, JD3 TV, Roku, Amazon, and Apple, and say happy birthday with happy birthday greetings or a song to somebody you care about and love. That would be so cool, man. Those are memories that last a lifetime. And take a picture of it. You can put that stuff in there, put their picture. We put your picture next to that celebrity, and you take a picture with that, and we'll send you the photo picture of it. You keep it for a lifetime. I never forget when I introduced my mom to Wesley Snipes. We used to watch his movies together forever. We watched, I didn't know he did 105 movies, but we watched a good 42. Okay. And I got a chance to introduce her to Wesley, and she's gone now. Her mom passed away a little bit over a year and a half ago, but I'm so thankful because he was so kind and nice to her, and Les Brown, the same thing, so kind and nice to her that she got a chance to really have a conversation with someone she just saw on television because he's a really, really nice guy, you know? So relationships are very, very important. You know, you're going to build a lot of relationships through service. We'll talk about that as well. And then, like I said, physical, relationships, spiritual, and physical. You know, the main thing is that you want to have a maintenance plan to keep the breakthrough because you can get the breakthrough. But here's the biggest challenge in everything I said today is that you can get a breakthrough, but if you don't anchor it in something with a new behavior and habit, you usually will go back and be worse. And it's a daily fight. It is for me. You got to fight every day, man. You got to fight. You know, you may be done with your past, but your past is not done with you. So you got to fight, but don't stress out about it. Make it a game. Okay, come on, devil. Let's play today. Who's going to win? And if you get up in the morning and center yourself and anchor yourself spiritually, calm down, slow it down, meditate. If you pray, then pray. However you pray, pray. Whoever you're going to pray to, pray, but slow it down. Calm down your spirit. And then you won't respond to the day. You'll be inner directed versus outer directed. That means when things go wrong, you don't have to go wrong with it. You can think about what's the next best thing. Okay. So, breakthrough and not a maintenance plan. There's certain things you're going to have to do. Now, when we work together in a program, some of it's going to be virtual where I'll teach. And then the second part of the program at the end of every session is going to be interactive, where we'll be interactively talking and doing things together. In the maintenance program, you got to create a new life, new habits, new hobbies, new people in your life. Now, that's really tough. How do you get rid of people in your life? You don't want to do that. I don't suggest you do it. Let me tell you how it works. Your goals and dreams create separation. Don't try to get rid of people in your life unless it's really, really toxic. And that still may be tough, man, because Stockholm Syndrome, we would adhere to the control in the life that our captor, our oppressor has put upon us. I'll give you a couple of stories about that one too. But you have to remember it's people, places, and things. So if you heighten your goals, and then your goals will create the separation for you. I'll give you an example. If you're focused on getting money as an issue out of the way, if you're focused on, getting healthier, if you're focused on getting your spiritual life more intact, then you're going to start doing things and going places. and creating habits that's going to attach itself to those outcomes. Now, if you're doing that and your friend wants to go to the club or they want to go do this or do that, you're too busy because you're doing this. You're still friends. You still love them. You don't have to cut them. But your goals and dreams will create separation. But when you don't have a goal and dream, then it seeks the normalcy that it's always had. It seeks that same habit. It's like the man that was at the water and all the demons were cast out of them. A man named Legion. Having no place to go, the spirits came back and brought all their friends. And they were worse off than they were in the first place. Legion, that was the name of the demon. So my point being that you have to attach yourself with new relationships. Find out where you want to go and how do you get around people who are going there? Where are they at? How do you show up with these people? Over this weekend, especially tomorrow, you're going to hear from some of my great friends, and they're going to talk about how do you connect with millionaires and billionaires, and not because they have money, but because they're wonderful, really cool people that you can plug in with. Okay? We're going to talk about self-defeating personality disorder. In the program, we're going to go through self-defeating personality disorder and how do you come out of that? How are you going to create new habits? How are you going to have new ways to have fun? New ways to fulfill the feeling or the emptiness that you feel like you have based on your stories. You got to change the story and you got to live a new one. And it's a full-time deal, but you don't do it by yourself because we're going to attach you to a community. You see, with JD3 TV and Inspired to Speak and the Entrepreneur Forum, we have so many different things going on and wonderful people around us who have networks, who have shows. And you're going to see about 25 of these people this weekend. You're going to hear from them about what they're doing. And you're going to say, wow, I like her. Wow, I like him. I need to be around somebody like that. Wow, I like what they're doing. I want to be around that. You have an opportunity to be interviewed on their shows and even mine. How about write your own book and tell your own story? We have people who can help you write your book. Remember, a life worth living is worth recording and worth sharing. You're only here for a flicker. You got your birth date, you got the day we leave, and between we got that dash. And the dash is a story. What story are we going to leave? And if you think about it, most of us don't know who our great-great-great-grandparents are. Some don't even know who their great-grandparents are. Some people don't know who their grandparents are. And look, think about it. If you don't make a mark, your great-grandchildren won't even know you have existed. They'll never know. You were never here. So I want you to build a legacy for your family. And I want you to put your picture on the wall. If you have a picture of your parents, you put their picture on the wall. You got your grandparents, you put them on the wall. Put your children's picture on the wall. And then I want you to put some blank picture frames. I want people to ask what goes in there. You look at your grandkids or your kids that are yet to come and say, you go in there. Because now they know where they belong. So now you are controlling the journey they're going to take from theta. Because remember, they're going to learn a lot by what they see. Blank picture. When I was a little kid, my mother had a sign on her freezer. It just said, think. It was a light brown wood. It was in a black background. The word think, I believe, was in gold. It just said, think. That's all. I see it like I did when I was 8 years old. Think. And I've always been a thinker, not knowing that I was giving a message. So put the messages of how you want the culture of your household or your business, put them on your wall and plant a seed in their minds on an unconscious level. Plant a seed. Put the things you want in front of you. You want a dream car, they make them from somebody, you are somebody. See, part of your maintenance plan is to go keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. March 4th, March 4th, March 4th. Think. Hey, you want a plane? I got a good friend of mine, Laura Langmeyer, hopes that she'll tell a story. But she says, a company, we need a plane. We'll teach you about how that subconscious messaging works. Don't put it on you. You know, you may not feel like you're worthy of doing it, but if you have a company that is, there's no magic in small dreams. It takes just as much effort to think big than it does to think small. So think. You want a dream home? Let's draft it out. Take pictures of it. Put it on your wall. Your dream car. Put it on your wall. Car may not be important, but it is when yours breaks down at the wrong inopportune time, or it breaks down on a loved one. You don't want your child out there in today's era and the car breaking down. It's not safe anymore. It's a different world. You don't want your home to be unprotected. Most people want to do everything after something bad happens. I say, let's get in front of it and keep something good stabilized, keep something good intact. Think and remember that these are things you got to go through and study. And as we go through the course, then there's going to be refresher courses you can come back to at no charge over and over and keep going through it because you're going to work through it. Paul said, the things I want are not what I do. I do the things that what I hate, and which I hate. That means it's a human behavior. We're fighting against our humanity. And it's not really a fight. It's just a shift. To turn our head from what we've always looked at to this. And the biggest question is, the question I was asked in 1994, when was the last time your way worked? And when I was asked that question, that wasn't a good feeling. And then he backed it up. He said, your financial intellect is equal to your bank account. But I didn't get offended. I knew at that moment I had more to learn and was someone in front of me that could teach me. So ego went out the door. Bye, ego. EGO, edging God out. Bye, ego. I'm going to roll on a new journey. Today, I will begin a new life. That's the key. In the maintenance plan, every single day you draft it out. The nighttime, you draft it out. We're going to talk about goal setting and meaningful goals. How to prioritize things in your life, how to get things done, how to do that. We're going to run through a lot of things. So we're going to take a short break in just a moment. We're going to come back after the break, and we're going to go into time management. So I want you guys just to chill out for a little bit, relax your head. We're going to watch a few commercials, but let me give you some information about an exciting incentives that we put together for each and every one of you. First of all, we want you to go to social media and share. Share and share and share and share. Now, I have a PowerPoint. I'm going to put it up here during a moment, but I want to just walk you through how this is going to work. Every time you go out there and share with 10 people, you're going to take a snapshot of that with your phone, or you can take a screenshot of that, and you're going to email us that share screen with those 10 people on it. You're going to email it to info@jd3media.com. Now, every time you share with 10, you're going to send it in. When you do it the first time, we're going to give you free gifts, and you're going to get those gifts on Sunday at the end of the show. We want to thank you for being here. You're going to get those gifts on Sunday. By the end of the show, you're going to have them, okay? You're going to get those great gifts. Now, you want you to do it over and over, because every time you share with 10, you're going to get one drawing in the raffle. So if you share with 20, you're going to get 2. 30, you're going to get 3. 40, you're going to get 4, and there's no limit to how many drawings you can get. Now, we're going to pull some names out, and we've got a great, fantastic gift for 25 winners. And then there's going to be a final 2 winners who are going to get round trip tickets to Orlando, Florida. Hope you can go to Disney or someplace warm if it's still cold, or just go there for the heck of it. Or maybe you know someone there you can visit. We're going to give you free tickets. We love to give out free gifts. So we're going to be showing you the PowerPoint a little bit later, and we're just going to walk through this daggone thing. We're going to walk through it. 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 So what we're going to do, I made a little mistake. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to bring back a panel. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring back a panel. You're going to see one of our incredible show hosts, but she's also one of the executives in the company, JD3 Media, and she's also going to be the moderator for this panel. We're going to come back with Yolanda Givens. She's absolutely incredible, and she's going to talk to some incredible show hosts who are going to have a show on JD3 TV. I want you to watch them, listen to them, find out what they're up to. If it resonates with you, we want you to plug into it, because later we're going to tell you about this new exciting app, and you're going to meet the founder of One and Done later today. So you want to stay here the whole day, I promise you. You're going to meet the founder of One and Done, and how our partnership is going to be able to give hope and opportunity and bring a connection to the entire world like you never have before, and help build your business and accomplish the objectives. And you can even put some of these breakthrough things that I'm going to teach you right inside of the app to keep you on track. You're going to hear from Lester Bailey, an incredible man who's going to tell you about what he's up to and what he's doing with his show. Celia Colon, Teresa Pushkar, and Robbie Matthews. they're going to be our panel hosts, and they're just going to do an interview and pour their hearts out to you about why their show, what they do, and how they can help impact, inspire, and encourage you to take your life to another level. So we're going to go ahead and break right now. We're going to come back with a few commercials, and then I'm going to come back up here and talk about a few things, and then we're going to bring on our panel host, and we'll get rocking and rolling with a panel. Okay? We're just beginning, guys. Thank you for tuning in to Limitless 2021. Share with everyone you possibly can. Right now, people are watching us on Facebook. But remember, if you want to win a prize, you have to go into the Limitless2021.com website and register. So if you see it on Facebook, you just send in those screenshots. You're not going to count unless you're registered, because we're going to go through the registration of the people who actually signed up for this program. It's free for you. So there's no excuses. Go there right now. If you're on YouTube, same thing. Go there right now. Limitless 2021. We're going to take a short commercial. I'm going to come back with a few other things to kind of tie a knot around, put a bow around breakthrough, and then we're going to bring in our panel hosts. See you then. If there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? And if there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you be willing to pay that price today? And if there was some work that you could do, would you roll up your sleeves, even though the work is on you? And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes no matter how tough? Would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? You're focused on your goal, but there's something else you must do. Because while you're building your dream, the dream has to build you. So if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me?
So we gonna have some fun, okay?
Now!
Somebody bring Dave some air. He took it all out the room.
What? Prepare yourself.
That excited me. Oh my gosh, amazing.
This is God speaking straight to me.
I'm glad you're doing it. We get to have fun.
This is going to be exciting.
Bringing the special needs community right to you.
This is about saving lives.
I could not be happier.
Carry on.
So exciting.
The kids are going to love it.
What do you say?
It's worth it.
That's what's up.
Introducing One and Done. Monetize your products, services, training programs, and content. Reach your audiences instantly, anywhere in the world.
Hello, my name is James Ditley. I'm an international speaker, business strategist, and philanthropist. If you're a speaker and you want to expand your business, if you want to increase your reach, if you want to bring your community together, you want to do it through One and Done. With the One and Done application, imagine you could take your live audience and put them in a virtual room where they can communicate with each other on a 90-degree angle. Imagine you can offer the tickets, you can give away the free gifts, you can offer your loyalty program, everything through One and Done. Get your One and Done app and get it today. Let's grow our business together and touch the world.
Head over to the App Store or Google Play and download One and Done today.
The first thing that you have to do is make that choice to jump. And guess what? Jumping is free. Abundance is free. Once you understand that opportunities are all around you and that you just have to be in the right mindset to accept them, then you're there.
Many times you want to know, how do you figure out what I'm good at? What are your skills? But here's some of the things to think about. Is number one, have you made money in the past? What are you really good at? What gets you excited? And you've got to get really clear about those core things that you want to strengthen your strengths and hire your weaknesses.
When you are launching a business, any business, It's going to take, work ethic. It's going to take, roll up your sleeves and do the work, because there's no shortcut. Work ethic comes with sacrifice. You'll sacrifice some things now, but it's not forever.
Hey, and we are back. Hey, I hope that that session on breakthrough was helpful for you. When we have the course, we're actually going to have your PowerPoints, you're going to have downloads, you're going to have homework. We're going to go at it every single week for 2 hours live, and then we're going to go for 30 minutes interactive every week. It's going to go for 5 weeks, and then after that, if we're still not done, we're going to go some bonus weeks. I always love to give bonus weeks because the work is so important. So if you want to get more information, or you want to be a part of this breakthrough program, I want you to go to www.getthetraining.shop. Go to getthetraining.shop. No, that's important. It's right at the bottom of your screen, getthetraining.shop. Now, we're going to have other speakers that's going to come in tomorrow and Sunday. Most of them would be just content only. They're going to pour their hearts out to you and share with you different things about how to build your business on YouTube, how to build it on Instagram, how to create your own PR, how to make yourself that star, how to get out there. Because you want to talk about branding. You see, marketing can make you money, but branding will get you to scale. Branding will get you to the point where you can get money as the issue out of the way, like I spoke of before. And I really want that for each and every one of you all, because then we can help even more people. You're going to hear about our nonprofit today and tomorrow. And already always amazing. Amazing children, amazing veterans, amazing seniors, and amazing you. Together we can go out there and make a bigger difference. So it is my prayer and the prayer and the wishes of myself and my wife, my entire team, that we make an impact in the lives of so many people, and we can help other people understand and just know the journey that we took and the path we took. And there's a path for you. And if we can get out there and we can help you and show you the way where you can achieve the dreams and achieve whatever your whatever is, then that's what we're really here to do. And we're honored to do that. But, will it be challenging times? Of course. I think that those challenging times are important, because when you're building your business, you also are building yourself as well. So it's a process. You have to be willing to go through it. But at the end of the day, it'll be worth it. At the end of the day, it'll be a situation where you'll look back on your life and you'll smile, and you'll get a chance to just think back of all the things you've done. Think about the bad times, but think about the great times, the things you've come through, what you've become, the story you get to tell, the people you get to inspire. Then you look back, man, and it'll be the only thought you have is not how did one die, but how did one live? Not what did one gain, but what did one give? You see, these are the merits that measure the worth of every man and every woman, regardless of birth. Now, what was their station? But had they a heart? And how did they play their God-given part? How are you going to play your God-given part? Make an impact. It's not too late, guys. I was homeless, sleeping in a car with a vision, and I built a multi-million-dollar business in a car with no phone, no friends. I detached myself away from everyone for a full year to get laser focused, and I sacrificed a year to get 26 years in a row back of bliss. Has every day been great? No. I've had sarcoidosis. I was on prednisone. It's pretty tough. I gained a ton of weight from 213 to 374 at one point. Had sleep apnea and with a CPAP machine with oxygen, gout. Those things you could overcome as you keep moving forward. You keep moving forward. You keep moving forward in your purpose. Because I've been off that medication now for over 6 years. I was diagnosed with cancer. Cancer was pretty serious. I went through that, went through radiation. I said no to chemo, no to the chemotherapy, no to surgery. Now, I'm not saying telling you to say no. I'm saying that's what I said, and I said to go another way and try more natural. And I would say, look, evaluate your options. You make your decision, but no matter what someone tells you, you make the decision to live your best life each and every day because you get to choose whether you win or lose or whether you have a good or bad day every day. Every single day is a great day. Some days just happen to be a lot better. I invite you to also tune with me every Friday, with the exception of this Friday, we're here. But every Friday, I broadcast my show. You can go to www.thejamesdentleyshow.com or catch me on Facebook. And in the next few weeks, you'll catch me on JD3 TV live with that show. And I interview a lot of top thought leaders. We have some incredible people coming up in the next 3 weeks that will literally blow your mind. And it's really about feeding your mind, to build upon knowledge, to build upon inspiration, to build upon stories, to see yourself right in the midst of somebody else's story. And you'll be able to tell your story and put somebody else in the middle of that picture. You'll be able to tell your story as if it's a movie. And we're going to talk about that a little later, about the soundtrack. But this weekend is so exciting because guess what? I get a chance to unveil JD3 TV to you guys. Now, we're going to actually launch it on March 15th. We're just about there, loading in our content now. We're doing a full, it's going to be absolutely incredible. The look, the feel of it is going to be incredible. A few months later, we're coming out with our app as well. And then another app is going to help you that you can play in. We're going to show you how you can get equity and ownership in a TV network as well as in this app on an international basis, guys. And this is going to be a magnificent ride. And we're going to do everything we can in our power to inspire, to impact, to empower as many people as we can to help them go on their way, because we need you. We need you to go out there and get it done, to think bigger, think higher, think broader, to live your best life. Somebody once said, James, I'm going to do the best I can. I looked at her, I said, you don't even know what your best is yet. So we're going to go out there and make a huge, huge difference. We're working on a lot of animation shows with JD3. We're working on a lot of original shows because we are in the hit-making business. So it's not going to be your typical network. We're going to have a section that will inspire and impact. It's going to teach you everything you need to know. And you got to know some things. Because if you get money and you don't have the knowledge to back it up, then you go back to what you know. So there's some other work that has to be done. But also how to make a difference in the lives of other people. How do you start a nonprofit? How do you get together with the right people? And how do you learn to go get capital? Do you know there's capital out here for women right now from corporations? Hundreds of millions of dollars. And most people don't know it exists. And you don't have to have the best credit score to get it. So you hang around JD3 TV in this community, we're going to get you in front of people that are subject matter experts to help take you, your business, your life, your dreams to the next level. You want to get more customers. We're going to have people talk about getting customers and how do you build your brand on Instagram, on YouTube? How do you build your branding proposition? And then later, I get a chance to introduce our new president of JD3 TV, Mr. Lee Simons. I love Lee Simons, and I really didn't have to waste any time on bringing him in because I know who he is and his soul and his character. But I also know his work, his body of work over 35 years in movies and television, not only just producing, but interviewing some of the greats and they're rubbing elbows with the greats of all time in the sports arena, building a billion-dollar platform with Oscar De La Hoya and Floyd Money Mayweather, the things he's done with Mike Tyson. You're going to get a little bit of flavor from him over the course of this weekend. You're really going to enjoy that because of him. We're going to be able to take this to an entirely different level. So it's my honor as CEO of JD3 TV to have him as our new president. And you're going to get a chance to meet our team. Most of the moderators for the panels, all of them are part of the team. We have the most incredible team. And the unique thing is that everybody has the same core values. Everybody has the same spirit, the same disposition. We have a lot of fun together and everybody is just out there to serve. And they kind of really helped me get together and they put up with me a lot too. So you're going to meet these incredible people behind the scenes and front of the scenes, because if you were at our last event, everyone got a personal phone call. That was by design. We want to personalize this experience. We want to bring something that no one else is bringing. We are looking at everything that's out there and how do we make it better? How do we impact the lives even more so? How do we bring people more in? How do we get your genius and bring it into our culture? And together, we can make a bigger difference. Together, we can do that. We got a full day. And we're going to talk about time management, life inventory, event control. We're talking about meaningful goals, a lot of real cool stuff. We're going to have another panel discussion a little bit later. Then I'm going to talk about communication, how to speak into the listening of another human being, how communication will be your new currency. And then we're going to have a second panel. And then finally, you're going to hear from our president, and you're going to hear from a gentleman that I regard as a brother. And also, he's a partner of mine in business. His name is Sesh, and he's the founder of One and Done. Now, One and Done, we're actually going to release that in a couple of weeks. And we're going to do a soft launch with that, with some core people. But in 30 days, it's going to be all out massive action. And we're going to teach you how you can get equity in a company. Just imagine, you got all these great apps out there. But, you can get equity in Facebook. It's about a few $1,000s a share. Okay. You can get equity in Google, about $3,000 a share. Okay. All right. You can get equity in Clubhouse. They're not out there yet, but you got to pay for it. We're going to show you how you can earn equity, how you can earn a piece of the pie, because a rising tide really does float all boats. So we are excited that we get a chance to be able to showcase some exciting things that are coming up, to be a part of the world that's yet to be created. But in the next 3 years, there's going to be a massive shift, and we're going to make sure you're in front of it. So when we close this event on Sunday, you don't want to miss out any of it. We're going to get ready immediately for the next event, April 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And that is called Business Accelerator 2021. And we're going to have some powerhouse speakers that are going to be there. And we're going to unleash JD3 TV and the One and Done app upon the world, where you all are kings and queens, where we all own a piece of the pie, where we all say, this is mine. I have some ownership. And I'm going to talk to you about how you get your own TV show. How about if we give away a TV show? Yeah, we can do that. So we have a lot of exciting things to talk about. So what we're going to do is play another commercial. Can we put another commercial in? All right, let's put another commercial. We're going to come back with Yolanda Givens, her exciting panel of experts, and we're going to take it to the next level from there. God bless you guys. I'll be back on the other side of the panel.
What would it be like for you if every person you met could actually refer you one person that's your ideal customer? There's so much opportunity with the internet that you can get hundreds of thousands of eyeballs on who you are.
The event is engagement. What do I teach? Exposure and revenue. Revenue and exposure.
Write this down. Time, money, knowledge. I believe if you think the correct way, of course, you can take your income, your money, your investment, if you will, and you can buy more time because you're buying other people to do things for you. It's called delegation. Write this down. Time, money, knowledge.
What do I teach? Exposure and revenue.
There's so many great speakers, even some that I hope to hear myself.
You don't need a business coach to be nice to you. You need a business coach to be honest with you. You need a business coach to understand that these are the things you've got to do to run that company.
All right.
Hello, am I live? Hello. Hi, my name is Yolanda Givens, and I am the moderator for the first panel of Limitless 2021. I am super excited to be the moderator. I am honored because the first panelists are 4 phenomenal individuals who have amazing stories and an incredible show that's going to be airing on JD3 TV. So let's get started. I want to bring our first panelist, Mr. Lester Bailey. He is a 2-time international best-selling author. He's a husband, a father, a grandfather, a retired Chicago police officer, a retired bodyguard to government officials. He is a successful entrepreneur for the last 30 years. He is a podcaster of Unlimited Boundaries. He is the founder of The Science of Mindset. And that's the show that he is bringing to JD3 TV. Let's welcome Lester Bailey.
Hello there. How are you?
How are you, Lester? How are you?
I am fantastic. It's nice to see you.
Same to you. I am super excited. We are the first panelists for Limitless 2021. Super excited. I can't wait to hear about you and your show. So let's tell the viewers a little bit more about Lester and about your show that you're bringing to the network.
Well, first of all, as you said, and thank you for such a great greeting. I really appreciate you. I am simply the guy that you grew up next door to, the guy who had really had dreams, aspirations, and goals. And as I lived my life, I was always wanted to see what I could do more. Well, being the kid coming from the natural public school system, and I dreamt of all the things I wanted to do. I always saw that story, that livelihood saying, Lester, you can be the best. And I never quite understood what did the best really mean. And I had to go after it after seeing many of people on stage, inspirational speakers, motivational speakers, people of just joy. And they always turn around and told me, Lester, find your dream, go after it. You can capture it. I always wanted to know, how do you capture your dream? What is that thing that was going to take me? So I started working out, like most kids, and going to do your first, second little jobs, never quite figuring that out. I became a Chicago police officer, and in becoming that Chicago police officer, it taught me a different type of mindset. It told me about you're living in a life full of negativity, but how do you change that? What is going to bring you back to your ground? And I found out my ground was just living life. Living life with a smile, living life with a joy. But I had to work on my mindset because I could have fell into the traps like so many people that are around negativity all the time, but I was refusing to stay in that world. So Lester decided right after that, after he was going to move, he decided to start his own businesses. And I've been running like somebody who's after me every day of the week, trying to make sure I can be my best self.
Nice. Nice. So what should we expect from your show?
Well, the biggest thing to really expect from my show is mindset. What is mindset? Mindset is basically, what is it that you're thinking about all the time? But what are those distractions that get into your mind that stop you on your way to your journey? What do you really see? There's a true science to mindset because people come around you, they're really on top of you. They're happy most of the time, but something gets in their way, and that's normally your subconscious mind. What's in your subconscious mind is not taking you to the next step. What is really saying, what are all those things that I've been hearing and hearing and hearing so much, and it's pulled me into a negative sense instead of that sense of possibility, that sense of I can achieve my best. Well, I was looking at that science, learning how to say, oh, I was thinking this way. And, we call it manifesting because when we're thinking a certain way, we never really look at manifestation about negative things because that's what's on your mind. So you produce negative things.
Right.
So I want to start showing you how to live in your best life by being able to live what's inside of you, your desires, your hopes, and be able to take it to that next step, never to hold yourself back. There's an old saying that Napoleon Hill always used. And the saying was so simple. What are you thinking? And you always want to ask yourself, what am I thinking? When you know what you're thinking, you can get what you want. If not, you go into those circles of life and just go around it and round it and round it. And I got tired of being on that hamster wheel. I wanted to live my life by getting on the right track. I was once told, the sooner you find out you're going in the wrong direction, I'm going to help you turn around so you can go back where you really want to go.
Right. Well, I absolutely love the idea. I am so looking forward to seeing your show because I don't remember, like, as a child, learning about the mind. You know what I mean? And really learn how to shift that mindset. So I'm just excited that you are going to be sharing that. We get to see it and we get to share that with those that are around us. So, what made you decide and why are you airing this show on JD3 TV?
Well, you just stated it. You know, in grammar school, high school, and college, they never teach you how to use your mind.
Mm-hmm.
They have classes on everything but what you really need. You
Right.
know, so many times we are always distracted, but nobody's teaching us how to work with those distractions. Everybody thinks distractions are bad, but distractions are also what helps you move to the next step of your life. You can grow by learning how to use the right point. What is it that motivates you? What is it that pushes you? What is it that really tells you, I got this? Well, because people didn't show me how to, like I said, I went to many seminars. I paid a lot of money in those seminars. I listened to the greatest speak, and they all talked about, and they always stated it. You have to have the proper mindset in order to change. So I felt that people were ready to change because I know I was. I wanted to be a multimillionaire at 21. It didn't happen at 21 or 31. And I'm not going to say how much older it took me before I started finding out how to get it, the right mindset to get there. What is it that you see in your life that you really want? You know, most of our vision only goes as far as our sight, but vision goes a lot further than what you can see. They call it faith. You know, sometimes it's blind faith. But when you get a little light put on your faith, you can see a little bit clearer, and then you can achieve any dream that you desire as you move along.
Well, I am super excited. I thank you so much for sharing with us a little bit more about you and about your show. It definitely fits into what I know JD3 TV is going to be about, which is informing, empowering, and educating, as well as entertaining. So thank you, Lester. Everyone out there, get ready for the science of mindset. Thank you so much, Lester. I really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to watching your show.
Thank you. See you real soon.
Absolutely. All right. I am super excited about the science of mindset. Now, moving on. I told you we have 4 phenomenal, so that was just one. I want to bring our next panelist, Miss Celia Colon. She is an Emmy Award nominee, author, educator, inspirational speaker. She is the founder of a nonprofit organization, Giving Others Dreams. She is a 2020 Urban Scholar Fellow. She is passionate. She's a community organizer. She's a mother, grandmother, mentor. I want to welcome her to our show to talk about her new show that will be airing on JD3 TV. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
My name is Celia Colon. As a justice-impacted person myself, I know firsthand the magnitude of unprocessed trauma.
You gotta think positive, stay focused, make sure you have goals.
First and foremost, I'm grateful for my family, my new family.
Yeah. I love my life. I deserve the best. And I'm coming for the best.
Hi. Hello and welcome. Powered by Pain.
Yes.
I am so excited to hear you share a little bit. And when we talked the other day, I definitely felt your energy, your passion. So I can't wait to see your show. So let's tell those that are viewing out there about a little bit more about you and about your show.
Well, first, I want to say thanks for inviting me for this opportunity. I'm glad to be here sharing my voice and the voice of many with the world. As you stated, my name is Celia Colon. I'm a proud Chicagoan. I'm from the southeast side of Chicago.
Okay.
Among my many hats and titles, the greatest title ever for me is mother, wife, sister. Professionally, like you said, I'm a humble community servant. You know, I use my voice and my unique life experiences to advocate and support legislative policies that advance smart criminal justice reform, because I am someone who is justice impacted. I am an Emmy Award nominee for my part in the documentary We Are Witnesses Chicago. I'm a co-author in today's Inspired Latina, which is a global series. My story, a part of my story, is shared in volume 4. You know, I believe that education is knowledge, and without education, we perish. So for me, every time I open up my mouth, I hope that I am supporting, educating, and inspiring someone. And you know, I'm a student of the world. I believe that we learn from everyone that we meet. We never stop, you know, learning. And the biggest room in the world is room for improvement.
Right. Absolutely. I so agree. I mimic you. Some of the things you said, I definitely connect to and can relate to, and it's a part of who I am. So tell us about your show.
Oh, so I'm super excited. As you've seen in the clip, right? I'm powered by my pain. All of the work that I have been doing since I left the system. I'm a young person who went to prison, you know, part of mass incarceration, a part of being poor, a part of being a woman, part of being brown, coming from an underserved community. I went to prison. At the age of 18, I served a 15-year bit, came home in 2000, and I've been serving my community since for the last 20 years. So I'm powered by my pain because I understand the magnitude of unprocessed trauma and harm. And there's so many people hurting in the world, and so many people going through things alone when they don't have to. You see, I want to create a platform that uplifts amazing people who have been powered by their pain. It like fuels your purpose, you know, it fuels you. And I want to teach people how it created the passionate lives they live today. You know, your everyday superhero that lives in your neighborhood. I mean, we all know some, right? Who are creating change and making change and are committed to change every day. They create an action that no one sees, but it creates that ripple effect of hope, and it reinstills humanity in people, right? And love. So you see, I feel that we are all connected through our pain.
Absolutely.
We all understand someone else's pain when we read about it, when we see it on the internet or TV, when we hear about it, and especially when we witness it. You know, there's some things that we witness or go through that will change our life forever. You know, that's one thing that I don't care what psychologist wrote the book about it. Trauma will mess your life up. Period. No one can tell you how to heal from it, how long it's going to take you to heal from it, and what you need. Everybody is different. But I know that power, it's a force. It's such a great force that it changes us forever, and sometimes for the good and the bad. And I want the people that are out there going through things to connect with other people that are going through the same things. You know, we're all going to experience death, something that none of us can ever escape. How we die, you know, that also can be traumatic. You guys will be able to walk with me as I fight for justice for my little sister who was killed 3 months ago by gun violence, a mother who left 2 children. You guys will follow me inside the jails and inside the prisons, where I go in and I do mental health workshops and inspirational speaking tours. I truly believe that somebody else's story is somebody else's survival guide. And real life experiences teaches you things that you can never find in a book or a video on YouTube or on the internet. You know, God puts us all through different challenges and different situations to bring those creative, powerful forces of energy that we have buried inside of us out to serve others. I truly believe that. So this show will bring amazing people who are powered by their pain, creating change. You know, you're going to hear about their pain, but you're also going to hear about the glory in the work that they do today. You know, you're going to learn from one another, inspire each other, teach each other coping skills. That's something that's been missing in our community and in the world forever. You're going to have a community of support. We're going to create a village of understanding, a safe space to share your story, a community of support where there's resources, encouragement, suggestions to love. I mean, we're going to be in love and tears will be shared. But the biggest thing that we will make is connections to each other's energy to move forward. Together, we can build healthier people, which creates healthier communities. And I believe that is the prevention to and the key to saving humanity. Everybody's always asking how to stop the violence. You know how you stop the violence? When you show up for each other unapologetically and you pour into one another and you just become that person's support system. We are all a part of the, part of nothing and a part of everything at the same time. Even when we leave, our energy stays here. So I believe that we have a lot to learn from one another. Want to create a community of healers, a village of healers where we're all just supporting, encouraging, sharing, and just being that person that someone might need who's thinking about suicide, who's thinking that they can't overcome something, but they can. Because if one person has, then anyone can.
Well, you gave me chills. So I am already connected and I cannot wait to see your show. I believe your show is going to create a miracle in someone's life. It's definitely going to bring about change. Tell us why JD3 TV?
Woo, JD3 TV. Well, first and foremost, of course, I got to give it up to Dr. James and Dr. Kara Scott Dentley. They are amazing, inspirational human beings, the most humble servants that you will ever meet. Their energy, they're both incredibly intelligent, inspiring, just somebody you want to be around all the time. I am honored that they have, welcomed me into their life, and I'm a part of the JD3 family. I believe that everybody on the JD3 team carries God first, and that's what really attached me to you guys. And everybody that's a part of the JD3 team loves people, loves humanity, and we're always just trying to support each other and move each other forward. So of course, I'm gonna rock with the best.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited, man. Welcome to the JD3 TV family. I cannot wait for us to connect in person. I'm super excited. I know those out there watching have to have felt the chills that I felt. This is going to definitely be a phenomenal show. So thank you so much. And I am certainly looking forward to you and your show airing on JD3 TV. Thank you.
Thank you. I welcome everybody to come and learn from some amazing people, because there's going to be tons of shows, and we're here just to educate, empower, and share knowledge and change the world one person at a time.
One person at a time, which is everything that JD3 stands for. You said it. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you so much for being.
Love y'all. Bye-bye, people.
Man, if you didn't feel those chills, you must not be paying attention. I felt them. That is going to be a phenomenal show powered by pain. I told you that I have some phenomenal panelists. So let me not stop there. Panelist number 3 is Teresa Pushkar. She is a one-of-a-kind transformational leader, inspirational communicator, and performer. She's an author. She is the CEO and founder of Entertainment Productions. She is a nonstop, very unique motivator. And her show, can't wait to see it, Morning Joy. Let's welcome Miss Teresa. Hello, Teresa. How are you?
Good. We're going to joy now.
Absolutely. Thank you for being a panelist today. I'm super excited about your show as well. I love that you are a performer, because I feel like I have been a performer all of my life. People don't know that, but I love performing as well. So let's talk about you. Tell us a little bit more about Teresa and tell us about Morning Joy.
Well, Yolanda, we're kindred spirits. I started, I started out as an actress, musical theater. Then I became a let that world go. And it's a long story that we don't have time for, but I ended up becoming a director of coaching programs and a producer at Nightingale Conan Publishing, which was the world's largest publisher of motivational audiobooks. And I was passionate since my 20s about the self-development and motivational, inspirational world. So I fell into, and we know there's no accidents, fell into that job.
Right.
Someday I'll go back to the acting, but my way, instead of cattle calls with 200 models on trying to get a beer commercial. And years later, I wrote a one-woman show. Beauty, Bollywood, and Beyond, and then Cause Joy. I toured it, so I'm back in that world, and I've got a lot of experience in multimedia, so I am the founder of Edutainment Productions, which integrates education and entertainment.
Okay. So tell us about Morning Joy. What should we expect?
Well, let me tell you something. What do most people feel? What do you feel, Yolanda, if you're a working woman 9 to 5, 5 days a week, and Monday morning hits?
I don't think anyone likes Monday mornings.
There is more suicide on Monday mornings than any other time in the week.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
So the JD3 Network and I decided to do a Monday morning 8 a.m. joy show. And so what it's about is integrating joy into people's lives. Let me tell you, Yolanda, something people don't realize, and I've just learned this more recently. People sit in front of a mirror and do affirmations. I love myself. I'm rich. I've got. It doesn't work. You have to get into a beautiful state, into a heightened state before you start to work. So the morning show is about getting people into that morning state, into that incredible state, 60 minutes to start their week and kick it off to a good, great start. And being an actress, I will be incorporating different characters and playing. Oh yeah. We got a little Queenie here. Let me just see. I ain't got glasses, so Queenie's an old thing, and I dang can't see anything. Everything's red down there. But yeah, she's not going to be able to keep me out of that show. And then we have I got some friends here. Here's a mask here. I'm not sure about using the mask in the show, but hey, what am I doing here, man? What's all this pink stuff? I ain't about pink, for goodness sake. Get rid of the pink. Anyway, so I'm about play. I'm about fun and play. And I also do a lot of work around personal development. So it's about living our life in the present moment. And you and I talked about this earlier, preparing. Yeah, we're going to prepare, but we're going to be present with each other.
Absolutely.
So, joy.
Absolutely. So why JD3 TV?
I met Dr. Dentley and Kara a couple years ago through a coach I was working with. And I went to an event, and the energy Dr. Dentley has, he's a man that lives by high moral values, authenticity, generosity of spirit. And for goodness sake, he's hilarious. Sometimes I just can't.
I know.
That's the kind of person I want in my life.
Yes.
So when I started the network, I thought this feels like a right fit. I love that Dr. Dentley, he holds us accountable. It's a tough love, but there's always a compassion here. And like you said this morning, he's lived it. He's lived it all. And so he comes from experience and models. And I also love, he tries, he doesn't have to, he's not in the box. There's no box, like he says. So I'm excited about being part of a family, and everybody that's worked with him, I have loved, and the fellow hosts of the TV shows, they're all rock stars. So I'm like, that's a good one, including you, Yolanda.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that is, you're definitely correct. And JD3 TV is going to model behind that. It is going to be inspirational. It is going to be entertaining. It is going to be fun. It is definitely going to be empowering. And you're right. What better way to wake up than to cut that TV on and get a little joy. I am super excited about that. I could imagine people will set their TV to go off as the alarm with morning joy, because you're right. How better to start our work week or our week with a little joy in our heart as we're up trying to get ourselves together. So I am excited about Morning Joy. I cannot wait to see it. I cannot wait for the launch of the network. And do you have any final words for those that are viewing right now?
Well, for the viewers, it's about service. And, we all get caught in our ego. I got a big one, first to admit. And so at the end of the day, two things. It's about how may I serve when we get lost in ourselves.
Right.
Another thing is to focus on that which we're most grateful for in our lives. You can't be depressed and feeling gratitude at the same time. So when you need to be uplifted, other than getting the morning joy juice with me in my show, I encourage the listeners to go to places of what am I most grateful for in my life? What brings me up? And you can feel it. That raises your energy. Or click into a film or a little comedy skit. I know they've got a comedy routine on the network as well. Something that raises your energy. So it's all about energy. And let's go back to having fun and finding the lightness in the child in all of us.
Oh, I love that. I think that if we live by that, somewhat, that we'll feel much better. You're definitely going to give us some feel good. So I definitely appreciate you, Teresa. Again, I cannot wait. I'm super excited about the idea of waking up to morning joy. So thank you so very much, and looking forward to seeing you soon.
Yes, I'm looking forward to playing with you more, Lolan. So thank you.
Yes. Maybe we could do a 2-woman show.
Absolutely. Let's be guests on these other shows, right?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Morning joy. I am so excited about that. I told you that we have some phenomenal guests. Can't wait to bring on our final guest and to hear about her show. Excited. We got the science of mindset, being empowered through our pain, morning joy. And now for our final panelist, I am excited about her as well. She is an award-winning global entrepreneur, an empowering international speaker. She is a financial transformational coach. She is an author. She is an independent licensed professional. She is the founder and president of the Matthews Entrepreneur Group. She has been seen live on TV. She's been heard on the radio. She's even graced the cover of magazines. Let's welcome, last but not least, the phenomenal Miss Robbie Matthews.
Are you ready for some good information? Well, I'm going to disappoint you. I'm not here to inform you. I'm here to transform you. You have to change the way you act towards your money. Learn new norms and habits for saving, spending, and investing. So how do you do that? You have to transform your financial DNA. Each letter in wealthy represents a principle. It's not that complicated. You just got to do it. Wealth mindset. E, entrepreneurship. A, asset management. L, leave a legacy. T, tithing and philanthropy. H, healthy living. And Y, you are in control. You have to change the way you feel about your money. You have to protect it because it is valuable.
Living wealthy. I'm so excited. That was empowering in itself. Welcome, Miss Robbie. How are you today?
I am fantastic, Yolanda. I'm so excited. It's like I'm about to jump out of my chair. being able to share financial education with the masses is a dream come true, actually.
Wow.
And so, what we do, I consider myself a financial transformation specialist because the goal is to change how you think, act, and feel about your money so that you will be able to live the life that you desire and live the life that you deserve. There's a lot of families out here that are struggling with their finances. And it's not because they are incompetent, they're not willing. It's because the lack of financial education. We weren't taught in school or, even by our parents because they didn't know either about how to manage your money from a household perspective. We were educated in school about how to run the finances of a business, which is totally different than the finances of of your home. Right. So you can't really make the right decisions for your finances if you don't have the right knowledge. And I had to learn that the hard way because I was 18, I was homeless, a single mother, I was broke, I didn't have education, and that was no joke, So I had to educate myself on how to legitimately, and I'm saying legitimately, earn and manage money to take care of my kids. I had 2 kids by the time I was 18. One was 4, one was 2. So I'm gonna let you guys do math because that's pretty simple, right? And I grew up in a family of gamblers. So I was always around money. I knew how to spend money very well, but I didn't know how to manage money to take care of a family when I was on my own. So I educated myself, right? And I know if I can do it, I know you can do it also, right? I know you can do it. And that's what I want to do. I want to make sure that I'm sharing financial principles, financial strategies, financial tools with the masses. Yes, we do one-on-one coaching, group coaching, but with this opportunity on JD3 TV, we can now hit many more people, right? We can hit the masses and we can train the masses and educate the masses on how to manage their finances. So for over 10 years, I was in corporate America and I built accounting systems, corporate accounting systems. And through my own personal financial journey, because I had to take from there and learn through that experience and life coaching on how to change the way I was handling my money. So as I said in the piece you saw, you really have to transform your financial DNA. It's not just a matter of learning steps to get out of debt or, putting your money in, money market account. You have to change and we transform you into a cat. And when I say that, people say, what do you mean a cat? A cat? It's like, yeah, cat. We transform you into a person that is committed, C, to take action, A, because they're tired, T, of being broke. So once you transform, you live wealthy. And let's not get wealthy confused with the money, because that's what you see in the media and all the glitz and the glamour. So people are chasing that image. Wealth is about abundance. Right. You define the amount of abundance you want in your life. How much do you need in your life to live the life that you desire and deserve? You don't have to, be a billionaire, a millionaire, 100,000 whatever. Be what you want to be, but do it correctly. Learn how to manage it. You can't manage $1,000 a month. You cannot manage $1 million. So we can help you with tools and strategies to help you do that. Find money. People say, "Well, I don't have money to save." If you have money to spend, those who are listening to me, write this down. If you have money to spend, you have money to save. You are just not spending it on saving. Okay, so we break things down for you, make it simple for you, because it's not that complicated. Society has made it complicated, but it's not that complicated. And Michael and I, my husband, my business partner, my best friend on the planet, when we married, we worked together as a couple to set our financial goals, because a house divided will fall. So you have to work together as a couple, and even bring your children into it. Our cultures have isolated our children from money problems. We don't want them to worry, but then when they grow up, they don't know how to cope. They don't know how to get themselves out of financial debt, or we give them everything and they don't understand how to earn it. It just doesn't fall from the tree. Money doesn't grow on trees. It starts out growing on a plant, and that's part of the educational process, but it doesn't grow on trees. So we have to bring our children into it. We have to let them know, no, we can't afford the Xbox. You have to be committed. You have to be able to say no and be courageous. And that's part of the C in the cat, not just commitment, but courageous to say, no, you can't do that. I can't go on a girls' trip right now. I can't get you that Xbox right now. Okay. But if that's something you want, then you plan for it. Right? You put the tools and strategies in place to get anything in the world that you want. Money is created, money is earned. You just have to learn how to manage that. And so that's why I'm so excited about having a platform on JD3 TV to reach the masses. With COVID, one of the things, when 2020 started, I was so excited because, we're getting ready to roll out our new online program, Living a Wealthy, the journey, 7 principles to guide your journey to abundance. But when COVID hit and everything kind of shut down, and we started seeing the struggles that people were having financially, the vision became much more clear for me that we have to reach many, 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 many more people. Right. And when Dr. Dentley brought this opportunity to us, it's like, where do I sign? And J3, because Dr. Dentley, my husband and I, we love him and his wife. They are the epitome of servants, generosity, and we knew that his network was going to be servant oriented, to serve the people, to bring programming that you can sit down with your children and your family and watch these programs and get not just educated, empowered, and entertained.
Absolutely.
We knew we had to be a part of that. We have mad respect for Dr. Dentley and his wife, Kara. They are the epitome of the kind of people, when they said, surround yourself with the people that you want to be, then that's what we did. We want to be in the spirit of what they represent. And that's why we chose JD3 TV as the network that we wanted to do this show. And it's funny because I never pictured myself, 18-year-old homeless mother of being a TV star. So the journey, it's like the journey. You watch the people on TV, and like, oh wow, they're great there, and it's like they're just everyday people.
Yeah,
extraordinary things, and you can do extraordinary things. You just have to take the time to learn. And the second, as I said, the second reason, besides it being Dr. Dentley's network, the second reason is, like I said, we can reach many more people, not just in our community, but our global community, because it doesn't matter what country you're from, it doesn't matter what language you speak, it doesn't matter what currency you use. Lack of financial education is a global problem. And as you can see, we're all connected. Whether we choose to accept that or not, we are all connected. And you can't live off of government assistance alone. I hear people all the time say, well, I'm going to just wait and I'm going to retire and get my Social Security. Well, the average Social Security in the United States is $1,500 a month. So if you can live off of that, I'm happy for you. If you can't, then we got some strategies to help you to supplement that, right? So that's what we are looking for. Our audience, that are people that are looking to, that are tired of struggling, right? You're tired of struggling with your finances. You're thinking about retirement, or you want to actually build extra streams of income. Maybe you are, doing okay, and your definition of okay, but you want to make more. You want to build multiple streams of income. We're going to share those opportunities. You want to learn how to save and to invest so you can build more wealth for the next generation. You want to leave something behind. Our parents, some of us, they couldn't leave anything because they didn't know either. So we can't hold that against them, but we can do better because we have the opportunity. And if you want take control of your financial destiny and leave a legacy, a true legacy for your family, which you'll hear throughout the weekend about leaving a legacy, then tune in to Living Wealthy with Robbie on JD3 TV. And we're going to go through and help you understand how to manage those finances. And what I love most is watching my clients go through the transformation and finding that extra money that they could put away and paying off that particular debt and being in a position to take care of the family and not have to struggle and knowing what their financial destination is going to look like. They can provide a college, or they can set goals, or they can increase their savings, or whatever it is you want to do. I'm so very passionate about. But I do have to be transparent. One of the things, so my husband and I, we love to travel. We've gone to South Africa and London and all over the world, but everywhere we go, we share financial principles, financial literacy with whoever we encounter, right? But I do have 2 addictions that I'm working on, and on the show, I'm going to give you the progress on my 2 addictions. The first addiction is salt and vinegar potato chips.
Oh, me too.
I am weaning myself off of those.
My favorite. That's my favorite.
I know. And it's so hard. Every time I go in the grocery store, I have to avoid that aisle. I love them. So, but, I believe in a part of the wealthy is healthy living, right? Mm-hmm. So I have to practice what I preach. And the salt content in those are not really good for me. And then my second addiction, and it's been an ongoing addiction, I've gotten better, sometimes I fall off the wagon, is shoe shopping.
Oh, most women.
So we have to control the shoe shopping, ladies, and the purse shopping, because that's money that can be saved, right? And so here's the kicker though. If you save it and you started to use it to earn interest, then you can take the interest and buy the shoes and buy the purse.
That's part of what we definitely need to learn. I can't wait to follow you and see how you let go of those salt and vinegar chips. But I'm excited about Living Wealthy with Robbie. I can't imagine it. I know Big Mike is probably going to make some special appearances here and there. So to see you guys, I think that's what's great about JD3 TV is that the people that's going to be on there are rock stars, but at the same time, we are everyday people. It's like everyday people that have transformed their lives, and that is going to be so empowering for folks. And I think the viewers are going to connect. You are going to be engaging with them. So this is really, really exciting because we know that learning how. I heard you say at the very beginning, we all say we want $1 million, or we want to make $1 million, or we want to be a billionaire. But you said it. If I can't manage $1,000, how am I going to manage $1 million? So I myself know a lot of entrepreneurs out there that are working and grinding to get to that million plus, but it is going to be very important that we know how to manage it once we have it. So your show is great timing. No better time than now. I think 2020 did a lot of people begin to think about, managing their money and had to be resourceful and look for other sources of income. So perfect timing. I think there are a lot of folks out there that is going to be hungry for this type of information, as well as the entertainment with you and the chips and the shoes. And Mike joining you and making those special appearances. I cannot wait myself. I also heard you, if I'm not mistaken, when you mentioned wealth. And it stands for something. Is that correct? Can you share that with us again?
Yes. So wealthy, the 7 letters in the word wealthy, each represent one of our 7 principles. The W is wealth mindset. E is for entrepreneurship. A is asset management. L, wait a minute. Okay, I didn't graduate from high school. Let me see. Just kidding. L is leave a legacy. T is tithing and philanthropy. H is healthy living. And Y is you are in control. Those are principles that you embody, and they become how you live your life. So that as you make financial decisions, you know the right choices to make and how to make those decisions for you, for yourself, and for your family. Because the goal is to keep more of the money that you make so that that money can start making money for you.
Right. Absolutely.
So that's the goal. Trust me, I love spending. I'm very good at it. Michael will attest to that. But you have to spend on things that bring value to your life, things that are going to bring more money and more net worth to your life. And that way you enjoy, and that's what part of our concept of spending guilt-free. And we'll talk about that on the show. How do you spend guilt-free, right? And not have to hide those packages that we sneak in the house and, under the head, put the shoes under the bed and, things of that nature that we tend to do, or we buy something and then we feel guilty when the bill comes out. So we'll talk about and address some of those concepts and how do we not get ourselves in those situations, because it really all starts with the mindset and what it is you want and the reasons why you spend the money the way you spend it, and how do you transform. And it's beyond adapting new habits, because once you transform, then you start new habits. But you have to do the transformation process first, and then you adapt new habits. I don't care about your old habits. I want you to get some new ones, because new ones, the old ones kind of go to the wayside, right? So that's the approach that we want to take, is that you can live wealthy, live with abundance in your life, and be able to help others in the meantime, because the T is tithing and philanthropy. You can tithe, many of tithe, you go to church and tithe, but philanthropy helps masses of people. And the more resources, financial resources you have, because you only have a certain amount of time, you can have unlimited resources. And with unlimited resources, you can help unlimited people. And that's the goal. And that's part of the whole JD3 TV network. Is our goal, our mission and destiny is to help as many people as we can, to educate, empower, and entertain as the masses on a global scale.
Well, you heard it from Miss Robbie. Living Wealthy with her. She has some great information that she's going to be sharing. We see that she has the energy. She's going to make it entertaining. I myself cannot wait to watch, to learn, and transform some of them old habits and get some of the new habits. I love it. I definitely love it. I definitely appreciate all that you shared. You have given us some of you. You've given us some of your life. You've given us some valuable information already. So I can't imagine that viewers out there like, hurry up. Like even I took my pen and I took a note or two while you were talking. So thank you so much, Miss Robbie. I cannot wait. Man, the JD3 family, I know you can't imagine yourself. You watch Superstars. We are all rock stars. You're definitely a rock star. And thank you. I'm super excited. Thank you so much.
You are a phenomenal host. Thank you. And for guiding us through this process. I'm so excited to work with my other fellow show hosts, and this is going to be amazing.
It is going to be absolutely amazing. And please tell Big Mike that I said hello.
I sure will. He is going to be a show regular. He's going to share his insights and wisdom and the things that he's doing, because we do have separate businesses. We were working together, but now he's doing his own thing, and he's going to help others as well with getting their stories out. And that's one of the things that he's gifted at, is helping people getting their stories out. So he will be a guest, and if he gets too popular, I might have to kick him off the show.
He might have to Right, he might have to get his own show. I don't know. The conversation with Big Mike might be just around the corner. Yeah, I could definitely see that 'cause he has a lot to share as well. You two together are phenomenal. You're phenomenal individually, but I heard you talk about being as one, and what better way to be? That is so awesome. Again, I cannot wait for your show. I'm sure the viewers can't wait. So thank you. You shared so much. I'm super excited about your show and all the shows. I told you guys that we had some rock stars. Thank you, Miss Robbie. Thank you so much. You guys heard it straight from her, Living Wealthy with Miss Robbie. She already gave us a whole cup full. So imagine once she hits the network, what you're going to get from it. I told you we had 4 rock star phenomenal panelists. They shared a piece of themselves, they shared their stories. And as you can see, that's what the JD3 TV network is going to be about: entertaining, empowering, engaging. One story, one reel at a time. Real people, real stories, one reel at a time. So I thank all of them for being panelists, the first panelist of Limitless 2021. Not so bad, right? Not so bad. So I thank you for watching me, Yolanda Givens. I have been honored. It has been great to be the moderator of this first panel. Stay tuned. It is not over. Dr. Dentley is going to come back. He has some incredible information. This man is phenomenal, and he has so much to share, and he's always willing to share it. So I appreciate him. He will inspire you for sure. So I want to give a shout out to the entire JD3 TV family team and Inspire to Speak. If you have not heard about Inspire to Speak, you need to look it up, find out about it, enroll in one of the courses. Dr. Dentley is the founder and CEO of Inspire to Speak. I'm in his current course and I'm learning so much. Again, thank you for watching the panelists. Don't go anywhere. We have so much more to share with all of you. Thank you so much.
Use the word imagine. When you say imagine, the brain will trail to whatever comes next. The very first thing you want to do is visualize your audience, and you want to practice your F30 or your F45. The speaker is never the star. The speaker is the director, and the audience is the star. Your responsibility as the director is to help the audience shine. Your voice is the soundtrack of your movie from this stage. You want to seek the opportunity to get on the stage ahead of time and visualize your audience. Stagecraft is extremely important, but it can be a lot of fun because when you get to be fully self-expressed, when you can be natural, and you can be one with your audience and have a ton of fun, you can do anything in that audience. I always say that you live life forward, you understand life backwards. So when I look at the breadcrumbs of my life, I realize that every bit of adversity really does bear a seed that when well nourished will bear fruit of equal and better advantage.
How do you want to be remembered?
As someone who cared, someone who made social impact, and someone who made people laugh.
And when you think back of your story, where you came from, what you've been through, what about that story do you feel led to share right now as we embark upon JD3, a rejuvenated, inspired to speak? You're at a pinnacle at TLC, and it's the best time ever to get involved.
Yeah, I always say that you live life forward, you understand life backwards. So when I look at the breadcrumbs of my life, I realize that every bit of adversity really does bear a seed that when well nourished will bear fruit of equal and better advantage. That you can overcome whatever is. And it's necessary to go through those challenging times to prepare you, but also to give you the testimonial to encourage someone else.
And when I think about your story, I think of your humble beginnings, being raised by your single mom who did everything possible to put bread on the table. I think of one thing that's a common theme in your life, the spirit to improve and better yourself and better everyone around you. Is there a message in that for the people that are a part of your family?
Well, yeah, you run your race. You run your race. You're already good enough, you know. It started for me actually at Church's Fried Chicken. I was the youngest general manager in the entire country. I thought I was rich, but it's easy to be rich when you live with your mama. But I memorized everything, every manual, repair and maintenance, operation and procedures, every manual I memorized. They called me the walking manual. I wanted to be the best at every function. And that led me to become the youngest general manager that they ever had.
When you look back on your past, you say, I learned the most from this, and maybe I learned the least from that.
I learned the most about how life is so precious. When I was 5 years old, my best friend was playing with his dad's gun. We were in the alley, he pulled it out and pointed it right at my head. I said, stop playing, stop playing. He put it down, it went off. When I was in the restaurant business, we were robbed about 20 times, sometimes by the same people over and over again. Sometimes we stayed up late, we didn't want to upset them. They'll be here, like clockwork. But I've been in situations where I did not necessarily live through them. I went through a situation when I was very ill, had a blood infection in my early 20s. I was a martial artist, great shape. I was in pain every single day for a year. 5 doctors, hospitals, nobody could find out. No one could make the pain stop. For years, that pain was every single day. I wanted to die, I wanted to kill myself. And I realized that the other side of that pain is your victory. Just like when you go to the gym, no pain, no gain. On the other side of the pain will bring that muscle, and it gives you a story to tell. So I'm thankful.
The first thing that you have to do is make that choice to jump. And guess what? Jumping is free. Abundance is free. Once you understand that opportunities are all around you and that you just have to be in the right mindset to accept them, then you're there.
Many times you want to know, how do you figure out what I'm good at? What are your skills? But here's some of the things to think about. Is number one, have you made money in the past? What are you really good at? What gets you excited? And you've got to get really clear about those core things that you want to strengthen your strengths and hire your weaknesses.
When you are launching a business, any business, it's going to take, work ethic. It's going to take, roll up your sleeves and do the work, because there's no shortcut. Work ethic comes with sacrifice. You'll sacrifice some things now, but it's not forever.
Hey, we are back. Am I back? Yes, we are back. We're back live. I am just smiling from ear to ear. First of all, we play that animated video because as it's playing, I'm practicing. So I'm trying to get my moonwalk back. I'm kind of stammering. It's like I got gum on my shoe. Maybe it's the floor itself. But that's pretty cool. We're going to be doing a lot of great things in animation. And I'll tell you, before we move forward, I want to just talk about some of the things that Robbie was saying, Robbie Matthews, about living a wealthy life. Because it's not always just money. It's just finding the wealth and how you find it for yourself that gives you joy. That makes you feel like, and I think you nailed it, when you wouldn't trade your life for anybody else's. When you know that you did it, man, that you're running your race and you're on full every single day. And if you're not, that's okay. We always have tomorrow. Just run your race. She talked about money. If you can't manage a little money, how are you going to manage a lot of money? And even the Bible says, show yourself worthy of a few things, and then you will be made ruler of many things. Because the way you do little things is the way you do everything. Before I go into time management, now this time management, life inventory, that's all part of breakthrough. So when we talk about the breakthrough course, that first segment, we go into it really, we deep sea dive. Today, we're just kind of skiing on the surface. And now we're going to go into time management, life inventory, meaningful goal setting, how to control the events in your life, how to get this stuff in alignment. And that's all part of the same course. So I do invite you to take that journey with me. Simply go to getthetraining.shop and you can sign up for that today and be a part of that incredible course. And I will promise you that it's simply put together to change and impact your life to a whole nother level. Years ago, that same course was like $3,000 or something to take it. And we kind of left it there because now we're really focused on our nonprofit and serving veterans, children, and seniors. And we've got a lot of work to do. And we're not doing it with grant money. We're coming out of pocket, but we're creating different ways that we can serve other people as well. I want to talk to you briefly before I go into time management. I want to talk to you about JD3 TV. You know, for 10 years, people were coming to me and they wanted me to start a show and do an entire network. And I just wasn't ready at the time. I was still suffering with sarcoidosis of the lungs, still on prednisone, still having the challenges just breathing every day seemed to be a chore. And with prednisone, I gained a lot of weight, and TV makes you look 10 pounds heavier. So I didn't want to go there. Not at all. Wasn't ready to face that. But it just wasn't my thing. You know, I love to empower, impact. I love to celebrate and watch other people win. And if I'm a part of that, man, that's so special. But it just wasn't the right time for me. And then about 2.5 years ago, we were going to launch this network. We were ready to go. And then I was hit with, I had to have surgery in my right knee. I had a torn meniscus in my right knee. I went through surgery and I'm limping around trying to rehab it. And then I threw out my back and had sciatica in my back. If you ever had sciatica, oh my goodness, that's a lot of pain. It hurt every single day. When you sat, hurt when you stood, even hurt when you laid down. It just hurt. And then when I got to sciatica, they realized, well, they said, this should be getting better by now. Then they realized it was the hip. So I'm limping around on the right knee, wore out the left hip. And then I had to have hip replacement last February 19th of last year. And then went through rehab, and through all that, COVID hit. I remember being on the Marketers Cruise, an incredible Marketers Cruise, 15th year. Next year would be the 15th year with Captain Lou and Mike, Tom Beal, and Michael Bilsane. And it's an incredible, incredible experience. I invite you guys to get more information. Next year, I think we'll be cruising again. I got my shot. Hopefully, you're going to get yours. And if you don't, just let's pray to God you stay safe all the time. But you know, being on that cruise, you're on the water with some most incredible people. But I remember I was speaking for the last 2 years. I went on a cruise, and I won Speaker of the Year both years. Excuse me, Speaker of the Boat both years. Before that, I won Speaker of the Year with the Winter Circle Cruise with my dear friend Roger Salam. But I'll tell you that, you know, in that cruise, I had to get a scooter because I couldn't walk up and down the ship. Everybody left to go on shore. I had to stay on the boat. And I really enjoyed myself. I got a chance to read and catch up, spend some time with myself. I let Kara go with her friends. I insisted to go out there, and I got a chance to read and have some really quiet time. But I was in pain every single day. I remember I would get up, and my leg wouldn't work. It wouldn't operate. I was actually frozen one day for over 20 minutes. And Lavelle and Robert had to lift me up under my shoulders and drag me to a couch. That's how bad it was. But after I had the surgery, I mean, as good as new. Went through rehab, COVID hit. I was already inside, got a chance to refocus and start putting this network back together. And then my dear friend, Ryan Long, who was the founder of the City Gala and City Summit, who honored me as the first Legacy Award winner of the City Gala. And when I first went there, they had people like Halle Berry and John Travolta, Quincy Jones, Russell Simmons. And the year they gave me the Legacy Award, I was alongside Matthew McConaughey and Ashton Kutcher and Jack Canfield. But I was honored with the most prestigious award there. And from that, becoming a board member and handing that award the next year to Les Brown. And then last year to Richard Dreyfuss, the incredible actor. And then my dear friend passed away. He had a terrible accident. And he died in his 40s. But he was very encouraging that I should step forth, and step into the light. You know, sometimes we want to stay back in our comfort zone, into the shadows. I was super busy with my other businesses and doing what I was doing with Total Life Changes, this incredible company that is just changing the lives of so many people around the world. But, you know, I was about ready to step out. And then a good friend of mine, Bernie Dorman, I called him my mentor dad. Now, Bernie was the founder of CEO Space. And CEO Space was the #1 business growth organization on the planet, according to Forbes magazine and according to me. And people like Bob Proctor, Sharon Lecter, all the top people, Bill Walsh, all your top people there. Some of these folks will be on our show tomorrow and then the next day. Laura Langmeyer, she's a part of All Things Great. And I'll tell you, as I was there, Bernie encouraged me to go out and do this. He said, James, you got to step out. You're going to have to be the star man. He's been telling me that for a decade, but I just wanted to find another way because I was doing great. And I didn't really want to jump out there. It wasn't for the attention. But in finding with Ryan and putting that seed in me to do good work with a nonprofit, it was inside of me to want to get out there and make a bigger difference. And I couldn't do it trying to play smaller or hide in the shadows or stay back and just say, hey, I'm good enough. I'm blessed enough. I'm fine. But just how do you press it and go to another level? And I had this dream that we built $1 billion company. And it was never, for me, about being a billionaire. It was really about creating it because I definitely know how. And that to become fully self-expressed, to be able to look at my children and your children as well and say, you can achieve anything. But then I thought about how many people can we help? See, because after all, how many homes do you need? How many cars? I've had a bunch of those. How many cars can you drive? It's really about what you can do and how to stretch and how to create impact socially, politically, as well as in our community as well. There's so many people out there hurting, and not just from a lack of resources, but above all things, first you seek understanding. So many people miss that. So to be able to create that impact. So Bernie wanted me to step out, and then Bernie passed away last June. And it really touched so many of us. And because of that, I said, okay, it's time. Let's go. And in the middle of that, a good friend of mine, Frank Shankwich, we had his memorial, I believe, last Saturday. He was the founder of the Make-A-Wish Foundation, a dear friend, a dear man who was always a friend to me. I was so proud when he introduced me to his wife, Kitty, and said, this is my friend, James Dimp. He would take that cowboy hat off and put it on my head. It was if I was knighted. And to be honored by him and my good friend, John Shin and Bill Walsh, and it goes Eric Swanson, some of the great speakers we're going to have tomorrow. It goes on and on and on. Greg Reek with Secret Knox. It's so many people out here doing some phenomenal, great, impactful, and powerful things. And I'm just proud to be a part of a community of people who really care, who have dedicated their life to making a difference in the lives of other people. I'm very honored to be there, be a part of the board of advisors, to be with Jeff Hoffman, the co-founder of Priceline.com, and Kevin Harrington, a former Shark from Shark Tank, the people that believe in us, that encourage us, that are standing behind us as we are marching forth with JD3 TV. So I just want to let you know, guys, that we have a lot of great things that are taking place. We have a lot more panels you're going to hear from. We are building and creating hits. We have a production studio here in Chicago. We're launching a show that we actually own a piece of called Cannabis Comedy Show. You're going to hear from the producer of the Cannabis Comedy, Mr. Vonzel Scott, on Sunday, as he's going to be interviewed by the president of JD3 TV, Mr. Lee Simon. And he's going to talk about the cannabis revolution, because now we're creating a lot of content, our own movies, our own TV programming right there. Some in animation, some a combination. It's for kids. We got kids shows, things that impact, empower, educate, but a lot of fun. Cooking shows. We have shows in every genre that are coming up, guys. So even concerts as well. And then we became partners with a company called PR Pop-Ups that are doing these outdoor concerts, with the understanding that we can promote there, but also we can film those concerts, comedy concerts, Caribbean concerts, Caribbean concerts, gospel concerts, all type of collateral content that we're going to be able to film and bring live to JD3 TV. And with that, we're going to position a lot of people to become stars, to put the spotlight on each and every one of you with a glimmer in your eye and a hope and a dream in your heart that are ready to step forward through everything you've ever been through, to know the best is yet to come. So I want to go ahead and get started and go to work. Can I go to work, please? I've been rambling a lot. Let me go to work. I want to talk about time management. Now, we've heard people talk about time management all of our life. People say time management is important. You know it's important. You know, to manage your time is important. Most people show up just in the nick of time, or they're late, or they procrastinate, do things at the last minute. And sometimes we're working our tails off and it doesn't seem like it's just enough time in the day. We go through life and we look back and we say, wow, it seemed like I was just 20 just the other day. What happened? Like time just went right past us. Where did it go? Where did it go when you get to be 21? And then you get to 21 and then you reach 31. And then you make it to 41. And then you reach, then you stretch to 51. You know, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Where did the time go? Well, time has a definition. And I want to ask each and every one of you a question. Yeah, I want you to sit up, breathe deeply. I want to ask you a question. Is time important? Is time management important? Say yes. Yeah. Repeat after me. Is time important? Is the answer yes? Yeah. Okay. So what is the definition of time? Think about it. Time has to have a definition. It's in a dictionary. There's a definition of time. Time is important. And we've heard time is money. Time is life. Time is this. Time is that. What is the definition of time? All of us have the same amount of minutes every single day that we exist on this earth. We have a life, things we have to do, things we choose to do. And time is always fit. You're going to catch an airplane, time is a factor. You get there too late and you miss the plane. You get there too early, well, you can sit around and you wait for the plane. But time is important. Time is very important. So what is the definition? Okay. All right. Don't worry. I'm going to give it to you. The definition of time, please write this down, is a series of events consistently moving from the past through the present to the future. I'll say it again. Time is a series of events consistently moving from the past through the present to the future. There's always something that was said, is being said, and will be said. There was a breath that was being taken and is being taken, and God willing, will be taken. Time is a series of events that are consistently moving from the past through the present to the future. That's the definition of time. Now, that means time, if you want to break it down, is events. And within time, there are events. Within the scope of time, there are events that happen in the scope of time. Not sometimes, all the time. Okay? Time, series of events, consistently moving from the past through the present to the future. Now, second question. What is the definition of management? Now, some of you have been in management or you're in management today. So here we go. What is the definition of management? Above all things, first seek understanding. See, you can't control something when you have no understanding of what it really is. So what is the definition of management? If I am hired to manage your business, what is my function? Think about it. The function is to control. To control the culture or the environment or the establishment or the business structure or foundation or organization in which you have put me in charge of. So, management is to control. Time is about events. So put it together is about event control, controlling events. Time management is about event control, controlling events. What's an event? Everything is an event. And when you structure it like that, you're going to activate a part of your brain that's linked to achievement. You're in alignment now with the same forces that hold the stars in the sky. Have you ever noticed when you look up in the sky, you can identify the Big Dipper or the Little Dipper? Unless it's overcast or it's cloud, you can't see it, but it's always there. It's been there from the beginning of my life and before, and it's going to be there afterwards. And you look it up in the sky and think about when you get outside of our atmosphere, everything floats around. It moves around. There's no gravity there. You would be thrown out there. You're just floating around. Satellites, they're just floating. They're just in there. So what holds that Big Dipper and Little Dipper and all those other star structures, what holds them in place? How come the Big Dipper doesn't turn into a spoon? How come it doesn't stretch out and something floats away and now part of the dip is gone? It's always in play. These are forces of life and of living. And those same forces we operate in as a human being, and we operate in them every single day. It's part of our DNA. Those same forces keep you breathing when you're asleep. They keep the heart beating without your intention. They learn how to communicate. They know how to communicate. So when you're talking about event control, there's a communication between the events and how you're going to control them. And that communication is extremely important, okay? To control events, event control. What is an event? Everything is an event. So you schedule it and you make it important. I'm going to walk you through a life inventory. And the life inventory is designed to, first of all, to identify where the slip-ups are in your life. It's also designed to keep you from burning out or to implode, because that's why it's connected to breakthrough, overcoming self-defeating behavior. This is still part of the same course. Just took a little break in the middle. Now, think about it like this. A race car is going around the track, 180 miles an hour. They're going. And you see a pit. And the pit is where the pit crew is there to replace the tires and spark plugs, refuel it, make sure everything's okay. The race car does not go to the pit when it has a flat tire. Well, it can and will if it does, but they go to the pit before they get one. They go to the pit to get the plugs changed before it's needed, because they know with that amount of heat and that type of pressure and stress they're putting on, that engine that is going to burn out. So it pulls into the pit proactively. And then they drop the tires, check the hoods, put the oil, everything's done, and then you get back into that race so you can operate at high levels of excellence. And that's what it's all about. So when you look at event control and inventory, it's about finding the places where you can get to excellence by identifying the places where you are not. So time management, we got that. Are we settled there? Can we move from that just a little bit? Because I'll play with that, go back and forth, back and forth. Now let's talk about life inventory. Now, a store that doesn't take inventory always goes broke. See, if you don't know where you are, then it's kind of hard to get to where you want to go. Even with a GPS, before you can put in the address, but the first thing it has to do was identify and lock in where you're starting from. Where are you? A lot of people don't really come clean and get accurate information about where they really are. I meet a lot of people say, I just want to empower people. And sometimes I ask the question, I say, that's great, but how are you going to empower them? Well, I want to teach them to live their best life. And I say, well, where's your power? Tell me about it. Because it's hard to give something to someone that you don't own yourself. And that goes back to the self-defeating behaviors we talked about before. Because remember, we talked about you help and assist everybody else. So you have to worry about yourself. So you want to help everybody else. You want to go out there and do it for everybody. That means that so you don't have to ever get to your task or working on self. So we deflect it. That's a human defense mechanism. So the inventory, how does this work? Well, I want you to, first of all, understand that when you take the course, you're actually going to get some printed downloads in a workbook. It's a virtual workbook. You print it off and put it all together. That's your book. And in the book, you're going to have a life inventory sheet. And that sheet has Sunday through Saturday. And it has 4 a.m. in the morning to midnight at night. Or midnight a.m., however you want to say it. 12:01 would be a.m., wouldn't it? Okay. Now, the first thing I ask you to do is go get 4 highlighters. 1 yellow, 1 blue, and one yellow, 1 blue, 1 green. They got a pink one out there too. But 4, you can use whatever colors available, but 4 highlighters. Okay. Now I want you to look at the 4 areas we talked about that you want to maintain balance to the best degree. Now, understand this. You're always going to get out of balance. The key is not to stay out of balance. Life will take you there. If you want to achieve something or a worthy goal, you got to get out of balance, man, because you got to pay the price to get it. But you get out of balance to get back in balance stronger. Okay. So don't worry about that. Everything gets out of balance, but it comes right back. It locks back in, just like your Big Dipper. It locks in. Okay. So now you balance financial, relationships, your physical life, and your spiritual life. Okay. So now on your inventory, you look at Sunday, and I ask you a question. When you wake up Sunday mornings, most Sunday mornings, when you wake up, what are you doing? What's the first thing you do? Well, I get up and I brush my teeth. Okay, write that in. What time do you wake up? I wake up at 6 a.m. or I wake up at 8 a.m. Write it down at 8 a.m., brush my teeth, clean up for the day. What's next? Well, I go take care of the kids and I cook for the kids, or cook for my husband, or cook for my wife, whatever that may be, or take care of my mom, whatever that is. Write it in. Now, then I say, well, you spend any time in your spiritual life? Yes, I pray all the time. When do you do that? Well, first thing in the morning. Okay, we'll go back and write that in. Okay, I'm gonna make this. Hopefully, I'll make this make sense in a moment. Then you want to look at what do you do next? Well, I go to church or worship, or I watch virtual church, whatever that may be for you. Or maybe you play golf on Sundays, whatever it is, write it in. And I'm going to ask you to write in everything you do on a normal Sunday. Write it in. And then go to Monday and write it in. Then go to Tuesdays and write it in. Then Wednesday, then Thursday, then Friday, and then Saturday. And then I'll go a little deeper. I'll say, okay, when are you spending time with your significant other? Well, we go out every Friday. Okay. All right. Let's pretend like it's one of the Fridays. Write it in. Okay. When are you spending time in your physical life? Write it in or not. When are you spending time working? If it's Monday through Friday, you're normally out the door at early in the morning, 7:30, 7 o'clock a.m., and you're back in the door about 6:30 for the average person. Write it in. Then I'll say, well, when are you eating lunch? Well, different times. Well, what's the time you mainly eat lunch? Write it in. I eat lunch between 12 and 2. Okay, write in 12 some days, 2 the other time. What about breakfast? I eat on the way. Okay, write it in. When are you paying bills? Maybe one day a week, write it in. When you're doing laundry, write it in. Just pick a day. It's just taking an inventory. Doesn't have to be perfect. You want to take the inventory. Now, once you get that inventory filled out, from the time you wake up to the time you lay your head back down, then I want you to take your highlighter, and for each area, with your physical life, you can use blue. And you highlight every part of that inventory that affects your physical life with blue. With your financial life, well, you can use green. So everything you're doing for your financial life, whether it's working, going to school could be that, because you're going to school perhaps to get a career. Okay. So color it in. You have your business. What hours you're spending in your business, color it in. Okay. And then you look at, well, I've got my relationships. Okay. Well, color that in with maybe the yellow or the pink. And then I got my spiritual life, color it in. And when you color it in, then you step back and you look at it, and now you can see where your breakdowns are going to occur. This is your inventory. This is how you operate on a normal week. It's not perfect. It's not a schedule. It's just taking inventory on how you schedule and run your life. Now, when you look at it and you say, wow, I don't spend any time in my relationships. Well, that's a relationship that's going to be in trouble. And now you can proactively do something about it. Say, wow, I don't spend any time in my physical life. Oh, yeah. If I color mine in, boy, if blue was physical life, how many times I went down to my own gym? Man, I might have a speck. I went down this morning, though. I'm off to a better start this week. Okay? But you colored in. And now you see your areas of opportunity. And now, just like the race car going around the track, you can see that you need to get into the pit. Now, once you see where you are, now you're going to create a new story. You're going to create a new inventory sheet. So now if you get up at 6 o'clock a.m. or 5 a.m., you're going to get up 15 minutes earlier. And you're going to focus 15 minutes, 20 minutes, focus on your spiritual life. Focus on it. If you say it's important to you, then make it important. Schedule it. If you make it important to you, it will be important for you. Schedule it. Okay, so I know I'm going to get up this time and lock in. That means when I do that, even if it's meditation, when I go about my day, I don't get derailed by road rage, somebody acting out on the job, getting bad news on the job. I can pretty much kind of hold it together a lot better because I've already locked myself in to who I'm going to be with intention during that day. See, most people get up, they just operating they're at the whim of the day. They're like that ship, that boat in the middle of the lake or the middle of the ocean, just being pushed around because you haven't locked in. Locked in what? Where you are, who you are, where you're starting from, every day with intention. You wake up and live life on purpose. It's a habit. You got to just build it. Now, you don't have to do it every week, but when you do it, it should hold you down for a couple of months and you'll get a little off, but you'll know. So now you anchor in, okay, your spiritual life. I know I'm spending some time there. So now I can see that color I've assigned for my spiritual life should be a little bit more. Then I say, okay, I want to work on my physical life. We'll touch on that on meaningful goals, but then I'll say, okay, what am I going to do here? Maybe at lunchtime I can walk down the stairs. Maybe I can get up and do about 15 crunches. I don't know, figure something out. But try to, with intention, write some things in there to heighten that blue in so you don't burn out and your body doesn't burn out and kick down. Now, everybody's not going to be built like a world-class athlete, but at least you don't run out of fuel in the middle of doing important work. That's the key. And then you can build from there. Okay, with relationships, you color it in. If you know you're not spending time, then you look at the life inventory. You look at that schedule from the time you wake up to the time you normally go to bed, and you schedule in time for the relationship because you make it important to you. Now it will be important for you because now you're nourishing the things that you want in your life. Okay, or versus neglecting. Remember, it doesn't take a lot of effort to grow a weed. No neglect, they just kind of pop up. Okay. And you do that for every aspect of your life. You see the balance that you have. Now, here's one thing I want you to do when you make your life inventory. And when you work with us, we're going to give you the graph, the schedules. Everything's going to be printed out for you. PowerPoints, you're going to have all that to follow. It won't just be talking. You'll be able to keep up. We're going to lay it out step by step by step. And that's what's so exciting about when you get a chance to work with me. This is the results you're going to have. Because I'm going to show you how to be happy every single day because you can choose that. Kind of simple, no matter what happens. Viktor Frankl said it best in his book, The Meaning of Life. He said, 2 men both trapped behind prison bars. One man saw the mud. The other man saw the stars. See, when you're behind those emotional bars, what do you see? Because that's going to drive the emotion. That's now going to drive the story as you create it, taking you in a way that does not serve you. Okay? So now you've got your life inventory, you laid it mapped out. Every 2 weeks, you reevaluate it. There's one thing I didn't mention. You always schedule some me time in there. If you have children, if you have a significant other, if your schedule is really tight, you got young children, you don't have any help, try to find 30 minutes of peace. And you get into a quiet room and you can play music or you can read, but no television and no music with words. Listen to something, chill out, check out, and just be one. Reboot. That's your pit stop. I always say, get on the other side of money and build a big giant closet. In your closet, you put your reclining chair in there, or you put your double recliner in there. So you want to stretch out and you recline. You put your music in your closet and you go in the closet, lock the door. And with instructions, mommy is not to be disturbed. Dad is not to be talked to. And for till this time, put a little clock on it, say ring, unless there's a fire. Okay? And that's one of the keys to life inventory, is to take inventory on what you do and keep an inventory of everything that you do. Everything you do. Okay? And with that, now you can schedule things out properly and prioritize things out properly because you're not going to burn out because you're way ahead of it. And that's the key. You want to get ahead, stay proactive in the things that you want to do in life, the things you want to create. Because I said it before, you can tell the future if you decide to write it. So write your own future. Plot your own course. Don't be pushed around with the whims of the day. You plot it. You live it. You control it. It is yours. Okay? So time management, series of events consistently moving from the past through the present to the future. So you're managing events. So now you have to have to-do lists. You have to be a way to gauge what needs to be done and then be able to measure how long it took to get done and how much did get accomplished. And we're going to tie that into goals in a moment. But you really want to start making out a to-do list every single night, and you want to check out what really got accomplished at night. And I'm going to attach that to meaningful goals. Your goal has to be measurable. It has to be smart. It has to be intelligent. You just don't make willy-nilly goals, and you don't go with pipe dreams. Sure, you say, well, I want to be a multi-millionaire. I want to be a billionaire. That's a really common one. Okay, well, first, okay, great. You can have that. There's no magic in small dreams. But first, you have to then take it backwards. So let's start with the goal 20 years from now and work it back. And then once you go work it back for 20 years now, then I want you to create a life legacy goal, 100-year goal. Now you say, well, James, I'm 64. I'm not going to live another 100 years. Well, just in case you do. But if you don't, your legacy will. You plan it. If you look at the wealthiest people in our nation, in the world, they have 100-year plans. They have plans that go past their life expectancy. And most people, most of us, we operate on instant. How are we going to get past today? How are we going to get through the next 3, 4, 5 years? That's all we look at. It's short-sighted, and it's hard to create when you're not visionary. Everything in life happens 2 times: the thought, then the thing, the mental, the physical, the inner, the outer. A story of a little kid named Johnny. He's in 3rd grade, and he's in art class. He's drawing a picture. Teacher comes up and looks over Johnny's shoulder. She smiles. She said, Johnny, what are you drawing? Johnny looks at the teacher and says, Teacher, I'm drawing a picture of God. Teacher smiles and looks back, says, Johnny, no one knows what God looks like. Johnny looks back and says, they will in a minute. Yeah. Are you bold enough to take inventory of your life and do highlight with markers and find out where you're in balance, where you're not? With that, do you realize that you can see trouble coming or you can see opportunities brewing? Everything is in front of you then. And now you can design a new life. Remember, Dave Blanchard, today I begin a new life. You chart your own course. And I said, okay, I'm going to do better in this part of my life. And then that part of my life, I'm going to be better. I'm going to stretch it a little bit. I know my financial life has a lot of ground there because I'm working every day, many hours. But even when you're working, I asked the question, what time are you taking lunch? Because if you're not taking lunch and eating properly, you're going to burn out and it's going to affect your work and your mood swing as well. Because the food intake, what you eat, how you eat, when you eat, affects how you operate. It really does. Because life can stress you out. I tell a story about a gentleman who's in traffic, and he died because of traffic. Traffic took him out. He's stuck in traffic. His air conditioner goes out. It's a hot summer day, and he's stressed out. I mean, they're just creeping along. People are honking the horn at him. He's honking the horn back. He's upset because he's in traffic. When he finally gets home, he jumps out of the car, just can't wait to go in the car out and get a little cocktail. And then he trips over the kids' toys and left them in the driveway, and he just goes off, and the kids just scatter. Dad's home, he's upset, and he's mad at the kids, and he's just going off on these kids because traffic just got to him. So he goes in, his wife says, how you doing? And, he just walks away from it and goes to get a drink, and he sits down in his chair because he's too stressed out to talk to his wife. He doesn't want to know how her day went because he is so stressed out about traffic. So he has a drink, and then one drink turns into 6, and then he's just drinking like a fish, and he passes out, goes to sleep, and then he gets up the next day, and 3 days a week, this cycle keeps going. He's in traffic. When things went crazy, he went crazy right with it. And next thing you know, he goes to the doctor, and he gets diagnosed with cirrhosis of the liver. And he said, man, how'd you tear your liver up? Traffic. Traffic caused me to get upset. Getting upset caused me to push people away. Doing that caused me to drink. Drinking caused a liver. And then he dies at 55 years of age. And people say, well, how did he die? On his tombstone, you might as well write traffic. One thing happens, we happen. One thing happens, we happen. One thing happens, we happen. When you do life inventory, you're able to slow it down. When you have time management, you're controlling the events. That means you have your life set up with a worthy ideal, something you want to accomplish. There's something there that you want. And when you want that, it activates something in your brain that permeates all through your body, to your spirit, to your energy, to your nervous system. And then it begins to show up. You know why? Because what you want wants you, but it's waiting for you to just say, there you go. See, we look for things that we lose. We look for things that we expect to be there, but we don't open up to see the things that are right in front of us that we can't see. It's just like the person, I got my cell phone and I'm talking. You ever been talking to somebody who says, I can't find my phone. I just had my phone a minute ago. Some of us have done it, right? I can't find my keys and they're in my pocket the entire time. Because we live our lives on a low grade upset, man. Stuff waiting to happen. It's just busyville. It's noisy. So when you want to manage your time and control the events, when you want to get your life inventory, when you want to get back in balance, when you want to stay out of traffic, and when you want to not go crazy, when life goes kind of crazy, you got to slow it down and become, or tap into what I call a quiet intensity. And quiet intensity comes with focused on something that's outside of your grasp. It's just like a baby. A baby's crawling around. We talked about this earlier, and everybody's walking. It's unnatural for everybody to walk, and the baby gotta wait and just be down there. That's why the baby, I tell you, put the baby somewhere. They try to move. You got to trap. You have to confine the baby. You got to put the baby in baby prison. We put the baby in baby prison to keep the baby from exploring to learn how to navigate through life. So we put the baby in baby prison. Okay? It's the Shaw baby redemption. Baby's just locked in there, right? So now the baby decides, look, I had enough of this in baby talk. I want to walk too. So how long does it take a baby to walk? Give me a guess. Just say it. I know you're by yourself. Just say it. 6 months, 9 months, a year. Okay, a year goes by, the baby's not walking. You get rid of the baby? Oh, come on. Boop, boop. Get out of there, baby. You take out to your mom. Gotta go. Pow. No. You help the baby along. You put your finger out. You kind of hold the baby up, right? And the baby tries to stand up, but does the baby fall down? Yes. But does the baby stay down? No. Because the baby made a decision and a commitment. So the baby tries to get up again. Does the baby fall down again? Yes. Baby failed again, but does the baby stay down? No. The baby makes a decision and a commitment. So it goes on. And then suddenly the baby sees something on your dining room or your family room cocktail table, and they go to it and they grab and reach up and they put their hands up and they pull themselves up, their little baby legs, little baby arms, and they get on that table and they start moving around. When they start moving, you call everybody and get excited because the baby took his first steps, and everything that's new is exciting. Baby took his first steps. Everybody, oh, she walked today. She talked today. She said, mama. She said, daddy. It's exciting when everything is new. Look, you get a new car. You're excited about it. You're rubbing and shining your new car on your lunch break. You're going out and you're walking around your new car, making sure nobody ding your new car. Somebody tries to get in your car and they smoke. You say, oh, no, you can't ride in my car. We don't smoke in my car. Because if they don't smoke in the car, they may smell like smoke and not in my car. Somebody says, well, let's stop at the restaurant, McDonald's. No, we don't eat. We don't eat in my new car. And a year later, you got cigarette burns and French fries all in your seats, candy wrappers, so forth and so on. But it's exciting when things are new. The new baby was coming, and we sterilized the house. We sent out invitations. We had a baby shower, everything getting ready for this new baby, the baby's first steps, all this stuff. It's exciting. But by the time the second baby comes, the first baby's in the backyard eating dirt. We kind of lose it. This baby now crawls around that table and gets their hand on what you don't want them to have, that shiny object. And then the baby will see something on top of a counter. You got it outside their reach. And without watching any home building networks, this baby will construct something, just climb up to achieve and get what it is that they're focused on getting. Because the baby made a decision and the baby made a commitment. And here's the kicker. Once the baby learns to walk, the baby never crawls again. I would submit to you that personal and human achievement is the same way. Once you learn to walk and once you build that emotional, mental, and spiritual muscle, and if you're good at it, you get your physical in there too. I'm working on that. Don't worry about it. The rest of the stuff, pretty tight. Look, you start building that muscle up. You made a decision, a commitment, and everything you want is in your grasp because now you're in alignment with it. You're in alignment with higher achievement. It's about the quality of your thoughts, the quality of the questions that you will ask. Because just like the baby, once you learn to walk, you don't crawl anymore. And then, Lord help me, some people learn to fly. And then they walk as a leisurely part of exercise. See, everything you want is in your grasp. But it's first of all, having a life inventory about where are you? What are you doing? How are you living? Where you at? And then every 6 months, you do another life inventory and it shifts a little bit. It shifts. It's a progression. It's a living thing. It doesn't end. We're just doing it one time. One time is discovery. Aha. Then you put together the formula. How do you master a formula? Repetition is the mother of learning. It's the father of all skill. You do it over and over and over again until it becomes like breathing. That's the baby story. Now, let's look at a baby eagle. And I'm hoping the stories will kind of lock in some of the principles I'm trying to share with you. Okay? When a baby, eagles, human, okay, bears, tigers, oh my, okay. Baby eagles in the nest. The mother comes to feed the eagle. They come and put worms and stuff in their mouth and put it back in the baby's mouth. And the mother begins to build thorns and put glass and sharp objects in the back of the nest. So when the baby sits in the nest, the baby eagle, their butt hurts a little bit. Get a little bit uncomfortable because you don't want them to stay home forever. But even in discomfort, you'll find comfort. Even in pain, you'll find a way to survive. That's what the brain does. It's a survival mechanism to help you to survive, even if you lash out, even if it's negative. The thing is that everything we do has a consequence to it. So the baby's sitting there, and even though the butt hurts, they're in the nest, but they can find comfort because mom comes and put the wing around the babies and feed the baby. Okay, and we're kind of cool. And if you're in there with your siblings, okay, even better. So now, the mother flies away and never ever comes back. And here we sit in the nest, and you sit there next to me, and okay, mom's been gone a little while. Now, I'm sitting in the nest, and my butt hurts. And now it's nighttime, and I haven't eaten. So now I got a second problem. Now I'm hungry, and my butt hurts. And then it gets really, really cold because the nest is up there, the air is thin, and now I'm cold, I'm hungry, and my butt hurts. And when the pain of being the same is greater than the pain of change, then change will occur. So mom's not showing up. It's cold, hungry, butt hurts. I look over the edge of that nest and say, well, look, I saw mom fly away. I can fly. I think I can fly. Another bird eagle said, no, you can't. You can't fly. You're going to die if you jump out that nest. You better not try it. You're stupid. You're crazy. I'm going to tell mom if you try to get out this nest. She said to stay here. Don't you leave this nest. Don't leave me. I can't fly yet. All these things are in your head. So the eagle looks over and looks at over the edge of the nest and see how far up they are. They said, oh, crap. Long drop. Now you're scared. You're cold. You're hungry. Yeah. And your butt hurts. But then you have to have that inner conversation. You have to talk to yourself. You know, Carter G. Woodson said it best. Every now and again, I must talk to myself because sometimes I'm in need of intelligent conversation. But isn't talking to yourself the act of a crazy person? We don't want to buy into that. We all do it, but we don't want to admit we talk to ourselves. Do you talk to yourself? Do you? Will you say yes? Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you proud to talk to yourself? Are you confident when you talk to yourself that you're saying everything's okay? Okay, you're not embarrassed. Say I? Okay, you're not embarrassed. Okay, I believe you. But let me ask you a question. Have you ever been in your car and you were driving and you were talking to yourself? Why is it when someone in another car pulled up and looked at you, you act like you were singing? Sold out. Because talking to yourself is sometimes the act of a crazy person. You've been downtown in every major city and people are talking to themselves and you avoid these same people. But the ego has to have that inner conversation. The conversations that build you up, not the ones that tear you down. The ones that says, like the little engine that could, I think I can, I think I can. No, I can never do it. Because whether you think you can or think you can't, you're always right. Zig Ziglar, come forth. So now, you're in the nest and you begin to talk. I'm an eagle. I can do it. I'm my mom's son. I'm my mom's daughter. Yeah, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. And they start getting that rock. I remember my sisters used to play double dutch jump rope, and they used to rock to find a moment where they could jump in the rope. The moment to get to go when I'm gonna get the right rhythm. Okay, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. And the eagle jumps out the nest and says, ah! And that's the eagle sound, like, ah! And the eagle comes down, but underneath the wind, the wind hits it. It hits that wing and push it out. And the eagle stretches out that wing and flies across the sky like with majesty, like the kings and queens that were born to be. And you look back and you think about it and say, look, I've been sitting in this nest. Okay. I'm hearing myself all over again. Pardon me for this pattern interruption. So the eagle flaps out that wing and takes control of the sky like the kings and queens they're born to be. The eagle sees a rabbit down there, and they go grab that rabbit and eating rabbit out the talons. As I've been sitting in that nest all this time, I was cold, I was hungry, I was scared, and my butt hurt. Why didn't I jump out this nest a long time ago? Ladies and gentlemen, most of you are those eagles, and it's just time to fly. It's time to fly. I was telling you a story I didn't finish earlier about the cattle mentality, about a cow was in the fence, and the fence is about this big, and the cow is about this big, and the cow would hit the fence, but the cow won't do it. The cow just goes around and says, moo, moo, just go around, moo. And a baby cow is born, a little calf is born without any family meeting. The baby cow just says, follows the mama and follows the other cow saying, moo, moo, moo. Knowing that when the food runs out or water runs out, they're going to have those benefits. Remember that 401 hay? Okay. So now one cow decides to, I'm tired of this, and runs to that fence, jumps over it, and they're gone. And you would think the other cows will follow them because they're running off and they're getting more grass. They're going out to get more water. They're going to be free. The other cows look at them and say, where she thinks she going? Who he thinks he is? They'll be back. They'll be back. Moo. They call it a cattle mentality because we simply conform. We do what everybody else does. So we don't take the time to make a life inventory because we're already operating on our habits. We don't have to worry about time. We get in time. Look, we work hard enough to keep from getting fired, and they pay us enough to keep us from quitting. And that's the payoff, to remain the status quo, to remain average. But what is average? Other than the best of the worst, or the worst of the best, the top of the bottom, or the bottom of the top. No one ever said you were average. My favorite book says you were born of a royal priesthood, set apart, whole and lacking nothing, beautifully and wonderfully made. Matter of fact, said, I'll never leave you nor forsake you. Says that the power that I have, the things that I do, you shall do also. The things we say we believe, we don't believe. And that's again what Paul said, the things I want are not what I do the things in which I hate. So now we had to get a new identity. We got to step forward with a whole brand new agenda. We got to find out who we are and whose we are. And there's a exercise I want to give you, and I didn't make it up. A good friend of mine, Jeff Hoffman, he'll be at our April event. He's the co-founder of Priceline.com, Booking.com, Ubid.com. He's got Emmys and Grammys. Matter of fact, when you go to the airport and you see those kiosks for your boarding passes, he created all that because there was a problem and headache. He missed his flight because the line was too long. He had never done anything like that before, but created it, sold that business for $100 million. A dear friend, he's a philanthropist. He's all over the world doing things. And he's serving men and women alike of all stripes, helping people to live their best life, to say there's more. How do you build a great company? How do you grow it and scale it? And he talked about your gold medal talent. He asked us to do an exercise. I'm going to ask you to do the same. I'm going to ask you to reach out to 10 people that you know, 10 people you do business with, and some that you're very close to. I want you to ask them a question. And I want you to ask them to respond to you in this way. Here it is. Can you list 3 things why you do business with me and why you like doing business with me? Now, if it's a friend or family member, can you list 3 things about me that will explain why you like me and why you trust me, why you respect me? Just give me 3 things and make them 1 or 2 words. Don't make long sentences. 3 things. And now you send out that text to 10 people. Do it today. And they're going to get you back some answers. And then you're going to find a consensus. And what Jeff calls this identifying your gold medal talent. Find why do people like you? What do you do well? What habits and traits and what core values do you possess that draw people to you? And you build from that. See, business is really tricky today because it's a living, breathing thing. It's moving, it's navigating, it's moving faster and faster each and every day because of technology. So it's not so much what you're doing, it's who you are and what you're doing to navigate. How do you create value for the market? How do you solve a problem and fill a need? Oh, yeah, come on, Sarah and Lecter. How do you do that? And that will help you identify your place in the market. Then you study the best in class. Who else is doing something similar to that? Study the best in class. This morning, I was listening to 4 different people, 4 different thought leaders, talking about some of the subject matters that I'm interested in, the things I want to present. I've already got content, but I build on it. So you can't count the score in yesterday's ball game. Yesterday ended last night. Got to keep building, because life, and in your business, every life, it's like walking up an escalator that's coming down. Either you keep stepping forward, or by default, you're going to start going back the other way, because nothing ever stands still. So I want to transition now into your meaningful goals. And I'm going to keep it real simple. Now, when we in the program, when you sign up for the program, get the training.shop, we're going to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. There's a lot of content. That's why it's 5 weeks, and it's probably 7 weeks altogether with the bonuses, because it's based upon where everybody is in that course. But I want to just talk about meaningful goals, to find the triggers, the things that turn you on, to activate you, to get you not to do what you have to do, but to want to do it. And that's a difference. Because when you want to do it, you do it with passion. Your energy changes, your frequency changes. Okay? And we'll talk a lot about frequency. That's in my book. So let's just go into now your meaningful goals. So I want you to look at, get a piece of paper, and I want you to write down Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Just write it out across. Okay? And now I want you to put 3 boxes under Monday, 3 boxes under Tuesday, 3 under Wednesday, so forth and so on. So 3 boxes for each day. In the first box, I want you to pick 3 or 4 goals that you know you can achieve. The first part of goal achievement is to create wins for yourself, to build a habit, to build a muscle, to build a regiment, to build a ritual of accomplishing new things. Okay? Now, so let's just say if it's going to be 4 things, 1 thing should attach itself to each one of the balances that we talked about in your inventory. So what are you going to do in your physical life? What are you going to do in your relationships? What are you going to do in your financial life? Okay. What are you going to do in your spiritual life? Okay. So I may say, well, I'm going to read a chapter in my book that helps me with my spiritual life. I'm going to read a chapter in the book. I'm going to just do 10 push-ups. Okay. I'm going to reach out to a good friend, tell them how I feel about them, or build a relationship stronger with my significant other, maybe buy flowers or whatever that may be for you. Okay. So all 4 areas, you write down 3 or 4 things you're going to accomplish. Make them things that you can do. Don't make them hard, because now it's about learning how to click the switch on goal achievement by creating wins. Okay. So the first box at the top are your 3 to 4 things. At the end of the night, you want to write down in the second box how many things did you achieve. So if you had 4 goals and you achieved 3, you write 3 over 4. Okay. If you achieve 1, you write 1 over 4. If you achieve nothing, you write 0 over 4. Okay. And then the last box at the bottom, you want to write, out of these goals, which ones were the most meaningful to me? Which goal was the most meaningful? What gave you the most internal reward? What made you feel the best about self? Okay. So you're going to fill it out. Now you do it again Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, if you show up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you got zeros there, you know you're in trouble. And then you start activating. That means you're locked into that spirit of procrastination, which is part of the human defense mechanism as well. It's an avoidance. It's avoidance now. Okay? But that's okay. You recognize that. And when we're taking a class, we'll lock everything together. Everything will come together. Don't worry about it. I got you. Okay? So you're going to do this every single day. And then you want to build upon that. Build upon it and keep the goal small because you want to try to go 3 out of 4, 4 out of 4, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 4 until it's all 4 out of 4 so you can just do it. So keep the goal simple, something you know you can do. And once you go through a few weeks of that, then you amp it up a little bit. Okay, I'm going to do 20 push-ups or 20. So I'm going to do 20 push-ups, 20 sit-ups or three sets of push-ups, 3 sets of sit-ups or whatever it's going to be for you. Then I'm going to read 2 chapters. I'm going to read 1 chapter in the day, 1 in the evening. Or I'm going to read a chapter of my spiritual book and a chapter of inspiration or motivation or something that's inspiring. Then I'm going to read something about education because education can be linked to your financial life because your communication will be your new currency. And we're going to talk about that next. Yeah, it's going to be some fun. Okay. So you put all these things in the queue. Okay, you put them all in the queue. And now you start to build upon your meaningful goals. Now, I want to shift a little bit. Let's talk about being productive and taking action. Mel Roberts wrote a book, and Mel Roberts is an incredible woman. This woman actually, she tells in her story how she was a raging alcoholic. She destroyed her life and trying to find ways to live healthier. She had to find a way to take action, to get up and move. Today, Mel not only has a television show, but Mel has been sought after for most corporate organizations to come in and speak and teach people how to take action, to move, to see it, claim it, and do it, period. And she created a very, very simple formula that when you're laying there procrastinating on something you know that has to be done, you simply do a countdown that activates the part of your brain that gets you to move the action. And it's simple, very simple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And when you do that, think about that. In countdowns, 10, 9, 8, blast off. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. See, our brain has already locked that in. It has a memory of it. So when you're faced with something that you want to do and you're laying around or you feel like you're tired, you don't feel like getting out of bed, you simply say, okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off, go. And your body will naturally move. Okay? Naturally move. Now, we're going to show you different techniques of how to do that, how to move forward, how to take action, how to link that action to productivity, and how you measure it. Okay, we're going to do all that stuff in the course. So you definitely want to go sign up for the breakthrough course because you're going to get everything I talked about this morning and everything this afternoon goes with that. Okay, and invite your friends as well. We got some good treats and extra bonuses for you for doing that. All right, so now I want to shift a little bit and talk about just leadership. Let's go into a little leadership. Now, the first thing I want to say is that leadership is like beauty. It's kind of hard to define. You just know it when you see it. The first thing I will submit to you is that your title does not make you a leader. Only people do. See, you have to be a leader because people are following you. And if no one's following you, you're just out there taking a walk. You know, leadership. What are the traits of a leader? Well, first of all, a leader is usually a good coach. They inspire people to do better. So let's examine the word coach. Where did that word come from? See, the word coach came from, there's a small town over in Europe. They had Stagecoach, where they created the Stagecoach. You can Google it and find out what it was. They created the Stagecoach. And the purpose of the coach was for people of significance to get into the coach. And the coach would take them to their desired destination. So to take a person of significance to their desired destination. Now, what's a person of significance? It's not a person with financial means or status. A person of significance is a person who knows where they want to go. A person that doesn't have the significance has no clue when they're wandering. Now, they have significance in life, but when you have someplace to go, it is significant at this point. Matter of fact, if somebody makes you late, they'll hear about it. There'll be an emotion behind that. So the coach takes people of significance to their desired destination. Okay. So a great leader is a great coach. Leaders, pretty good listeners. A leader leads by example. A leader doesn't ask you to do something that they're not willing to do themselves. A leader knows how to bring people together for a common goal. A leader is invest in leadership development to help people become better. A leader holds a person accountable. A leader looks towards the future. A non-leader looks towards the past. It's always what's next. Leadership. There's a book called Relentless, written by why did I say that book? I can't. Oh God. Oh, okay. Relentless. What is Tim Grover? There you go. Thank you, team. Tim Grover wrote Relentless. I had everybody in the staff get that book, and I got books for many people. Tim Grover was Michael Jordan's coach, and also Dwayne Wade and Charles Barkley. He only coached the elite athletes. Michael Jordan once said, "I don't pay you to coach me. I pay you so you don't coach anyone else." Because what people fail to realize, even the top athletes have down days, down times. They have challenges because they're human. And nobody achieves their true greatness by themselves. So they went to Tim every time they were struggling, suffering, going through an injury, and they might have lost a little self-confidence, a lot of confidence about pushing off their leg, their knee, their ankle, whatever it may be, or maybe they just hit a slump. They went to Tim, and Tim would push them to get them back in the game, to get them to lock back in. He categorized people in three ways. He said you have your coolers. Your coolers are your NBA players. They're playing, they're professionals, but they're on the bench. He said you have your closers. Your closers would be the people that, they're your go-to people. You can rely upon them to get a steal or a rebound. I mean, those are the people you can pass that ball to them. They're going to hit that winning shot. And then you have your cleaners. Your cleaners, when they walk on the court, people fear them. They already beat them by the time when they stepped on the court, on that floor. They stepped on that football field. They already got you because you cannot stop them. They've already decided. They've already played the game in their mind. So write this down. You practice harder than you play. You practice harder than you play. You work with the best in class. Leaders are great coaches. And if you don't have a coach in your life, get a coach. We'll talk about in the class, how do you choose the right coach? Because there's ways to choose them. Now, I say interview everyone. Look at their results. We have a lot of coaches popping up that never coached anybody yet. They got to start with somebody, but why don't you start off coaching for free? So you don't have to experiment with somebody with their money as well. You're gonna go in a laboratory. Give me $500 and go in a laboratory with me, and let's see what happens. It's the only look. Both of you all can win, but only one person can lose. A coach. Leaders are great coaches. Leaders invest in personal development. Leaders will read, they will study, they will invest in books, they will invest in tapes. I'm a fan of listening to YouTube tapes. I'm a bigger fan of reading, because when you're reading, you're putting in place other part of your senses, your eyes. Remember, you don't see with your eyes, you see through your eyes. The eye simply sees principles of light and transmit that into thought, which it shows up pictures in your brain. That's how it works. So use your eyes, you're driving that brain too. When you touch it, the thinkers are putting in ink, you touch it. You're activating another sense when you're learning, when you're growing. Leaders invest in personal development. Leaders are problem solvers. Leaders love to solve problems. They don't like problems, but they love to solve them because they love the challenge of solving them. When everybody spazzes out, the leader comes forth and solves it and saves the day. So leaders are problem solvers. Leaders don't invest in politics. Leaders invest in production. You have production, you have politics. Politics is anything being done and said that doesn't lead to production. If it's not going to create production, then it's not part of the deal. That goes to how you create the culture in which you will operate. The culture will deliver you the consistency. The consistency will move you from growing to scaling, and then your business will run automatic. You'll get your life back, and you won't be able to stop it because you enacted some principles of leadership. Leaders solve problems. If you ever notice, like, you look at corporate America, and they have a president of a company, and that president can be there a year, quit or get fired, and get $20 million golden parachute. How do you work a job and get $20 million on that job? Because they take the responsibility of the entire operation. Leaders are responsible. They're responsible. They relish on taking the responsibility. They don't shy from it. Leaders are coachable. They are teachable. There's a story of a lion, a fox, and a donkey. They all went rabbit hunting, and they killed a ton of rabbits. They put them in a pile, and the lion looked at the donkey and said, "Okay, donkey, let's divide them up and let's all go home." The donkey said, "Okay, one for you, one for you, one for me. One for you, one for you, one for me." When he was done, he looked at the lion and said, "Okay," with his hoofs, "I'm done." The lion jumped on the donkey and killed him. He threw all the rabbits on top of the dead donkey. He looked at the fox. He looked at the fox and said, "Okay, it's only two of us. That means we're going to have more. Our share just got bigger. Divide them up and let's go." The fox said, "Okay, one for me, all the rest for you." The lion looked at the fox and said, "You got to be crazy. That doesn't make any sense. Where in the world did you learn how to divide?" The fox looked at the lion and said, "I learned from the donkey." Look, you can learn from your mistakes and you can learn from the mistakes of others. So leaders are coachable. They're teachable. The interesting thing about coachable and teachable, it requires a degree of surrender. And we don't like to do that. Oh, no. Oh, in that movie Running Scared. Oh, no. Billy Crystal. We don't want to be coachable. We don't want to be teachable. We want to be right. I have a lot of mentors, man. I've learned to listen. Sometimes it takes me a while to listen, but boy, everything I've ever been really successful at, I said no to 1, 2, or 3 times, and somebody else was persistent. So when I followed what they wanted me to do, and they were qualified to tell me that, that's when I hit my best home runs. My biggest wins and victories came that way. Getting out of your own way. Okay, leaders are consistent. They show up all the time. They're very consistent. They try to better their best all the time because they understand consistency is the only way you make things fly. You can't be wishy-washy. You got to be consistent. Not to be consistent is like popping some popcorn in a microwave, but you want to open it up every 5 seconds. You open the door because we're so impatient. We believe that patients are for doctors, right? I don't want patients. No, look. Remember years ago when I was a kid, now some of y'all won't remember this because I'm a little older, but we used to have popcorn. You put it in a pot, and today you still get it. You put it on the stove and you shake it. You shake it. And then when your hand got tired, what'd you do? You shift hands, you shake it this way. When it got really tired, you let it sit there for a minute and pull it off the oven. Okay, put it back on and you shake it. You put to pop your popcorn, right? Then we had Jiffy Pop. Oh man, Jiffy Pop, the magic treat. As much fun to make as it was to eat. Because that tinfoil would pop up. We like to say that big old pop. And we know when it popped up and mama cut it open, ooh, that popcorn would be smoking hot. And we put it in, we had to shake that thing. And we shook it around. Then we started shaking it around this way. And we had to shake it. Okay. And now we put our popcorn in the microwave and the kids look at the window and say, come on, hurry up, popcorn, let's go. We have no patience whatsoever. None. You got to be consistent because the consistent heat is what makes the popcorn pop. Without it, it's never popping. See, most people quit. Write this down. Most people quit right before it's time to win because it's really hard. Let me give you a story. All right. Somebody said there was gold behind this wall. So just imagine a wall. Imagine a big wall, thick wall. Imagine this a school wall. You know the school walls with the concrete, like those concrete blocks in them? Okay. Imagine that wall. Now, it's gold in the wall. Somebody said it's gold in the wall. They were very adamant. They got a map. They put the gold behind that wall. So it's about 15 people, and they're in there and say, okay, let's go get this gold. Now, some people don't even believe it at all. So they sit in the back, and they just say, okay, we're going to see what happens here. Because you can get through the wall, but you don't get any tools. Getting there the best way you can. And all you got to work with is your hands. So people are beating on that wall, hitting that wall. And people get tired, and the people in the back say, man, I'm not messing up my nails on this wall. Not going to happen. The people that go in the hallway start talking a lot of smack because they're close enough just in case there's some gold back there for real. But after a while, they fall faint and they say, well, I got to pick up the kids. I got to call a wife. I can call her, and she can get the kids, but I'll just do it. I don't want to hear it. And they leave and go. Then people sit in the back and they put their head down. There's people sit in the middle, some sit in the front. It's kind of wait, but there's some people just start wailing at that wall, beating that wall, beating that wall. And time goes on, you haven't got through the wall, and your knuckles are bloody, it hurts, your finger blood's coming through your fingernails, you're scratching and crawling through the wall, and now the people in the back kind of slink out the room because they got to go to work the next day. They don't believe any gold behind that wall. It's too much trouble. Look at their knuckles. I'm not about to beat my fist up about the gold in the wall. Money's not everything. After all, money can't buy your happiness. Well, it can't, but I say you should find out for yourself. But anyway, so one person is there scratching at that wall, they're beating the wall. And then everybody kind of fall asleep, and there's just one person, they're hitting that wall, they're hitting it, and boom, they get through that wall. They reach their hand in, they feel something. They pull their hand out, it's full of gold. They look around, everybody's asleep. So they get in the gold, they're stuffing it in their pockets. They got a little bag on the floor, they reach for the bag, some gold hits the floor, and people in the front and middle rows wake up. And they see you got a bag full of gold and pockets, gold falling out your pockets, and they run to the wall. They start tearing that wall up and they start getting some gold, but they can't get as much as you have because they were asleep. And then some people were walking out on their way to the car. They hear all the commotion. They run back in, and now you got 10 people with their pockets stuffed with gold, and you got 2 sacks of gold. They got a half a sack of gold. And that person came in trying to get in there. They got to fight through people because they can barely get to the gold now because all the space, not enough space for them to get in. So they get the gold that you drop on the floor. And then some people hear about it the next day. They left early, and they live their life making excuses. Because success begins where failure ends. See, when it gets really hard, that means you're really close, but you don't know it. And that's when you give up. You give up right before it's time to win. And most people do that because it gets tough. And you got to be able to plow through to get to that point of click, like the book Relentless. You got to become that closer that you know that you come to win when you showed up because you decided. Because like the eagle you made, or that baby, you made a decision and a commitment. Like the eagle, he said, I think I can. I'm just going to go for it. I'm scared, hungry, tired, but my butt hurt, but I'm going. I don't want to live like this anymore. And you jump out there. When you get to the point where you just had enough. Carter G. Woodson said it best. He said, when you can determine how a man or woman would think, you do not have to worry about what they will do. You don't have to send them to the back door. Their own belief, they will go back there on their own. And if there is no back door, by virtue of their conditioning and their paradigm, they will create one. So leaders, they understand how to develop other leaders. They learn what people think because they ask questions. They ask questions. Leaders have a higher level of thought process because they realize the thinker thinks and the prover proves. Now, I can tell you about the captain and the crew. We're going to wait for that. The captains are, you have the conscious and subconscious mind. So the captain is your conscious mind and the crew is the subconscious. The problem is the captain isn't shouting out any demands, so the crew is always on mutiny. So you're the captain, but you haven't decided because you're so indecisive. Make a decision. If you hit a wall, you make the wrong decision, turn around, bank a left. But make a decision. Nothing happens until you make a decision and move, take action. How do you figure we found out which mushrooms were poison? Somebody had to go out there first. Got to make a decision for the better of mankind, of your life. You got to make decisions, and they're uncomfortable, but success is always outside of your comfort zone, always. But it begins with making a simple decision. You got to make that decision. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break and we're going to play a few commercials. And I'm going to come right back to Training Continues. And this is all about breakthrough. This whole entire morning and outside of the panel was about breakthrough. The panelists were incredible. We have another panel coming up as well. But we're going to talk about breakthrough. And go to get the information. You go to getthetraining.shop and get signed up for it. It's going to be an incredible class because once you break through the things that stop you in your life that have been slowing you down and you realize that you can do it. Look, I used to live in a car, so don't give me excuses about I don't have the money. If you don't have the money, you can't afford not to do it. Find it, figure it out. And just say, well, I don't believe I can do it. Well, if you say you can't do it, you're right. You believe that? That's right. That's your truth. Why don't we examine another belief? How about we just say we can? Say I can. Say I can. Say I know I can. Yeah. Say I know I can. You see, when you say those words, you activate another part of your nervous system that's in full harmony with the truth that you can do all things. You can do all things. Jesus said, the things I have done, you can do also. You can do all things. You can do all things. So we're going to play some commercials. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back and we're going to talk about communication being a new currency. I have a program called Inspired to Speak One-on-One. We're on week 3 right now, and this is about the most impactful camp I've had in over 20 years. We're really talking about the power of telling your story. We're talking about understanding the psychology of speaking, how to use your voice like a soundtrack to a movie, how to create your brand signature so when you open up your mouth, people know what you do and know you own your space in the place that you have chosen. So we're going to take a break. I hope this has been helpful to you. You know a little bit about life inventory, but when you take the course, you're going to have all the documents to go with it about time management in a way you'll never forget it. And when I teach you these things, I want you to teach them because that's the only way to keep them. So we're going to empower you so you go out there and start your own business and start coaching other people because I want you to be the teacher that teaches the teachers how to teach teachers that teach. We'll be right back on the other side.
We are beautiful in our own broken way.
The stories I have encountered, the stories that I have lived are remarkable, are amazing.
You take all of that stuff and you use it as ammunition to make yourself better.
This is my life. This is my story. When I look back at it, I don't regret anything because I know he was setting it all up for the good.
My parents always told me I could be anything I wanted to be. Just be it with my whole heart, work hard, and God will open doors for me. Things wouldn't come easy, but if I live with purpose, passion, and persistence, God would provide. I am the woman of my dreams, and it wasn't an easy journey to get to her. I am more than who I label myself to be because God is still revealing my destiny. I am Chantal Ashante Hill, the spiritual ballerina.
Hi, I'm Tony Davis.
And I'm Nicole Davis.
And we are excited to announce our brand new series,
Family Futures Today, a show that deals with rebuilding relationships, strengthening leaders, and helping couples become better parents.
As marriage and family mentors, it is our desire to be instrumental in helping people establish relationships that are holistic and complete.
Both at home and in the marketplace.
Because we know that marriage done right
is hard work, but it's worth it.
So we gonna have some fun, okay?
Now!
Somebody bring Dave some air. He took it all out the room.
What? Prepare yourself.
That excited me.
Oh my gosh, amazing.
This is God speaking straight to me.
I'm glad you're doing it. We get to have fun.
This is going to be exciting.
Bringing a special needs community right to you.
This is about saving lives.
I could not be happier.
Carry on.
So exciting.
The kids are going to love it.
What do you say?
It's worth it.
That's what's up.
And I learned it's not about me. It's not about me. I'm part of this great citizenship of the world. And I honestly believe that even when you leave this human existence, that you become a part of everything.
You meet somebody on the train. The door opens. You have 30 seconds. They're going to get off. And they're going to say, hey, you're Dr. Dentley. I've seen your show. I follow your work. Thank you for everything you do. They're walking out. Yeah. You got 30 seconds. Say, hold up. Yeah. What are you going to say to them?
What's your name? What do you do? Well, thank you for watching the show, but I'm glad you stopped me. Here, take my card. Reach out. I want to hear a little bit more about what you thought. And I want to know about you as well.
I think that's a beautiful legacy for Dr. James Dentley. It's not about you. It's never been about you. It's about the other guy.
Yeah.
The other girl.
Yeah.
Their story.
My oldest sister would beg to differ. She said, James, she reminds me for years, it's not about you. And I learned it's not about me. It's not about me. I'm part of this great citizenship of the world. And I honestly believe that even when you leave this human existence, that you become a part of everything. Because I'm a person that believes in energy and frequency. So when that energy leaves the body, it becomes a part of everything. And to be part of everything is to be a part of God.
You know, a lot of people are afraid to say the G-O-D word. Mm-hmm. You're not. Yeah. And what I have admired about your work is you have managed to bring it into the conversation without ever having to say it.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I believe that a person's God is in their own understanding, and they get to be there. They may think they're their own God. That's fine. I just prefer to imagine that there's something that doesn't lean when I lean. Something guiding principle, because there's a reason for everything that is. And it's bigger than us. It's outside of us. So in that understanding, I see God in everything in the world. In the trees, in the sky, just life itself, the miracle of it all. Where did this start? How does it work? But I do know this one thing, that life always chooses life.
And my last question is this. Your work and the work of so many other people that have changed my life, the connection I made to you and the great mentors and people who have inspired me and given me hope throughout my career was when somehow the universe exposed them to me, whether it was a podcast, a broadcast, a YouTube video, a CD back in the day, a VHS, I'm going way back, a cassette. Mm-hmm. What I remember about each and every person that I can tell you now was my hero and is my hero today is somehow they met me right at my pain point in that moment. They made me feel like I was understood, and they made me feel like I had a solution. What's your message for that? Because people have pain, people go through things, and sometimes just one comment, one statement can not only open their minds to all that you might have to offer them, but all the great things that this life has to offer for them.
Yeah. And one of my favorite books is a story of a man named Job. And Job stated, the things I have feared have come upon me. He said, the things I have feared have come upon me. So I choose to always look towards the light. I don't deal with the challenges in life when things go wrong. You just don't go wrong with them. Every person I've ever met is like a piece of a puzzle. And sometimes you get those pieces and they get laid in your hand, they get laid in your pocket, they get laid in your mind and your spirit. And you may not know how these pieces fit, but if you get enough pieces, eventually they start to take shape and form. And the interesting thing about life is that it's not a picture on the box. You only know what the picture looks like when you get enough of the pieces and start putting them together. So I look at everything, the good, the bad, the indifference, are pieces, because everyone's a great example, or they're a terrible reminder, but they all count. And I learned it's not about me. It's not about me. I'm part of this great citizenship of the world. And I honestly believe that even when you leave this human existence, that you become a part of everything.
You meet somebody on the train. The door opens. You have 30 seconds. They're going to get off. And they're going to say, hey, you're Dr. Dentley. I've seen your show. I follow your work. Thank you for everything you do. They're walking out. Yeah. You got 30 seconds. Say, hold up.
Yeah.
What are you going to say to him?
What's your name? What do you do? Well, thank you for watching the show, but I'm glad you stopped me. Here, take my card. Reach out. I want to hear a little bit more about what you thought. I want to know about you as well.
I think that's a beautiful legacy for Dr. James Dentley. It's not about you. It's never been about you. It's about the other guy.
Yeah.
The other girl.
Yeah.
Their story.
My oldest sister would beg to differ. She said, James, she reminds me for years, it's not about you. And I learned it's not about me. It's not about me. I'm part of this great citizenship of the world. And I honestly believe that even when you leave this human existence, that you become a part of everything. Because I'm a person that believes in energy and frequency. So when that energy leaves the body, it becomes a part of everything. To be part of everything is to be a part of God.
You know, a lot of people are afraid to say the G-O-D word. Mm-hmm. You're not. Yeah. And what I have admired about your work is you have managed to bring it into the conversation without ever having to say it.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I believe that a person's God is in their own understanding, and they get to be there. They may think they're their own God. That's fine. I just prefer to imagine that there's something that doesn't lean when I lean. Something guiding principle, because there's a reason for everything that is, and it's bigger than us, it's outside of us. So in that understanding, I see God in everything in the world, in the trees, in the sky, just life itself, the miracle of it all. Where did this start? How does it work? But I do know this one thing, that life always chooses life.
And my last question is this. Your work and the work of so many other people that have changed my life, the connection I made to you and the great mentors and people who have inspired me and given me hope throughout my career was when somehow the universe exposed them to me, whether it was a podcast, a broadcast, a YouTube video, a CD back in the day, a VHS, I'm going way back, a cassette. Mm-hmm. What I remember about each and every person that I can tell you now was my hero and is my hero today is somehow they met me right at my pain point in that moment. They made me feel like I was understood, and they made me feel like I had a solution. What's your message for that? Because people have pain, people go through things, and sometimes just one comment, one statement can not only open their minds to all that you might have to offer them, but all the great things that this life has to offer for them.
Yeah. And one of my favorite books is a story of a man named Job. And Job stated, the things I have feared have come upon me. He said, the things I have feared have come upon me. So I choose to always look towards the light. I don't deal with the challenges in life. When things go wrong, you just don't go wrong with them. Every person I've ever met is like a piece of a puzzle. And sometimes you get those pieces and they get laid in your hand, they get laid in your pocket, they laid in your mind and your spirit. And you may not know how these pieces fit, but if you get enough pieces, eventually they start to take shape and form. And the interesting thing about life is that it's not a picture on the box. You only know what the picture looks like when you get enough of the pieces and start putting them together. So I look at everything, the good, the bad, the indifference, are pieces, because everyone's a great example, or they're a terrible reminder, but they all count. Hey, and we are back. Hey, welcome back. Okay, I want to move right into the next segment. It won't be long because we have a panel that we have to get ready for, but I want to talk about communication being your new currency, the power of your communication. Now, I want you to know I've been training speakers now since 1994, 1995, training speakers and presenters, and we started Inspired to Speak a little bit over a decade ago. Excuse me. And it's just really been a true joy to get a chance to watch people grow and to watch people to be able to come out of their fears, their anxieties. One of the greatest fears in the world is public speaking. And to watch people who were so nervous and afraid that thought they could never do it, to shine on stage now, and you can put them in front of 20,000 people and they rock the house. Not sometimes, but each and every time. So speaking is a passion of mine, and teaching is even a bigger passion of mine. As I looked at the industry and I noticed that there were so many speaker programs and all of them are fantastic, but I always stretched to do something a little bit different, to teach something that was not really being taught. I want to just let you guys know that we're going to shift our model a little bit as we go into April, and our entire model about how we're going to operate as speakers. It's going to shift because of a new app called One and Done that's going to be coming out that we're going to be representing as a chief global distribution officer of the company worldwide. We're going to do some incredible things, and we have opportunities for each and every one of you, not just to take advantage of this incredible technology, and you're going to love it. We're going to meet with the founder and have an interview with him a little bit later today, but also that you can be involved in the marketing of it and earn revenue from it as well, as it helps you grow your business and grow your presence and your database, but most importantly, how to bring that community together. And it's going to be an exciting, incredible ride. And I just can't wait to share more information about that with you. But I want to move into speaking, because we're going to change our format. I'm no longer going to be doing $20,000 coaching contacts for speakers. I'm going to be too busy with the network to do that. I'm not even going to be selling the high ticket speaking programs. If people want to build programs and process it out, we have a studio here in Chicago. We'll bring them in the studio. We'll do that. We'll teach them how to deliver that presentation live on stage as an individual versus bringing groups in. So we're going to leave that to everyone else. I really want to be able to have something out there that's affordable for the masses, and that we can go out there and make a stark difference, and people can actually see themselves growing and see themselves with the confidence of sharing their story to find and identify who they are, and sharing that with the world in a way that creates a profound impact in the lives of other people as well. So I'm really kind of excited with the direction that we're going in, because now we are the People's Network. It's really personal. In the network, we want to make sure that we're touching people. We want to help you write your own books, but more importantly, we want to help you sell your own books as well. So we want to help you get out there and build your message, build your brand, and deliver it to the world. And as we do that, it would be our honor to have just be a small piece of your success, your victory, to be a small piece of your journey to watch you shine. Look, I've been very blessed for me to be able to be in this platform now and to create what we create. But in my heart of hearts, I never want to forget ever where I come from. I never want to forget the days when I was sleeping in a house that I rented after living in my car for several months or wherever I could, and watching a 9-inch black and white television with one mattress laying on the floor. Those were the good old days. I miss those days. I love them. I don't miss them that much. I want to go back, but I'm like thinking about it. I want to always stay humble and stay excited about a better future, and be mindful that there are people out there around the world that are hurting. And if we can help create an impact and bring the world together, I think that would be the greatest riches of my life. And at the same time, we'll build a billion-dollar platform at the same time and help even more people. So let's go and let's grow. Let's talk about Inspired to Speak and just speaking. Now, I want to start off by talking about how do you set the stage before you get to the stage? Whether you want to speak in your school or at your church, or you're in front of a class, or even your significant other, or on a major platform, I always begin with putting myself in the right state to control the state. I wrote a book on frequency, and frequency is energy, and it can be measured. So the energy we have, and we all have it, but what channel are we tapped into? Where are we tuned in and dialed into? Now, I'll give you an example. Have you ever been around someone and they were down, having a terrible day, and you saw them, you said, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" They didn't say anything, but you can sense, you can feel something wasn't quite right in their life. At the same time, you've seen other people, and they try to hold back the explosive blushing and gushing of just how happy or excited they are, and they're trying to hold something back. You say, wait a minute, nope, tell me what it is. Nope, something happened. I know it happened. Stop playing. And you finally pry it out of them. You ever been around somebody and all they do is complain and moan and groan, and they're so tired, they make you tired with them. They start talking, they just wear you out, take your whole day. Oh, I need a nap. Lord Jesus, I need a nap after talking to you. So this is all frequency. It's all energy. It's so real. That's why you can be in a mall and see and feel someone staring at your head, or you can mention someone's name and they call you or their name is brought up someplace else. That's how energy and frequency works. And it's always moving all the time. It never stops, lives nor dies. It just operates. It just goes. It's always moving. Just like the world is spinning on its axis, you can't feel it. You're not dizzy, but you know through science, the world is moving. It's spinning. So we want to talk about how to tap into the right frequency before you're speaking to anyone. And the first thing you want to do is that you want to project. You want to see your audience. You want to visualize your audience. Stephen Covey said, you begin with the end in mind. Okay? Put yourself in a state. Imagine yourself on that stage, in that platform, on that classroom, or speaking to one-on-one to an individual, and play it through. Play it through. If you are afraid or nervous, remember, that's because you're worried about yourself. You're worried about the consequence to yourself. It is never, ever about you as a speaker. A speaker is never the star of the show. The speaker is the director. The audience is the star. Always remember that. Because when you make it about you, you get nervous because you're worried about how you're going to look, how you're going to be perceived, how they're going to respond to you. I mean, everything's there because you're just out there. So you have to be fully self-expressed. And that's where the power lies. And getting past the point when you're worried about what someone else is thinking about you when you have a message to share. So rehearse your message and be ready. Now, the second thing is that you want to create your state by you want to take your energy and channel it. I have a cadence that I use, but I always start off myself personally with a prayer. Now, I'm not saying you have to pray. It's up to you. I'm not going to get into your personal lifestyle and what you choose. So it's okay. Okay. Paul said, never cause your brother to stumble. Okay. So, and he also said you have to learn to be all things to all people. So it's okay. But I pray. I put myself in a state where I can release. Let it be all thee and not me. Let the power of the living Christ reside in me that I may serve your people. I've been saying that since 1994, if I ever talk about anything to anybody. Then I go into a cadence and I ball my fists up and I channel my energy. I tighten up my arms, tighten up my chest, tighten up every part of my body, tighten up my stomach muscles. And I just have a cadence that I only teach to my students. But you can say whatever you want. I am a champion. I'm a winner. I'm the world's greatest speaker. Whatever you want to say. I have my personal thing that I say that I teach to get people ready. And then when you're done and you do it 3 times, and even if you're in a room already and you have to speak and there's people around, you can say it to yourself. Just get in the corner, face the wall. People will know what you're doing. They will not disturb you. And you don't break for any reason. You get there and you bottom your fist and put yourself, put. You tighten it up as you're saying it to yourself. And then you let it go and you breathe. And you'll feel the energy permeate from your body out to the audience. And they won't just hear you, they'll feel you. Okay? Fully self-express. Channel your energy. Release. And be very honest about it. Because the one thing I say, and I normally teach speakers this at the end, is that it is an honor to get a chance to speak and to train and to teach and for sometimes even preach. I have an honorary doctorate in divinity. It's an honor to do that because I understand very clearly that no one has to listen, just like each and every one of you don't have to be tuning into this broadcast. So we do appreciate you, and we have 2 more powerful days, but I'm not done yet. I'm just getting started because I'm talking about communication being your new currency. Warren Buffett said, if you want to increase your revenue, your income by 50%, increase your levels of communication. And it's not just what comes out of your mouth because 58% of communication is nonverbal. Communication now goes in your text or it goes in your feed, whether it be TikTok through your videos, it goes through your expressions. If I say, that's an expression, you communicate with a smile. There's a lot of ways to communicate that are nonverbal. Like nonverbal communication is very, very powerful. So you put yourself in state and you get on that stage. And the first thing we teach you is what is going to be your F30. or your F-45. That's what's going to be your opening. How are you going to capture your audience within your first 30 to 45 seconds? Now, most people don't know how fast they can swim until they have sharks that are pursuing them. But the ones who succeed in life's great race, well, there's the ones who wisely set their pace. Their pace is not set as fear requires, but every stroke is a product of their desires. So when you find yourself sitting in an ocean filled with decisions, you can choose to be guided by your fears or by your visions. But not us. We're the ones who will set high goals. We're the ones who will reach high marks because none of us will be waiting to see those sharks. I like to use a lot of poems and prose with that, and I tell people why I do it. Because when you're a child, we grew up on nursery rhymes. So the time we're a baby, now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Rockabye baby on the treetop, when the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Okay, it goes on and on and on. Cat in the Hat. I would not quit out on the rain. The places we will go. All these cadences, all these rhymes are what we grew up with. So when you say a poem in a rhyme in the right context, you're going to bring people back to you on a subconscious level because the brain is a closure-seeking mechanism. It seeks what's coming next. So if I say a part of a rhyme and they hear the second verse, then they're looking for the other side of the rhyme. That's why the rap business blew up. It's so big because they were rhyming through it. That's why your R&B business, country western, the storytelling in it. And then when they put the rhymes and the prose in it, your brain naturally, that little kid, that 8-year-old kid that drives your life, comes right back and gives you the full attention. I have been in locations speaking to networking events, for example, and they were drinking, they had loud music, and they wanted to do a raffle or acknowledge the sponsors, and they would give me the microphone. Now they give somebody else the mic and people are talking and chatting. They give me the microphone and I'll say, if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? If there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you pay that price today? If there was some work that you could do, would you roll up your sleeves now that the work is on you? And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes no matter how tough, and would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? I know you have a dream, but there's something else you must do. Because when you're building a dream has to build you. So if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? Now, I wrote that many, many years ago. And as you begin to speak more often and based upon the audience, you'll start thinking of things in your spirit and they'll come out sometimes in the middle of the night. So I suggest you go to bed with pen and paper right beside your bed or a recorder that you can access quickly because you're going to have some of your most genius moments while you're sleeping before you go into REM state. When you go into the REM sleep, it's going to come and it'll get you up. And when it gets you up, you don't lay there and say, oh, I'm too tired. I'll think about it in the morning. Because in the morning, it's like smoke. It's gone. Okay, you got to do it and do it then. But those points bring people back because it's the psychology behind it in everything you do. So your stagecraft, how do you open? How are you going to get the attention of your audience? You can make a bold statement. You can ask a daring question. When I ask a question, I already know what the answer should be. We teach you that in the course. As we move into storytelling, how you tell your story about yourself, about your business. See, you bring people to enrollment through agreement. You paint a picture by telling your story and letting people see their lives inside of their lives. In other words, you're showing a movie and you're putting them inside the scene. That's the key to effective storytelling. But you have to be fully self-expressed and understand that when you're telling a story that you are empowering, impacting, and saving lives because so many people sit in the audience and feel like they're all alone. Nobody understands them. They're hiding behind the mask. And then when you share your story, they come and say, thank you. Thank you so much. I thought I was the only one going through that. And if I can see you up there, then I know I can do it too. And see, the great thing about speaking or having a craft that you can earn a living through, that through your work, you can get some of the things that money can buy. But through that same work, you can get all the things that money cannot buy. And that moves you from financially independent to financially significant. Because the money really comes because you're touching lives, because you become a go-giver. Okay. That's another book you can go get. Okay. So now you're speaking and you're talking on that stage, and now you want to keep the audience. You want to lock the audience. Have you ever seen a speaker and they were kind of boring or they're disingenuous, or you kind of lost interest, or you start going to the restroom? They really didn't make the connection. That's because number one, they didn't understand frequency, and number two, they didn't know their audience. I teach people how to speak to the personality traits there. Now, that's important because sometimes you have people around you and you may not get along and have some conflict, but it may just be a personality conflict. So when Paul said, I had to learn to be all things to all people, I'm going to talk about how to use the personality profiles to not just know what you are and what profile you have, but know what you're not, to speak into the listening of another human being. Okay? Then I'm going to teach you how to speak into their nervous system. That's powerful. Now, keep it simple. Some of you guys have heard me teach this, and now many people teach it now. I've been teaching it for 20 something years, and I was taught it. It's called the dolphin, the shark, the urchin, and the whale. Now, no matter what personality profile you take, there are four main personalities, and we have all four. We're anchored usually in one or two of them. So let's start off with the shark. The shark is a person that's very aggressive. Think about a shark. They're in the water, they see what they want, they're aggressive, they go get it. The shark will see a whale that's 10 times their size and take a bite. They're very aggressive. They like to attack. They like to win. They're very competitive. They're very money motivated. They're win at all cost type of individuals. They don't really have a patience for caring or you being soft. They feel like you're weak, and they're just going to be aggressive. They can come off sometimes a little unfeeling or uncaring or callous. And that's the downside of a shark. But we all know shark. They power dressers. They like luxury cars, sexy, powerful cars, and say, look, I am somebody, see me. Those are your sharks. Okay? Now, your dolphins love to have fun. Now, dolphins also are very spontaneous. They operate very quickly in the water like a shark. They see something that's shiny, something they want to play with, something that's bright, they go after it. They love to have fun. They are the life of the party. Your dolphins are the ones who have blue in their hair, or they have earrings everywhere. Everywhere. They got them. That's a dolphin. They got big earrings, big loops. They got big earrings of jewelry around their wrist, around their under the neck. That's your dolphin. Very colorful people. Dolphins usually come to things late. They're not very punctual at all. Dolphins are not well organized at all. Dolphins don't even make up their bed every day. They may make it up 2 or 3 times a week. I mean, why keep making it? I'm about to get back in it a little later. But dolphins also are usually late for things, and they can be irritating to some people because they are not organized. Okay, they don't have things in its proper place. Okay, but they're a lot of fun. Now, we all know some sharks and dolphins. They make decisions quickly, very spontaneous. The next personality is called an urchin, urchin. An urchin moves very slowly and methodical. You see an urchin, they crawl on the bottom of the sea, and they get pushed somewhere by a current. It's the only way they're going to be floating around. But other than that, they just crawl. They're very slow. They're very methodical, very analytical. They analyze everything. A lot of your engineers will be anchored in that urchin personality. They are fact-based oriented. They're analytical people. They have to process things. They make decisions slowly, but when they get systems down, they move fluidly with a system. Okay, your urchins wear conservative colors, where your dolphins would be colorful and your sharks would dress in power clothes. But they'll be dressed very conservative. If they have a pocket in their dress shirt and it has pins and pads in it, it's an urchin. You can spot them a mile away. Okay, they somewhat are also anal. They hate for things to start late. They like everything to start on time. You know, being tardy is a sin, a mortal sin. You want to irritate an urchin? Start late. Or start with a lot of hype. They don't want to hear hype. They want to hear the lecture. If a dolphin hears a lecture, it'll make their behind hurt. But urchins, they need the lecture. They don't want to hear hype. Tell me the facts. Now, then you have your whales. Your whales wear earth tones. They're very soft-spoken. They're nurturers. They also move slowly. They're not that aggressive. They don't want to eat real fast because they want to make sure everybody else can eat. Those whales, they wear these earth tones. They can kind of blend in with grandma's furniture. They're very sweet, nice, and loving people. A lot of your social workers are going to people who work in hospitals or caregivers. They're going to be locked in as your whale. Now, There's power in every personality trait. I can't say one is better than the other because they're going to attract different things. Now, most of us reside in 2 or 3 different personalities. I am a dolphin shark. Under duress, when things have to happen, the shark takes control. Okay. Now, but the more personalities that you can communicate in, the more people that you will touch. And I'll give you an example. If I want to introduce someone, say I have the pleasure of introducing this next speaker. She has documented herself in the industry. She knows 100% of the facts and information of what it takes to become successful. She has several degrees. She has several papers that are published, and she has mastered her craft and well respected in an intellectual community. Now, when I say those words, obviously you know I'm talking to the urchins. So the urchin now on a subconscious level says, "Oh, goody, we're going to learn some facts." Then I'll say she has positioned herself to be in one of the top money earners in this entire company globally. She's learned to get money as an issue out of the way. As a matter of fact, she write a check and the bank can bounce. I mean, she is going to show you how to get money as an issue out of your life. Now, then the sharks say, "Oh, wow, we're going to know how to make money. We're going to know how to win. We're going to know how to be number one." Yes. And the thing you're going to love about this young lady, she loves to have a lot of fun. When you say that, you smile. Loves to have a lot of fun. You're going to enjoy the presentation. I promise you, audience after audience is astounded because it's never boring. They can't get enough. Then the dolphin says, "Oh, goody, we're going to have some fun." And then you lower your voice and you soften it. And you say, but most importantly, she's willing to help everyone who's willing to learn. And then the whale says, "Wow, she loves to help people. Me too." And you just enrolled every personality. And if you don't know your audience, you paint. Through your talk, you shark, urchin, dolphin, whale. If I'm talking to engineers, I'm going to lean more towards the facts. But you want to get a good, healthy blend of all these cadences when you're talking to people. The first thing is that know your audience. Know who's there. The best way to do it is to sit with them and ask questions of them and the people around them, whether it could be their parent, whether it could be their children, whether it could be the students, whoever it could be. Maybe they may be the employees. You ask questions. Another way to enroll people is that if you're speaking to an audience, go in there early enough and find out the names of people who are top producers, most liked people, people who are giving the best customer service, or the people who are showing up on time all the time, people who are most helpful, people that people gravitate to. Know those names and call them by name from the platform. Oh, people love it when you compliment them, because the greatest human need is a need of significance. Significance. So you want to call out their names from that stage, from that platform, even if you're in a classroom. Say, "Wow, somebody's been talking about me and they said these great things." See, now you can shift their behavior even in the environment that you're speaking to. No matter what the company is, school is, or what the situation is. Now you can dictate the behavior. Because I was told that you're a phenomenal human being and you're stellar, that you're a person with high integrity. At that point, you have to act into that description. Okay, so when you're speaking, it's very psychological, it's very philosophical as well. Okay, and then mathematical, because when you're speaking to an audience, you have to be able to take that energy, that frequency from your body, and be able to touch everyone in the room. And then you're F45 or F30, and when we share this with you in the class, and you're going to love it. We have a class going on right now. We're about almost halfway finished with it, and they're loving the class because we're going to teach you how to tell your story, how to really tell that story. And storytelling allows you to take a person to a place within themselves that they can never go on by themselves. You get to be the guide to impact their life, to paint a picture, the hero's journey, and put them right in the midst of it. We're going to talk about how to use your voice like the soundtrack of a movie. When you listen to the soundtrack of a movie, it describes the entire scene. How do you drive the emotion that you want a person to feel, and how you want them to take your message? And we're going to talk about the 4 points of impact through using your voice as a soundtrack. Been teaching this for many, many years. And it's next level stuff, man. A lot of people never heard of these things, but they love it because it makes so much sense. And when you sew that together with personality traits, you become in front of your room unstoppable. You'll keep your audience not sometimes, but every time. And this is the reason why. It's never arrogance. Is that you've released so much and surrendered so much in front of that audience that you're making a human connection, which is the greatest and most powerful connection in the history of the world. Nothing's more powerful than a human connection. When two or three are gathered together. You heard the rest. There is power. We're going to talk about open loops, tiebacks, anchors, strategic pauses. You use words like imagine. If you tell your audience to imagine and you take them down a journey, their brain will begin to see whatever comes after imagine. These are words you use in open loops. We'll talk about embedded commands. We'll talk about those embedded commands to get a person to like me. Because if you're anything like me, then when you'll understand that you're moving sometimes and you don't know why you did it, but you're glad you did. But when I said if you're anything like me, what the brain is hearing is like me. I'm going to teach you how to do those things. I ask you just to use them responsibly and use them with honor, and not to be deceptive, and don't use your power for evil, only good. Promise, okay? But the bottom line is that when you come to Inspired to Speak, and it's also on getthetraining.shop, we're about halfway done. All the classes are recorded. It's a workbook. It's very interactive. The last part of it is very, very interactive. There's a lot of work. And in both of my courses, there's a lot of homework for you to do if you're on the live course. There's a lot of work to do. So, and then when we open back up and have live courses, everyone who took the online course will be invited to come back to the live course at no charge whatsoever. So that's always going to be cool. That's always going to be there. We've always done that. But in speaking, we'll teach you how to close out your talk and make it memorable. That you create a memory that people will not forget you. They may not remember every word, but they will remember how you made them feel. Yeah. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to really deep sea dive into that about really how do we tap into the nervous system of another human being? How do you create that impact? A lot of times you use music, but then without the music, there's a cadence in your words, the way you weave them. You have to be well read. You want to study quotes and statistics. You want to know your stuff. The urchins want to know that when you're speaking that you own your space. So do the work. Don't be lazy in your language or lazy in your research. Be ready. And when you're speaking, always in 3 minutes early, never 1 minute late. People respect the fact that you don't go over because you throw their program out of whack. So you speak in your allotted time. They give you 30 minutes, you're done in 27. 60 minutes, you're done in 57. You own it, and the point has been made. Nothing has been left to chance because everything you've done, you've rehearsed it, and you're in tune with your audience. Learn statistics and learn the quotes and learn what other people have said. It's not about what you say. You get credibility by knowing what other people said. So it's not always about coming from you. Yeah. Carter G. Woodson said it must be borne in mind that the true tragedy in life does not lie in reaching your goal. He said the true tragedy lies in having no goal to reach for. He said it's not a calamity not to capture your ideals, but it is a calamity to have no ideals to capture. It's not a disaster not to live your dream, but it is a disaster never to dream. And it's not a disgrace not to reach the stars, but it is a disgrace to have no stars to reach for. So when you reach for the stars, even when you fall short, you'll come down with stardust in your hand. Impact. There's a story of 3 wise men that were retiring, trying to decide what to do with this thing called greatness. The first wise man said, I got it. Let's stick it at the top of the highest mountain. They'll never get up there. The other wise man said, no, you don't understand. These people, they'll find a way to fly and soar to the tops of the highest mountain. And we've done that. The other wise man said, I got it. Why don't we stick it in the deepest part of the ocean? They don't even know what's down there. The other wise man said, no, you don't understand. They're ingenious. They'll find a way to light up even the depths of the sea. And they've done that. The third wise man said, I got it. Why don't we just put it inside of them? They'll never find it there. Each and every one of you under the sound of my voice has the power and potential to do things greater than you've ever dreamt or imagined before in your entire life. But you have to have a dream to make a dream come true. You know, the dreams you have on the inside will help starve off the nightmares that happen on the outside. There's a story of 2 brothers that were working in the hot Florida sun. They're picking oranges all day long. It's 95 degrees. It's smoldering hot. On their way home, they got weary. They came across a hill, and they saw a shade tree. They sat up under the tree, and they both fell asleep. Sometime later, one brother woke up first and he shook the other. He said, wake up, wake up, wake up. I had the most incredible dream. And the brother said, what did you dream about? He said, I dreamt I had 1,000 orange groves. His brother said, wow, if you had 1,000 orange groves, would you give me half? He said, no, I'm not giving you half of my orange groves. Not going to happen. He said, well, okay, if you had 1,000 orange groves, would you give me 100? It's only 10%. And no, I'm not giving you 10% of my orange groves. At this time, he couldn't believe it. He said, well, what would you give me? He said, I wouldn't even give you one orange. He said, I can't believe it. We've been together all of our lives. We love each other. Why won't you give me an orange? He looked at his brother and said, because you're too lazy to dream for yourself. You see, you tell a story to make a point. You make a point with a story. When you're talking about dreaming or not following your dreams, or not activating and living in your dreams, and being enrolled in somebody else's dream all of your life, that's that story anchors to that. And then you close it with follow your dreams wherever they may lead. Never get distracted by less worthy deeds. Remember to shelter them and nourish them and help them to grow. Let your heart hold them down deep where dreams go. You follow your dreams, you pursue them with haste. Remember that your life is too precious and it's too fleeting to waste. Be faithful, be loyal, and all your days through, the dreams you follow will always come true. We're going to teach you how to breathe. How else can you be in front of an audience for 6 hours in a row, talking nonstop, and own it, and still have the same stamina, the same power in your voice, same cadence, the same understanding without losing focus to get locked in, to hit that rhythm, to find what I call that point of click. And we're going to teach you that as you join Inspired to Speak. So we have 2 programs at getthetraining.shop. We have Breakthrough, Overcoming Self-Defeating Behaviors, your life inventory, your time management, your leadership, and then we have your speaking, how to speak into the listening of another human being, how to tell your story with power and passion, how to take the story that you weaved of your life and take everything that's been slowing you down and stopping you and snatch it back. Let it be your greatest weapon against mediocrity, against fear, against doubt and hurt and worry. And to carry that sword and that shield out forth to go out and create the great impact through your example of what is possible. Because if it's possible in your life, it's possible in the lives of others as well. I'm going to put on the screen our contest that we're having because we got some tickets to Orlando to give away. I'm going to show you how you guys can win some free gifts. So we're going to pop that on the screen. And I want to tell you about what you're going to have to do to become a winner. And number one, everyone can be a winner. The first thing you're going to do is that you are going to win a flight to Orlando, but it begins here. The first thing you're going to do is share. Share this message out with 10 people. As you share it, let me click my screen. As we share this with 10 people on Facebook, on social media, now you have to be registered, so make sure you go right into limitless2021.com and register right away if you just seen it on YouTube or on Facebook. You're going to share this with 10 people and then screenshot that share or take a picture with your phone. Every time you share with 10 people, you're going to get one raffle entry. And you can keep sharing it with as many groups of 10 as you want. Now, that's going to go in a raffle, but once you get 10, your first ticket, that's going to get your virtual goodie bag. That means you're going to have some special gifts I'm going to personally send to you. It's going to help empower and impact you. And we're going to keep you in our special gift database. So every time we have some new things given out, we're going to send it to you. Now, at the end of Sunday, this goes until Sunday at 12 noon. So Sunday at 12 noon, everything stops. So you can share all today, all Saturday, and all Sunday. You might share with 300 people. You got 30 raffle tickets. Now, we're going to pull 25 raffle tickets out, and they're going to get a very special gift bag, but they're also going to get free VIP access to our launch that's going to take place April 23rd, 24th, and 25th. It's going to be a different event. It's going to be a cost for the event, but you're going to get not only free access, but free VIP access to that as well. And then we're going to pull, from all those winners, we're going to pull 2 names, and those people will get round-trip tickets to Orlando, Florida. We love to get out free gifts and prizes. We do it all the time. I wish we'd be in person. We were giving out televisions and free trips. We were trying to give away a BMW, but because of COVID, it locked us down. So I look forward to us getting back live where we can actually be together and we can get together and watch somebody win a new Mercedes-Benz or BMW or a lot of money. And then we do a lot of work with nonprofits as well. So we're really big on impact and creating lives and changing lives. So when you go to our free events, we always going to have a basket there. If you have some really nice clothes, but you can't fit them anymore, or you've moved on from that wardrobe, that you can give them out to someone who can really use them. I mean, every day somebody is losing their home during disaster, whether it be in Texas or a fire, or it could be anything, or maybe they just fell on hard times and now they need a little bit of help. And yes, we are a brother's keeper. And I say that because I wear it a badge of honor to be a chance to serve each and every one of you. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. But if this makes sense to you, we got two programs I've talked about, Breakthrough, and we have the Inspired to Speak. If any of those resonate or both of them resonate with you, then you go to getthetraining.shop, getthetraining.shop, and get signed up, and let's play together today. I'll reach out to you personally this week and talk to you a little bit about your goals and dreams. And if you're interested in having your own television show on JD3 TV, we can talk about that and talk about the qualifications for that. Again, we built out our own production studio. We're launching Cannabis Comedy Show very, very soon. We have a portal where the average person at home can upload their show and we'll vet it. And if we like it, then we'll give them a call and they can be on the network as well as we're going to have a situation within the website where we can help celebrate your wedding anniversaries, your proposals, your anniversaries, your graduations with everyone, and do it live on television on JD3 TV, Roku, Amazon, and Apple. So we have a lot of really cool things happen. And this is just the beginning, because a little bit later, you're going to hear about One and Done. So we're going to go and take a few commercials. We're going to come right back with our next panel. That's going to be led by Lavelle Faulkner. This young man is also building up his own show. He is an entrepreneur. He's an actor as well. He's a really good actor. And he leads the empowerment session on Fridays with the Breakthrough organization. They have these incredible breakthrough sessions on every morning at 8 a.m. Central from Tuesday to Friday, and he leads it on Friday. He's also been on the front lines just trying to make a difference with the lives of people, and just every single day trying to find their way through society. And he's a dear friend of mine as well. So we're going to take a short break with the commercials. We're going to come right back with our next panel, and Mr. Lavelle Faulkner. See you on the other side. God bless you.
We are live on the red carpet. We're having a great time.
Amazing. What a fabulous crowd tonight.
It's moving. It's going to be a changer for all.
Amazing. Fantastic.
It's been a long time coming.
For sure.
Use the word imagine. When you say imagine, the brain will trail to whatever comes next. The very first thing you want to do is visualize your audience, and you want to practice your F30 or your F45. The speaker is never the star. The speaker is the director, and the audience is the star. Your responsibility as the director is to help the audience shine. Your voice is the soundtrack of your movie from this stage. You want to seek the opportunity to get on the stage ahead of time and visualize your audience. Stagecraft is extremely important, but it can be a lot of fun, because when you get to be fully self-expressed, when you can be natural, and you can be one with your audience and have a ton of fun, you can do anything in that audience.
Introducing One and Done. Monetize your products, services, training programs, and content. Reach your audiences instantly, anywhere in the world.
Hello, my name is James Ditley. I'm an international speaker, business strategist, and philanthropist. If you're a speaker and you want to expand your business, if you want to increase your reach, if you want to bring your community together, you want to do it through One and Done. With the One and Done application, imagine you could take your live audience and put them in a virtual room where they can communicate with each other on a 90-degree angle. Imagine you can offer the tickets, you can give away your free gifts, you can offer your loyalty program, everything through One and Done. Get your One and Done app and get it today. Let's grow our business together and touch the world.
Head over to the App Store or Google Play and download One and Done today.
Well, welcome back, you guys. Limitless 2021. I am excited to be here. Yes, you guys, first and foremost, let me just thank my dear friend, my mentor, Dr. James Dentley. Look, you guys, I don't know if you guys just got a boatload of notes, but I have so many notes and nuggets from all of the things that he has been recently sharing. So now I advise you, if you have not done so, don't do it just yet because the panel's about to start. But we want you to go to getthetraining.shop. And I promise you, you'll be just as excited as I am. Again, welcome each and every one of you all to Limitless 2021. It is a pleasure to be on this panel with each and every one of you guys. And I tell you, today has been just phenomenal. From the videos to the information and the content to the previous panelists. You guys, I have been blown away. And I'm sure you have as well. You say you have? Well, yeah, I know you have. Well, look, you guys, I am literally ready to get right into this thing. A few of the panelists that I'm going to bring up today, I'll tell you they're close friends, but most importantly, they are literally some of the most influential business entrepreneurs I have ever had an opportunity to meet. But when it comes to being on the screen and serving human beings, this panel is definitely that. Now, you guys, I would like to introduce to you guys my first guest, the amazing Dr. O.
Hello.
Well, hello, Dr. O. How are you?
I'm wonderful. I just have to say, Lavelle, you clean up very well.
Well, look, you don't even know how dirty I be, Doc. Don't tell them everything.
You know, you might have to give them a little bit of a spin or something so they can see everything because there you go. I loved it.
Well, I just had to let you know that when I saw that the name of this conference was Limitless, that I took all the limits off, even with this outfit. But I'll tell you, you are fierce as well.
Well, thank you. I knew that this was an important event this afternoon, so I wanted to be ready for this. I'm so excited to talk to you, Lavelle. You know, I'm just so excited to be a part of the JD3 TV family. This is going to be great. So what do you have for me? What do you want to ask? I'm ready.
Well, look, let's get right into it. Dr. O, I have been researching and I looked and I recently found out that the name of your show is The Reveal with Dr. Odom. Is that correct?
That is The Reveal with Dr. O. And what I'd like to accomplish with this show is to give people information that they may not have had before. We are giving them a revelation. So there are so many people available that they desire to be motivated, especially during this time when we're sheltered in place. They have all of these ideas. They're so creative and they don't know what to do next. So I encourage anyone who is in that particular space that you want to tune in to The Reveal with Dr. O. We have so many amazing guests that are lined up, that are willing to share their success stories. They're willing to give you tips and tools on how you can live your best life yet. And that's really what I'm all about as a motivational speaker, life coach, success coach, goal setting coach. My desire is to help people live their best life yet. So you're going to get an opportunity to get coaching with me during the reveal, talking to other people who have just as much information and love to share. So we're excited about this opportunity.
Well, Dr. O, the name of the show is The Reveal. So for me and all of our viewers, can you just reveal to us some of your past experience within media and entertainment?
You know, that's a good question because with me, I don't necessarily share unless people ask, right? Because you know, people like talking about themselves, but I'm really more into people. But my background in media has been a blessing. I worked for Fox 32 for some time. I started the same day as Tamron Hall when she was in Chicago. I also worked in newspaper. I worked for Crane Chicago Business for quite some time. I've done some radio on 1390, which is a gospel radio station in Chicago. I've done some work on WVON. I worked and had an internet show of my own. I worked on CAN TV, which is a Chicago-based public broadcasting network. I've done some other spots in New York. I've done some work in some of the southern states. So I have some media experience. I love to write. I'm an author. So I loved working for a newspaper. And then I I switched over to radio, which was good because you didn't have to look cute on radio. You just had to have a cute voice, right? But it was fun though, because I got a chance to really see people in their natural state, because I think when people are on television, right, they feel like they have to be always on. But when you're in radio, you know, people can just be themselves. But I just love being a part of any kind of media outlet where I can share my gift and share a message. So I'm excited to get back on TV with the JD3 TV network.
Well, first and foremost, let me tell you, radio did you no justice. We are glad to be able to see you today. But most importantly, it's a pleasure to work with you as well. And that leads me right into my next question. What would you say thus far, outside of being on the screen, behind the scenes, what would you say is the best part about working with the JD3 TV network and family?
Wow, that is a good question. I'm so glad you asked me this question because, you know, I have had so many different careers, right? I've worked in corporate America. I worked as a vice president of operations. I've worked all kinds of places, and I've managed folks. I've been managed. Either way, it's fine by me as long as we're getting the job done. But I will have to say, I don't know if these folks were handpicked or just Dr. Denley is blessed to just have people just gravitate to him. I heard him use a lot of scriptures in his presentations today. And as a minister, I know what that means, because that means that you know about God and you have his protection and covering if you're talking about his word. But for some reason, come on and give it to him. Come on now. Okay. Now, but for some reason, it just seems to me that Dr. Denley he just has the best of the best that gravitate to him. And I'm telling you, like I said, I've managed all kinds of people, and this is just a group of people that have a mind to work, a mind to serve, and a mind to build a family. And that goes beyond a community. The JD3 brand or the team is more like family. You know, we have good times in our team meetings where we can crack jokes, we can laugh, but we get down to business. And this is business. To be able to start a streaming network and for it to be successful, you have to have the best of the best. And I just have to say hats off to Dr. Denley, because he has certainly picked the best to be a part of this. And that goes for you too, my friend, because you are a part of this team. That's right.
Well, I'll tell you, it is an absolute pleasure to work with you. And I know that you were speaking of yourself. You guys, yes, I'm on the team. But when she said best of the best, she was literally talking about everybody else on the team. But you guys, I want to go ahead and ask you one more question, Dr. O.
Yeah.
We've heard you talk about what you do as an entrepreneur. We heard you talk about what you do as far as entertainment and media. But I want to get to the real reveal.
Okay.
The real meat and potatoes of why someone should watch Dr. O. So my question to you today is, who is Dr. O?
Whoa, how much time do you have? Let me condense this thing down, because Dr. O's got a lot of layers to her. But I will say this, Dr. O is a servant. And reason why I'm a servant, because I've had so many obstacles that have come my way. And instead of taking those things to heart, I found ways to serve my enemies. And it worked to my advantage, not because I was looking for something, but that's just how it works. We heard the scriptures that Dr. Denley shared with us. When you just do the right thing, it comes back to you. So that I am one, Dr. O is one who likes to do the right thing by people, who likes to serve people and to use my gift. I have been gifted by God. I was told, Lavelle, when I went to school, that I was never going to be able to do anything but be a single Black woman as a mother, right? Single Black mother. That's what guidance counselors told me. That's what college professors told me. I was told I would never be able to earn a college degree, not because I didn't have the academic skill set, because I went to one of the best high schools in Chicago, had formal education, but people who did not look like me looked at statistics and tried to brand me. And I was not going for it. My family was not going for it. So I want to share. That's who Dr. O is. She's going to share and continue to share who she is, those life experiences, to show you that what people say about you don't matter. We're going to reveal who you really are and what you need to live your best life yet.
Wow. I'll tell you, I knew Dr. O, but now I really know who Dr. O is. So as I prepare to bring up my next guest, which is absolutely phenomenal as well, I have to ask you, are there any closing thoughts or remarks that you would share with not just our viewers here, but all of those that are anticipating
Yeah.
seeing you on the JD3 TV network and tuning in to The Reveal?
Well, I just want to say, and thank you for this time, Lavelle. I just want to say that I am a product of the JD3 TV network brand. This is what you're going to see with our programming. People who are excited to give you programming, people who have a message and a light that they want to shine and cast on you. So I'm just excited to get back into media. I've been behind the scenes for a while. She's got to dust that cape off Lavelle and be able to come back. And I believe I can because I have something that I like to share. It's getting back to this platform, and I'm super excited about that. I've had some wonderful people that I've interviewed thus far, and I cannot wait for you all to see those shows. So check your programming. You want to tune into The Reveal with Dr. O. It's gonna be fun, and you're gonna love it. So thank you, Lavelle. This has been fun.
No, Dr. O, we thank you for all that you share, all that you do, and everything that you are going to bring to the JD3 TV network. Again, you guys, I know you guys are putting your hands together, so let's go ahead and give another warm round of applause for the amazing Dr. Odo.
Thank you. This was fun. Thanks.
You. Have an amazing day.
Yep.
All right. Now, you guys, I want to go right into this next actual panel host because let me just say it. Well, he's my brother. And so, you guys, it is an honor and a pleasure to bring my brother, my friend, and also an actual mentor to me as well, because they say you can learn from just about anyone that is. So again, I want you guys to get an opportunity to meet my brother and my friend and mentor, Mr. Jose Baeza.
Hello, everyone. Hey, how's it going, Lavelle?
Wow, Jose, how are you, man?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm ecstatic to be here. Thank you so much.
Well, look, I'll tell you, man, I am totally missing the setup. I didn't get the cue that we were supposed to have mics and be professional, man. All I had was what I have here. So hopefully I can do you some justice.
Absolutely. Well, we're here to provide value, and that's really what it's all about. Here at the with the JD3 TV network, I mean, we've been hustling and bustling to make sure that we provide as much value to all the viewers. So thank you so much for having me today.
It's an absolute pleasure to have you, man. And so let's get right into it, Jose. So I know that you have a show coming out on the JD3 TV network. And if I'm not mistaken, the name of that show is called Let's Talk, the JV show all about entrepreneurship, life, and travel. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well,
just like the name of the show is the JV show, Let's Talk.
Well, here we go. Let's go ahead and talk, my friend. So now I know most people are confused because I told them that you were my brother. So they're looking at the screen trying to figure out how the shades are slightly off, So give us a little bit of the backstory of who Jose is. A lot of people don't know your story, man. So if you could just share with us a little bit about your backstory and how you got to the position of where you are in life today.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? That actually goes with the name itself. It's the show, the JB show is really about entrepreneurship, life, and travel, because that's exactly how I got to where I'm at. And I can tell you that I started just like many people that are watching this television network right now. We all started from the bottom, right? At some point, we all had a dream. We all had a vision, and we all had that fire in us. And that's how I got here. I can tell you that my journey started when I was 16 years old, trying to figure my life out. And I started going to networking events. I started learning about entrepreneurship, and I started attending a lot of seminars. And more importantly, I started investing in myself. Now, let me go ahead and say that again. I started investing in myself because many people go through life trying to figure life out without having to invest in themselves. Now, when I mean invest, I'm not talking about money. I mean, that's certainly one way to do it, but it's about putting yourself in front of the opportunities, because I can tell you that one of the reasons why I'm here is because I was able to give myself that opportunity to learn and to be around other like-minded individuals, such as Mr. James Dentley, such as Bill Walsh, so many other entrepreneurs that will be speaking in this platform that I grew up on, and Les Brown, you name it. I'm literally a reflection of all the people that I've been around, and it's not always good. And that's what this show's about. It's about entrepreneurship. It's about traveling, because I love to travel. It's about life, but it's not just about my experiences. It's about the experiences of all the people around me.
Wow. I can tell you one thing, man. When it definitely comes to traveling, I'm one of your Facebook friends and Facebook fans, should I say, because this guy does not sit still. So, Jose, the name of your show is Let's Talk.
Yes.
So again, let's talk, man. Let's really talk about your position in life. A lot of people don't know what it's like to really face or overcome adversities. A lot of people have different things that they're struggling with and dealing with in their lives. And I know that's one of the things that you touch on within your show. But I really would like if you could actually talk about what it was like growing up and reaching this height, being an immigrant and still dealing with that today.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's a very important topic, because I'm a reflection of the American dream. And I'm not saying that I got to where I want to get, but there's so many people out there, especially during this time where there's so much stress out in the world, right? So many times we feel that maybe because someone has lost their job, that their whole world has been crashing down. But if I have learned anything from my experiences, is that there's an opportunity in every downturn. And I know it may be cliche to some people, but I can tell you right here and there that there is an opportunity. And for me, I've looked at my life not as a hurdle, or not as being being undocumented, because initially I came when I was 6 years old from Mexico. And I saw my mom working multiple jobs, right? Multiple jobs, barely making enough ends meet to go ahead and feed my family or my brothers, and my dad was working hard. So I got a chance to see all that. And that's typical for an immigrant family. We get to see our families struggle and try to make it, right? But see, the thing is that people don't give up, right? Some people do, but it's not that they've given up, but rather that they stop searching. They stop searching for that fire, that little spark. And that's what we're here to do. That's what this event's about. Going ahead and putting that spark to work, building that fire so that it can grow into something physical, so you can manifest all of your dreams and all of your intuitions, everything that you've always wanted to achieve. You can do it. And I can tell you here right then and there that I am proof of that, because today I can gladly tell you that I have a successful business. I've been able to impact millions of people all over the world, and been able to raise millions of dollars for many types of entrepreneurs. And one of them has been my mom. My mom actually just started her own restaurant, and she quit her job in the middle of the pandemic, and she started her restaurant. But she's not the only one. I've come across hundreds of people throughout my career that have found an opportunity in adversity. And that's what we're here to do. There is no excuse to not moving forward. There's only a lack of information, but that information could be found by just you searching. Ask and it is given. That's what I say.
Wow. Well, look, I'm going to ask that you give us just a little bit more of your time, man. And I want to get a little bit deeper into this. But let me ask you, Jose, for someone in your position and in your mind frame, what does limitless mean to you?
Absolutely. It means abundance. It means an abundant amount of opportunities. It means creativeness. It means masterminding with other people. It is what the show says, limitless. You become limitless because you are the creator of your world. You are the attractor of everything that's around you. Sometimes people say, money is difficult to come by, but it will be difficult if you think it's difficult. Because again, just like Napoleon Hill says, you are going to attract what you think. Think and Grow Rich. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to expand people's mindsets. We're here to grow. And there's so much more that there is to learn from this life, no matter how old you are. There's so much more.
Absolutely. Well, I got a couple of more questions for you, but I think this one is going to be really important. Now, I know that we're brothers, man, and I know that you know quite a few people that work with JD3 TV, but I know your opportunities are endless. I know the caliber of people that you're around. I know the opportunities that you have, and I know how successful you are in business. So my question to you now is why? Why JD3 TV?
You know what? It's because of the network itself. It's not about just going out there and putting yourself out there. Because if that were the case, of course, you could do it through Facebook, so many other different avenues. But JD3 TV really comes through because of the amount of relationships that you get. And for those of you guys that don't know, the amount of relationship you're dealing with millionaires, billionaires, different types of entrepreneurs, you get an unlimited amount of capital just through my resources alone. You get access to millions and billions of dollars worth of capital and opportunities. So I can tell you right then and there that we are here as a community that we can help each other grow. And that is what it's all about, because the more value that you can put into the marketplace, the more you will get for yourself as well.
Wow. Like, I am truly, truly enjoying this segment, man. And I have to ask just that you would tell us, we know who Jose is as an entrepreneur. We know who you now are as a person, but now tell us about the celebrity, the man behind the show, because not only are you one of the stars of Let's Talk, but you're also the executive producer, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about so many different topics that is not just going to be geared towards entrepreneurship, but it's about life itself. Because if I have learned one thing out of my experience in life so far, is that it all plays its role. We're all one, whether you have relationship issues, whether you have a business issues. If you don't take care of those, and if you don't go ahead and fix that, then you're going to go ahead and it's going to leak into the other part of your life. So everything plays together. Entrepreneurship goes hand in hand with your personal life, which means that you need to learn how to live your life the best possible so that everything can come together and you can have an abundant life, an abundant business. You can travel the world if that's what you wish. You can go out and do everything that you please, because that is what makes you happy.
Wow. Well, I definitely am regretting that we've got to end this portion of this panel, Jose, but I'll tell you, man, and it's truly an honor and a pleasure to not only have this time with you, but to also know that we are friends and that we are connected. And I look forward to also now seeing your show, Let's Talk. So as we prepare to just wrap up this segment, are there any final words that you would not only just give our viewers today, but again, all of the viewers that will definitely be tuning in to Let's Talk, the JV show?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And, it's all about, when it comes to your network is your net worth. Your net worth is your net worth. So you want to go ahead and figure out what is the next step. And the next step, again, is by feeding your mind. And the only way to feed your mind is to go ahead and put yourself out there in situations that's going to open up the opportunity to so many different valuable ideas, and they will turn into habits that you will eventually turn into a business. And who knows where life's going to take you from there. So life is an adventure. Live it to its fullest. That's what I say.
Well, Jose Baeza, it was an honor and a pleasure getting this moment to just talk. So again, I'll be reaching out to you, friend, because we definitely have to continue to talk so that you can continuously help me with all of my endeavors. Again, you guys give it up for the amazing Jose Baeza.
Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Well, look, you guys, I told you that this panel was going to blow you away. I am literally, I have to tell you, you guys, I'm in awe because I know these people outside of the camera. And now to get to understand a little bit more about them and where they come from and their backgrounds and their persistentness, It's literally making it even more of an honor and a pleasure to stand before you guys here today on this Limitless platform, to remove all of the limits out of your life. I promise you that if you stay plugged in, don't just get tuned in today, but stay plugged in, you guys. It's just like your cell phone, your laptop, hey, even your television, whatever device you might be using now to watch this live stream. As long as it's plugged in, it can reach 100%. If it stays plugged in, it can stay at 100%. But the moment that it becomes unplugged, you guys, it begins to lose its power. So again, I ask you guys not to just tune in, but to stay tuned in, because phenomenal people are to come, more content, more things that you will find out about that'll help to transform your life as well. And that leads me right into my next guest. You guys, I would love to introduce to some and to present to others my dear mentor and friend, Mr. Ernesto Verdugo. Are you there? Woo, we can't hear you, buddy. Are you on mute?
How are you, my friend?
Oh, wow. Look, I take my hat off.
I told you I was not going to get myself be out-hatted by you. You know, at the end of the day, I'm in Texas, so of course I have to be having my hats. But of course I said, well, you know, I'll have it because you're having it. So.
I'll tell you, man, I love the hat. I love the hat. Well, Ernesto Verdugo, let's get right into it, man. First off, I have to just let everyone know that Ernesto is not just someone who is an entrepreneur. He's not just a coach. He's not just a leader. He's just not the average guy. He's not just a father. He's not just a friend, or he's not just now a television star. But you guys, this guy is one of the most traveled men in the world. He's an author. He's a coach of is it Little League?
Little League, yes. Little League baseball.
And you guys, so I had to put those things in there so you guys can really get an understanding of who this gentleman is that you guys are viewing. And Ernesto, I ask that we get an opportunity to dive just a little bit deeper into that. But let's go right into your show, sir. The Toilet Paper Diaries. Can you please explain to us how Toilet Paper Diaries was created?
You know, on March 13, 2020, we went into lockdown. In March 16th, 2020, we launched the Toilet Paper Diaries. Now, what a horrible name. Everybody tells us what a horrible name. But the fact is, everybody remembers it. So that's why we decided not to change the name, because we decided to call it the Toilet Paper Diaries, because in those days, there was a scarcity of toilet paper. And basically, we thought that it was going to be something that everybody was going to be remembering. And then afterwards, after we went into 1 month, 2 months, 3 months into the lockdown, we thought, well, you know, I don't think that this name is going to be appropriate, and we're going to change it to the Fast Forward Show. We changed it to the Fast Forward Show. We have 8 episodes of the Fast Forward Show. And it didn't stick. I mean, suddenly everybody, well, what happened to the Toilet Paper Diaries? What happened to the Toilet Paper Diaries? So we said, well, you know, if that brand works, that's what we're going to have. And right now, the Toilet Paper Diaries has been a blessing in disguise, because I pivoted. I mean, not only me, but also my partner, Dave Crane in Dubai. We pivoted, and we are not anymore speakers. And I would like to tell everybody that as from the 13th of March, 2020, you are not a speaker anymore. You're a broadcaster. Right now, what are we doing? Am I speaking in front of an audience? No, I am broadcasting. This is a live broadcast. And we have learned throughout all these months the power of broadcasting and using broadcasting to reach new avenues. I mean, just think about it. I was just speaking with a friend of mine, which is a busker. Possibly you are not familiar with what a busker is. That's the British word for music for a street artist.
Okay, help me out.
And you know what? She was telling me, well, I mean, in the past, I used to play my guitar and I had my corner and everybody was, I mean, I was selling some CDs and I was actually getting some, money on a daily basis. And I mean, she's a very good singer. She sings amazingly. But what I thought it was very interesting is that, the moment that I became a broadcaster, now I am not only standing in one street corner and basically making $100 a day, but I am right now reaching a humongous audience. And right now, I mean, her YouTube channel is exploding and she has viewers in every corner of the world. So I want you guys to start thinking of the power of broadcasting, of the power of JD3 TV, of what's going to happen. Because once again, if you think that you are going to come back in a few months, the moment that we have already the vaccine, and you're going to be a speaker, you are mistaken. Let me tell you exactly what's going to happen. Most likely, the event industry is never going to come back to what it was in 2019. What's going to happen is that there's going to be hybrid events. And why is this going to happen? Not because, of course, we don't want to see it, but what happens is that people are starting to see, well, I can get as much value or even more value by staying at home. Why should I spend God knows how much money to go to an event or whatever? Right now, if you see ClickFunnels with Russell Brunson, which was one of the speakers that also got started with us in Dubai, and right now he's a mega star. He's having a hybrid event, and this is going to be the exact same pattern everywhere. There's going to be hybrid events, and then in the hybrid event, possibly you're going to have 100 people, which are going to be live, but you're going to have 10,000 people, which are going to be everywhere around the world. So you have to think yourself as a broadcaster, and that for us has been the biggest lesson the Toilet Paper Diaries has provided for us.
Wow. Well, let me ask you, man, I know that you said that there are 8 episodes of the Fast Forward show. Currently, how many full episodes do we have of the Toilet Paper Diaries?
92 episodes.
Wow, 92 episodes, right?
Yeah.
Wow, man. So let me ask you, because I know even with myself, I've done a couple of movies, I've done some acting, but I've never been that consistent at being in this industry. So knowing that you're at your 90th episode, what would you say has caused your show's most success?
You mentioned it, consistency. We saw a number of people that were doing a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there. But what happened, everybody knew that on Wednesdays, and previously we did the event, when we really went into the beginning of the lockdown, we were doing it on a daily basis. Now, did we feel every day that we wanted to do the show? No, absolutely not. And the second thing was, of course, I mean, we had to train your audience. I mean, it's the same thing like in television. This is another great nugget that I'm gonna share with you. One of the most important things in order for you to be successful, if you want to have a successful TV show, you need to start thinking like if you will be a broadcasting mogul, like if you will be the owner of Fox News, or not Fox News, but Fox, or I don't want to bring Fox News to this, but I would like to say Fox or CBS or NBC or whatever it is. And you have to start thinking, well, how are these guys running their show specifically? What is exactly what they are doing? And then you have to think, well, what is my content going to be? And this is another big secret that I would like to drop there for all the speakers, experts, trainers, authors that are getting into this amazing path in JD3 TV. Instead of actually doing content that talks about you, just turn the camera the other way around and start focusing on your audience.
Wow.
The moment that you start focus on your audience and you start creating content that is only valuable for your audience, guess what? Success is inevitable, imminent. And that's what you need to do. I mean, we started doing episodes, and we, of course, felt that it was not about giving content, because at the beginning of the pandemic, everybody was doing free webinars, and here's my free ebook, and here's my free this, and here's my free the other. People didn't need more. People need more content. What they needed was empathy. What they needed was connection. What they needed was love. What they did was care. So every day for 50 days in a row, all we did was there providing entertainment, providing stuff that was going to be interesting for the audience. And little by little, the audience started growing. And now what happens is that every time that we got live, and basically YouTube is our tool at this moment, and I'm very soon also we're going to be growing our audience with JD3 TV. It's going to be the fact that we can understand. We understand the formula, and we are attracting the people because, of course, we are not focusing in ourselves. This show is not about ourselves. It's about them. It's about what serves the audience better. Just look at all the shows from Trevor Noah, from Stephen Colbert, from all those shows. I mean, they're bringing you the news in the same way that possibly you will see the news in the normal TV channel. However, they are making it fun so that you actually connect with them and you feel like, oh my goodness, I mean, I could be this. Stephen Colbert is my biggest friend. And that's exactly how the whole thing works on success in broadcasting.
Well, I'll tell you, man, that I agree with you. I think that empathy and consistency are really two of the biggest parts of this. And I'll tell you, just from watching general television shows, it's always something that ties into your emotions.
100%.
That gets you tied into your show. So to have that empathy there will definitely show why you guys not only have a show, but have a successful show, which is now on its 92nd episode, which leads me into my next question. What would you say is the actual concept of the Toilet Paper Diaries?
The Toilet Paper Diaries, it's a diary. It's a magazine. It's a review of several things which are happening around. So we started sharing the news and giving it our spin. We, of course, through our personality, and we wanted to build a rapport. And for example, this is one of the reasons why I'm wearing a hat right now. I mean, I saw you wearing a hat and I said, I have to wear a hat because I wanted to build rapport with you. I wanted to be very similar to you. I wanted to make sure that the audience, which is going to be watching these broadcasts, was going to be identifying with us. So what is exactly the content that we are providing on the Toilet Paper Diaries? We have tested all sorts of content. We have gone through the craziest things. So, for example, during the election, we were giving our thoughts about what was going on. Now, that created a very strange vibe because, of course, we had some people that agreed with us and some people that didn't agree with us. Now, is it bad to do controversial stuff? No, absolutely not. Then we started testing comedy, and I am not a comedian at all. But, we started saying, well, it's okay to make a fool of yourself. Don't try to be all the time completely serious because guess what? People will tune off. Then we started sharing a little bit of music. We started sharing a little bit of everything. This is one of the incredible things about this medium. You don't have to worry about your audience. You don't have to worry about your performance. They're not coming to see you perform. You're going to come over here to see and to change people's feelings. And that's going to be the best thing. So here's my best piece of advice to anybody which is actually starting with a TV show. What you need to do is don't think about creating content. The content gets created by itself. And let me tell you how. By documenting what's happening in the world and in your life. That's exactly what the Toilet Papers is about. So every single day we will say, well, this is happening, this is going on, this is here. Well, what did we learn from this person? What did we learn from this other person? And the other thing is edify your mentors. That's another great way of actually creating that content that you require. I mean, how many times have I always talked in the Toilet Paper Diaries how much I love and how much I care about Dr. Dentley. I build him and I edify him and I learn I teach his lessons and I teach all these things, always giving him credit because then what happens the moment that people which are also identified with one of the icons in the industry, they're going to say, well, Dr. Dentley, Ernesto, Dave, they have the same values. I should connect with them. And that's actually one of those biggest secrets that you really need to have whenever you're getting your show started.
Wow. Well, I have a couple of more questions that I want to go ahead and make sure that we get through. Tell me, in your position, You're the star of the show, one of the stars of the show. We don't want to leave out your partner, Dave Crane, but you both are also executive producers. So can you tell us what it's like to play both roles?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. I mean, I have to say that that's another thing that you never think. But when you're a speaker, you have to plan the lesson. You have to plan your presentation. You're going to go and put together your PowerPoint presentation, which right now, if somebody tells me PowerPoint, I go like, oh my God, what is that? I mean, that sounds like the telefax to me, or something, even smoke signals or something. Because right now I know the power of using video. So what is one of the things that we need to do? Well, first of all, we have to create what is called a running order. The running order is something that we create together. I mean, so we have a document which is accessible for me. Dave is in Dubai. I am in Houston, and we keep on adding. Well, what are we going to be covering this month or this week? And we start going through several things. Some things make it to the cut. Some things don't make it to the cut. And we start learning about pacing and leading. We start learning about different things that need to be input every single time. Most of you are just going to come and think, well, I'm going to deliver a lecture. This is not a lecture. I mean, right now, we have 3 or 4 points that we knew that we were going to cover today. I have them there. And then I inject my personality. So the power of being an executive producer of a show is that you have the flexibility of really shining with your personality, make it conversational, and be able to really connect with the emotions from people. And that's great. I mean, so always think yourself, you're a broadcaster, and also you're going to be an executive producer. It's lovely. It's incredible. It's one of the most incredible things that I've done in my life.
Wow. So we know why we should watch the Toilet Paper Diaries. We know why we should choose to actually go today and sign up with JD3 TV. But why, Ernesto, why did you choose to join the JD3 TV network and family?
Well, once again, edifying your mentors and edifying the great icons in the industry. I don't think that there's anyone else in the industry that understands what's going to be the next step in the speaking industry. Right now, after organizing so many events, I have organized events in every one of the continents. And the industry, as we knew it in 2019, is gone. Right now, broadcasting is the absolute future. Just think about it. If you possibly think of the Unlimited Power Online event, not Unlimited Power Within, from Tony Robbins. He created his own studio, which is also something that I know that you guys have done. And I am dying to go to Chicago to be on that studio. I cannot tell you how excited I am. How amazing it is that this studio is available for all of us. That is just incredible. But that's not my point. My point is, in about 2018, 2019, they were saying that the future was going to be the future of concerts was going to be the those how they call the images, no holograms. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, they were going to be holograms, and everybody was the hologram technology, and you're going to be presenting with holograms. But right now, because of what happened with the pandemic, suddenly we see that it's been a change. Now, in the hologram technology, that was going to be very expensive. But right now, if you have a $37 HD camera in your computer that you can buy in Best Buy, you have a microphone like this one, and this one is not top of the range. This one I think I pay $50 for. That's enough. That's all you need, and you need some lights, of course. And then you're set. You're set with your own studio, and that is just the most incredible thing. So for me, OTT, it's the next frontier. And one of the things that we're going to be covering when I have my opportunity to speak in the Limitless event, I'm going to be sharing with you the secrets of how I got myself monetized in YouTube in a heartbeat. Because, of course, YouTube is the platform to get into the next platform, which is OTT. OTT television is over-the-top television, very similar to what JD3 is all about, so that you could be in Roku, or you could be in Apple TV, or you could be in any of these platforms.
Wow. And so as we prepare to wrap it up, I have one question, and I know we talked about the empathy portions of it. And I know that we've faced the pandemic. We've just gone through everything with politics and the transfer of our new president. And so I also know that recently you're in Houston, and I know here in Chicago we got hit with some very tragic weather. But can you just tell us what it's like from your position, being in Houston, in Texas, what it was like to still be in the position of trying to build a business, be a father, be Ernesto, in the midst of all the calamity that was going on in Texas, and how is that panning out now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have to say that this year has been even more traumatic for me than 2020, because at the beginning of the year, I lost my mom. And it was a very, very hard thing for me to overcome that. And then, of course, we were hit with the 5 nights of not having power, and people, I mean, there were kids that died frozen in their living room, and it was a very, very, very tough time. But what happens is that if you, instead of focusing on, poor me, I started saying, well, regardless of where I am, regardless of what has happened.
All right, you guys. Not sure what's going on.
I lost you for a moment.
There we go. That's that Texas.
So one
right?
of the things it's the Texas, exactly. So now one of the things that I understood was, you know what, regardless of how bad things could be at this moment, there's a lot of people that do not have that power of helping others, that they don't have the power, that they don't have the power of understanding what I understand. And even though I am in pain, and even though till right now, I mean, I miss my mom like you cannot imagine, and I know how many people are in pain, I know that it is within me to help other people. And for me, that's the magic of it. And this is the magic of having a TV show, because I can get to the entire population. I can get to everybody. And this is why, you're not going to be a speaker. You're going to be an influencer. You're going to be a light for the world. And video, YouTube, television, broadcasting, and JD3 TV are going to be those tools that are going to let you change the world in little by little.
Well, again, Ernesto, I appreciate you for sharing your heart, sharing your story, sharing your mom with us as well, man. And my deepest condolences again to you and the entire family. And I'll just ask you to leave us with just a simple word of what you would tell our viewers, those that are looking to remove their limits and go to their next level in life.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It is something that you're not going to get perfect on the first try. I mean, if you see some of the first episodes of the Toilet Paper Diaries, I have to laugh about them right now. But I mean, the more you have to remain consistent. You have to remain consistent. You have to keep on progressing until you master the skill. You have to create your own Olympic routine. You have to, an Olympic athlete doesn't get to the Olympic just because they watched a training. They work every single day. Sometimes they work on their arms, sometimes they work on their legs, sometimes they work on their psychology. Every single episode that you create, celebrate. Yes. Celebrate. Feel proud of it. And don't stop. Even if you don't feel like it, even if you're going through a tough time, continue, because you have a stronger light. If you are in this path, it's because you have a stronger light, and you have to make it shine in the lives of others.
Wow. Well, my dear friend, we thank you for you actually sharing. And don't forget, you're speaking on Sunday, correct?
That's correct.
So you guys, again, like I told you before, don't just get tuned in. We want you guys to stay tuned in because you want to hear more from the phenomenal and amazing Mr. Ernesto Verdugo. And please go and check out his show and Dave Crane's show, The Toilet Paper Diaries. Again, Ernesto, as always, it was a pleasure to have you, man. And we look forward to sharing some more time with you on Sunday.
Love you, man. And big kiss, and also big kiss to James.
Absolutely, man. You have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. You guys, I'm telling you, I had to let him go because he almost put me in tears. But this is what you get when you tune in to not just Limitless, but when you guys get prepared to tune in to the JD3 TV network. And now, as I prepare to wrap this thing up, you know they say you always have to save the best for last. Well, I'll tell you, each and every one of my guests today were absolutely the best. But there's one more. There's just one more. And I introduce to you Dr. Jan Fortman. Wow. Wow. It is my final time to get to share some time with the amazing Dr. Jan. How are you today?
I am great, Lavelle, Mr. Mindset.
Oh, you gave the secret. Well, you guys, that is who I am. I am Mr. Mindset, but this is not about me. Today is all about Dr. Jan, and I know you said you're doing great, but I must tell you, Dr. Jan, you are looking great as well.
Thank you, Lavelle.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Dr. Jan, we're going to get right into this. The name of your show, we know, is Relationships Matter. Is that correct?
Relationship matters.
Relationship matters. Okay. Yes. So, one of the things that I would like for you to do for me is to break down exactly what the show and the title itself really means.
The show is about relationships. Life is about relationships. They are important. And the more we interact with someone, the greater chance we have to shape their lives and even the lives of our own lives, positively or negatively. And so my show is going to talk about all kinds of relationships because there are all kinds of relationship matters. I'm going to be interviewing different guests, and we're going to talk about relationships. And I want people to know that our relationships affect every aspect of our lives. It affects our journeys. I mean, the good relationships, the bad relationships, the loving relationships, the toxic relationships, all relationships affect our lives.
Well, Dr. Jan, I'll tell you, I think I've been in almost every one of those relationships that you just spoke on. But right now, I'm just glad to be on a good ship. How about that? It's an honor and a pleasure to be in a happy relationship. And so when we look at relationship matters, tell me, what would you say is the most important relationship to the human person?
It is the very first relationship that you have. You know what relationship that is?
Which one is that?
That is the relationship with your mother.
Wow.
Because that's the very first relationship you have. It affects everything, whether or not your mother is in your life, was in your life, or was never really in your life. It affects everything. It affects your personal relationships and your professional relationships. It affects, I did a lot of research into this. It affects the friends you choose. It affects whether or not you get married. It affects who you marry. If you decide to have children, it affects that, how you raise your children. It affects your career choices, which is something that I thought, oh, really? But then when I look back at my life, I thought, you know what? That relationship with my mom affected the kind of career that I chose. It affects, when I say it affects everything, it's everything. I want you to think about something. When a football player or baseball player or basketball player, you know, when they win that top prize or that trophy, what do they say? Hi, Mom. They don't say hi, Dad. They say, hi, Mom. Why? Because that is the most important relationship in your life.
Wow. Well, look, let me not get in trouble. I promise you, I'm not a celebrity basketball player. I definitely cannot play football. I'm scared to get hit. I'm a little guy. But look, let me take this shameful plug during your interview and say, hey, Mom. So I don't destroy my relationship either, because mine matters. So as I want to go just a little bit deeper, can you just tell us who Dr. Jan Fortman really is?
Dr. Jan Fortman is a product of all of her relationships. Actually, that's who I am. From my mom, all the way up to right now. I was in corporate America before I became an educator. I was a teacher for about 30 years. And what I love to do is impart information, impart education, inspire, and motivate people. And I started this journey really because of the relationship I had with my mom. Our relationship was challenging once I got to be an adult. And I used to think that, oh my God, you know, I must be all alone as far as having this challenging relationship with my mom. And I started really researching and delving into all kinds of relationships. That's when I found out that your mom is the one who affects your relationship as far as your life's journey is concerned. And so, you know, I'm going to do the shameless plug because I wrote a book, which is called The Secrets to How Not to Throw Mama from the Train. And it's all about how to navigate the challenges in that relationship. But once I started doing that, and I started doing more research into relationships generally, it just became apparent to me how much our relationships affect everything. And I've been around for a while, and I started looking back at the relationships I have had for the past 79 years. And what I saw was that, and what I learned was that I'm a product of all of these relationships. The good ones, the bad ones, the hurtful ones, the supportive ones. We all are a product of our relationship. And so that's who I am. I'm a product of my relationships.
Well, I'll tell you, your good must have surely outweighed your bad. Because if you were able to look back over 79 years and to see where you are now, it is absolutely phenomenal to see where your relationships have brought you and to know that you are in this space. So now, Dr. Jan, I heard you give this shameless plug. And of course, I was going to bring it up. The book, How Not to Throw Mama from the Train. We have to dive into that. Just listening to the concept, it's always confused me. And of course, you know, we have a rapport and we're friends, but I've always wanted to ask you, I know you can't give me the secret of how not to throw her from the train, but why not throw her from the train?
What do you mean, why not? Because she's your mom.
There you go.
I mean, that's the way you got here.
Yeah.
You got here through your mom. But I will give you a secret, though.
What's that?
You cannot change your mother. However, you can change the way that you respond to the challenges in that relationship. That is the first secret. And that's what I tell everyone. Because when I coach women, I hear, oh, well, my mom is this, my mom is that. I just want her to do this, or I just want her to say this. And I tell them, oh, no. It's not about your mother. It's about you. That's the first secret. You can't change your mom, but you can change the way you respond to challenging situations.
Well, look, Dr. Jen, I'm telling you, I'm tuning in to the Relationship Matters show because I'm trying to get this thing right. So you definitely have a fan within me, and I promise you, I will be on JD3 TV every time that you come on, not just to watch my show. I'll be watching your show as well. And so as we prepare to close out this panel, Dr. Jan, what would you say was your reason and your choice out of everywhere else you could have been? I know that your show has been on other platforms and still airs currently. What made you choose JD3 TV?
You know, it's being a part of an inspirational, motivational, and supportive family. When I talk about relationships, I think it's important to surround yourself with people who are authentic and whose bottom line is service, serving other people. And Dr. Dentley and Kara are loving, they're uplifting, they're authentic, and I'm smiling because whenever I think about Dr. Dentley and Kara, it puts a smile on my face. And it gives me an opportunity to help people globally to improve their relationships, to live loving, healthy lives. And Dr. Dentley and JD3 TV, they're offering me that opportunity, and I am so grateful. But the main thing is, Lavelle, they are very, very grounded in the Bible. And you don't find that in business people a lot and entrepreneurs a lot. And I'm just very blessed to be a part of JD3 TV.
Well, I'll tell you, I am blessed to share this time with you, and I promise I do not want to let you go. I have so many more questions just on the topics of relationships and if they even really matter anymore. But I promise you, Dr. Jan, that it was an honor and a pleasure just to be able to share this time with you. And I ask for those viewers that are out there, for the one that might be dealing with relationship issues, whether it be with their partner or their mother or anyone in their world, a business partnership, whichever relationship they're in, what would be the one thing that you would leave that viewer with on today?
Cherish your relationships.
Wow.
Cherish them, because you never know when that person might leave you. And you don't want to sit back and say one day, I really wish I had told that person that I love them and that I cherish them. So that's really what I want to leave with everyone. Cherish your relationships.
Well, Dr. Jan, this is our time, and I promise you from this day forward, I will cherish each and every relationship. Again, we thank you for all that you have shared. We look forward to seeing Relationship Matters on the JD3 TV network and looking to see more of what you do. You guys go get our book, How Not to Throw Mama from the Train. And again, thank you for being such an amazing guest today, Dr. Jan Fortman. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Lavelle.
Absolutely. Well, you guys, I have to let you guys go. I promise you, I don't want to leave. I love being here right with you guys. I know you were feeling the energy. I told you this panel would be amazing. But look, stay tuned. Remember to stay plugged in, because we definitely have more coming up. And next up, my friend, my mentor, my coach, Dr. James Dentley, right after this message.
Welcome to JD3 TV. Welcome, and now we're offering you a backstage pass into our world, where you're going to get the most extraordinary programming that will inspire and enlighten. You'll get a chance to get up close and personal with some of your favorite stars, your entertainers, your movie icons, and some talk show hosts that will rock your world and change your life. Imagine you being inspired every single day to stretch your imagination. Imagine you on the big screen. Your life, your story, one reel at a time. Go to your Google Play Store or your App Store and download JD3 TV today.
Introducing One and Done. Monetize your products, services, training programs, and content. Reach your audiences instantly, anywhere in the world.
Hello, my name is James Ditley. I'm an international speaker, business strategist, and philanthropist. If you're a speaker and you want to expand your business, if you want to increase your reach, if you want to bring your community together, you want to do it through One and Done. With the One and Done application, imagine you could take your live audience and put them in a virtual room where they can communicate with each other on a 90-degree angle. Imagine you can offer the tickets, you can give away the free gifts, you can offer your loyalty program, everything through One and Done. Get your One and Done app and get it today. Let's grow our business together and touch the world.
Head over to the App Store or Google Play and download One and Done today.
And we are back. We had some incredible interviews today with some of our panelists, and our moderators did a phenomenal job. I'm really honored to get a chance to share this full day with each and every one of you. I just wanted to add a side note that the One and Done app is coming out very, very soon. We wanted to be ready for this weekend, but in the next 2 weeks, we're going to be live, and we'll make an announcement to each and every one of you all. And we have very special gifts in store for those people who want to be the first ones to experience One and Done with us. And also JD3 TV. Now the date is going to be March 15th that we're going to go live with our soft launch. We're going to be live for programming viewing as well as, and we're going to keep building on that platform. And then in April 23rd, 24th, and 25th, we will celebrate our grand opening of JD3 TV. And we're excited. Well, I have the pleasure of bringing up a very, very special guest. I would regard him as not just a friend, but a business partner as well. Someone I have got the chance to know very, very well, and we regard and we respond to each other as brothers. He is the founder of One and Done. This gentleman is plugging in from tonight through overseas, over in Europe, over in the UK. And I'd like to bring to the forefront, do a very special interview and learn all about the One and Done app. Share with everyone you can. Sesh, are you here with us now?
Yes, I am, and good evening from London, James.
Well, good afternoon here, I think. I've been at it for so long, I don't know what time it is. How you doing?
I'm doing very, very well, and it's so great to be with you tonight. And hello, everyone who's listening to Limitless 2021. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we're having a good time here, and it's a live show. And we're really happy and pleased about how things are going with the show. But we're really excited about you because we've been hearing about One and Done and talking about One and Done for quite some time, just anchoring that name, One and Done. So you are the founder of One and Done. You know, you are the maestro. You are the creator of this brain trust. Can you share now? This app I believe, is revolutionary. It's going to just change the scope of how we do business. So let's start off with, what made you want to create this app? What need were you trying to fill or problem you wanted to solve?
Yeah, well, what a great question. So, and that's not one that is often asked, but I'm going to share the story as is. So, I used to do speaking across various continents, and I was just so burnt out. I was traveling. And everyone keep saying, how do we get in touch with you? How do we share your content? And I realized that I couldn't scale. I couldn't scale because I didn't have the digital tools to help me share content or share information or connect with people. And and I'm sure everyone knows what it's like to get on a plane and go across continents. It's hard to keep in touch with everybody. And the truth is I took a step back and said three things that I really need. apart from great relationships. And it was really great listening to Dr. Jan just now. But relationships matter. But how do you manage those relationships virtually? And so I started this journey 2 years ago, and I've always been really good at predicting the next thing or anticipating what's coming next. So I realized that I need to focus in on the digital space. And it was something that was holding me back. And if it was holding me back, it must be holding other people back. So that's where it came from. The story came from my own experiences. And as I started speaking to other people, they were sharing the same. And today, everyone has one of these, right? Every single one of us.
Yes.
But the challenge is I didn't have the technical skills. I couldn't afford the big sums of money for a branded, all singing and dancing app. I wanted to play like everyone else. I want to be like everyone else. But how do I do that? And so I set myself the challenge of solving that problem. Let me not limit my success or the success of others because we can't solve the problem. So I went about solving that problem, and that problem has resulted in the one and done brand, which is it's one app and it's done. Save the clicks. Save the clicks. Think of, we spend so much time, James, on enhancing our personal development. Time management. I listened to you earlier today. Wow. Just those refreshers. How many people, how easy is it for us today to follow the people that we love and are adored by? You mentioned Bernie Dorman. You mentioned Ryan Long. All those legacies. And there are still people today that can inspire us. Can you do that in one click? It's so hard. And so really, this whole one and done is about trust as well. One app, and you trust it. In a few clicks, you've got access to your entire social media and your products and services on the other axis. And in between that, what we want to do is create beautiful experiences.
Yes. Well, is that me? Where's it coming from? All right, we have a difficulty, and my tech is going to fix this.
I can hear you.
All right. Just want to make sure I don't have feedback here. You want me to turn it down here? Got it. There you go. All right, perfect. Good. Very good. All right, thank you, sir. All right, so now we look at one and done, and we're going to talk about backstory. We have a lot of things to talk about. I missed talking to you this week. We don't really go that long without speaking with each other.
Correct.
But can you share with everyone some of the features and benefits? Why one and done? Why do I feel just as you? Why is it going to be so impactful and revolutionary as far as taking us forward in this age of technology at a time when we need it most?
Yeah. So the truth is that everyone is looking to be more useful with the time that they have available. How much time do we spend searching for information or looking for those key, notifications? Everything's about time. It's about efficiency. And so the real benefit here is about saving time, but also connecting quickly to the people that you need to quickly with, real time. We all want to build new networks. So some of the features that we have, and I'm going to talk about this, but not so much about features, but about what do we all need?
Yeah.
Right. We all want to build relationships. We miss that part. We love the human psychology part of building relationships. Quite a few people don't like the visual piece. They just want the audio piece. So people want to network. People want to meet like-minded people. People want to showcase their products and services. We spend so much time branding our businesses. We have most entrepreneurs, I don't know if you know this, but most entrepreneurs have 3 URLs. 3 URLs, because the life of an entrepreneur is to constantly innovate. So which one of the URLs are we going to share with our customers today? How do we engage? And something like, 90% of businesses don't have a rewards or loyalty program for those people that are liking your posts, sharing your posts, bringing referrals to you. We don't have any mechanism for engaging with them. Why? And that's how, and it goes back to why. It's because all of those things were typically in different service providers would spend money on subscribing for a loyalty program or someone to build a website, then maintain it. How many people have a product or service that they want to push to a global audience, but they don't have an app? And everyone is moving mobile. So really, we have to move with the times. And one of the things that really I think is holding entrepreneurs back, which is limiting their growth, is access to digital tools.
Yeah.
And that's really where we're coming from. And I'm doing this. It's really for everybody. I want everyone to have the same access, same opportunity, just as a big business does with a big budget. But you don't need a big budget with One and Done.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's about creating an inclusive society that you can go build relationships, create new networks, showcase what you do. And as an entrepreneur, whether you're a business, a speaker, a membership body, every one of those we all want to somehow showcase.
Yes.
And you can't do that very easily if you say to someone, well, go and have a look at my URLs. Now, the other side of it is we're in this very difficult economic climate. So speed is important. Okay, number one. Partnerships is really, really key. And collaborations. Now, what we are doing is we're partnering with people that have really brilliant tools that can add value to our customers. We want to do that. Again, why download 3 apps? Why not have one? Yeah. So that's sort of, that's where we've come. We spent a long time really thinking about this and making sure that it helps as many people, as many businesses as possible. Because we want to make a difference.
I love from the very beginning the concept of not just with One and Done, but also you and your team and what you stand for and how you operate. So I want to first of all thank you on behalf of Inspired to Speak and JD3 TV for your graciousness of looking and saying, okay, I think that James Dentley would be the person that we can trust that brand with. So we're honored to represent that to your brand with One and Done and be a part of the One and Done family. And when you look at One and Done, I just want to talk about just a couple of things that I thought was really, really cool. And that was the ability to have a 90-degree visual interaction inside these apps. I know people are thirsty trying to find out what it is, and I can't really explain it. Can you kind of share a little bit about just one of those many features?
Yeah. Have you ever been somewhere, you sat down at a conference and there's someone next to you and you're dying to ask them who they are, but you don't quite have the confidence to do so. Not everyone has. Well, everyone has a profile. We all have something about us, our story, our goals, our objectives, something about us. So the best way for me to describe this is normally you would give out your business card, right, James? Well, there's 10 trillion business cards printed a year. Did you know that? 80% of those business cards get thrown out after 1 week. There's 4 times more chances that your card, if it's in color, is kept. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
So what are we going to do? We're not going to be giving out business cards, right, in COVID?
No.
We ain't going to. So what we want to do is use digital tools to see people. So imagine that you're sitting in a cinema, in a virtual cinema, in the One and Done environment, listening to JD3's show or interacting with, the speakers. And what you're able to do is chat next to the person who's on your left, your right, behind you, and in front of you. And you not only can chat, but you can scan each other's digital cards virtually. And now you don't have to think, oh my gosh, what did Sesh say again? You can write a little note right in your phone saying, speak to James Dentley on Tuesday, reference JD3TV. And it reminds you, it keeps it and it reminds you. So what we're doing is making it real again. People are missing that interaction. So you're able to sit there and we can literally virtually chat, and I can put my video on and I can chat with you and I can see you before the event starts.
Yeah.
And then after the event starts, if James says it's free for all network, let's go, you could go network with anyone else in that room. You can swap seats. You can tag someone. You can request a meeting. And, you know, it's about helping people find new relationships quickly. Again, how many pieces of paper do we write down and we put it in our pockets and we go back to it and we go, it's the ink's rubbed off. Yeah. So we're just using the tools that everyone has today just to help us open up new opportunities.
Yes, and I love that. Someone can have a concert and they can interact with the audience can interact with each other. They can still offer their sample music or sell their music or sell their some of the assets they have for the fans who really want to get it. And,
yes,
and everybody can connect because you have an e-commerce built in there as well. But even for network marketers or business people of every stripe, speakers, coaches, that you can really put everything in that app. And you know, the thing was so amazing to me that really hit me immediately the first time I really saw it was that you actually were able to put my profile in the app in a matter of minutes.
Literally, I can change your picture in seconds.
Yeah.
And as a speaker, you know, you're at different events. You're collaborating with different people, different settings. And so we don't want people to tune out because they're watching the same image day in and day out. Let's make it real. So and that's put in your hands. You know, the great thing with One and Done is you don't need any tech skills.
Yeah.
Your dashboard, you can go in, create your app, or ask us to do it if you want. Not a problem. But the most important thing is you don't want to be stuck there thinking, how do I change this? How do I add something new? It's so simple. 6 steps, and you have an app.
Wow. I mean, I'm excited. We're excited about the grand launch of One and Done. And you're also building an app for JD3 TV as well.
We are, and it's amazing how that's happened. Well, things don't happen by chance. I mean, I heard your conversation earlier, and Lee, I have to say, very early on in today's show, he put a really beautiful point across. He said, isn't it amazing when I track back the people that have come into your lives at certain times, they walk into our lives. It's by chance, it's like a miracle, but everything fits together. And you replied, it's like a jigsaw. Yeah. Knowing and we've got to embrace that. So us being here and One and Done working with JD3, it's meant to happen.
Yes. It's
meant to happen. And that's why we work together. That's why we really, you know, every day, or, you know, because we're all passionate about making a difference. So One and Done is, and I'm so pleased that you've said yes to help us to help you bring JD3 TV to the next level. But it really is, it's going to be a very powerful app where you can have your streaming done on it. You can watch pre-recorded shows, but the interface is really engaging. You can like, you can comment, you can share, you can promote. And in there, you've got your loyalty program. So every time someone is amping up the number of shares, let's give them points. Let's create that, because it's all about giving as well. And I believe you're coming up with great ways of competitions, great ways to redeem your points. your backstage VIP passes. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, your own show, maybe a copy of your book or someone else's book. I mean, it's tremendous what you can do with this. So that's what we're putting in with JD3. You can run surveys, so you can poll people about certain topics as well and use that information. You can share it back with your audiences. You may have an exclusive deal that you want to push out to everyone from a commerce perspective. You know what? The worst thing is, what was that product again? Where do I go again? We've all been there, but all of that information's in the JD3 TV app.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. My development team and One and Done are so excited. It's going to be, it's really going to set, new, I say, paradigms in terms of user engagement, content access, and I think more importantly, enjoying watching a program and a show.
Yeah. And you, why was it so important for you to put this entire platform together where so many people can win, where everybody wins and everybody even shares in it financially, and they can share in a financial time when people are really hurting financially right now? COVID, the weather with global warming, a lot of things are happening, and we have people in food lines that never thought they would ever be there. But every person, I've never seen a situation where every person has an opportunity not only to enjoy the features and benefits of an app, and right now applications of technology are going to create more billion-dollar companies than ever before in the history of this country. But now everybody gets a chance to get a piece of the pie. Why was that important to you? So to create those wins?
Yeah. So, what a beautiful question, James. The truth is that we've all been there. We've all been there when we've been hurting. And someone has come along and inspired us, a moment, an experience, a person, an event. And it goes back to my very original, why did I want to do it? It's because I wanted to scale. I wanted something that could scale and leave a legacy and continue. So I know that, and the truth is that we all have relationships, right? All of us have networks. And many businesses, for no fault of their own, are struggling and are stuck and thinking, what do they do with their customers? If One and Done can help you as a business tomorrow, shift your visibility, shift your ways that you can engage with your customers. Yeah, we want to help you, okay? And we want to do so that you benefit, because if you benefit, we win. And so to me, it's all about, the truth is, it's about making a difference. Yeah, and it's my way of making a difference. How do we help entrepreneurs? It's one thing standing up, talking in a class or coaching, that we know that has tremendous importance. But today, in the digital world and the environment that we're in, digital transformation is a given.
Yeah.
And we need to be helping as many people as possible today innovate their ideas, their businesses. And if we can help in any shape or form, we will do. Coming back to your point of how can we reward them? If you're an entrepreneur or a business and you have an idea or you have a network and you believe that you can partner with One and Done, talk to us. Talk to us. Let's see what we can do, because we have some really interesting relationships globally today. And people are realizing, oh my gosh, I've got opportunities. I know someone that has a pain point, and how do we help solve that? And we come to the table, first of all, with an element of collaboration first. Let's understand, seek to understand. Let's understand, and then we try to solve the problem, and we solve that problem by enabling IT through an app to help you and your business. That's our approach.
Yes. Well, I'm honored to be the Chief Distribution Officer of One and Done, as well as the CEO of JD3 television, media, and entertainment as well. And we're going to do some phenomenal things with the entertainment sector to have a platform that can be used by all of our entertainment artists, all of our show hosts, all of our coaches, speakers, people in network marketing who have a network that they want to communicate with, the churches, every organization on the planet that we're going to share this incredible message with, like lightning speed. And, it's just like you look at some of the apps that are out there today, and some of them are quite exciting and they're having a big buzz around them, but it's always the next big thing. And I just know with everything inside of me that this is it. We know that because of the impact it can bring, and not just in sharing a message, but it goes by ways where everyone can win. And it's going to be so simple because it's simply one and done. Yeah. Now, I just want to say one last thing. When I was in Orlando, as a dear friend of mine, Florence Alexander, who was, she's done exceptionally well. She's in her 80s and she has been successful, to the utmost degree. Most people that you meet would never have achieved the success that she has achieved, but has such a great heart. At 81 years old, she's still out there fighting every single day. She has the energy of a 20-year-old, still creating, still making things happen, still wanting to help and serve people in every genre. And she's the founder of the Orlando Film Festival. And as she offered me a chance to have all the collateral there, and we show up at a film festival and feature, she's going to be on our show. But then to find out that, and then when I was there, I found out that she knew Bernie Dorman, who was my mentor dad. And Bernie, you went to Ryan and Bernie, and then Preet found me after
Yes.
Ryan and Bernie, rest in power, made that transition to go on. And though our hearts were really hurting for, these are two dear friends of mine and that served the lives of so many other people. And then for me for Preet to see me and said, James would be the one. First of all, I'm honored to be in great company. But second of all, when we looked at the connections and then found out that you had a relationship with Florence as well, and we're going to do some things with One and Done, and now all that can go. We're all connected. So everyone is out there. If you have an idea, you want to know more, we're going to launch in just a few short weeks, and we're going to come out with some more information for you about it, and some detailed information. We have videos being created right now, and you can simply contact us right at JD3, and we are linked directly to One and Done as partners as well. And we're going to do some exciting things. So, Seth, you have any final thoughts, man, about where's the world going right now, and how can we position ourselves to create impact and ride this great wave of making the world a better place?
Yeah, thank you. So where is the world going right now? From deep reflection to collaboration. We've seen that with COVID, in the sense of reducing the time it takes to create an injection to help us during these really horrible times, from years to a year, because of the strength of collaboration. Mm-hmm. We're seeing communities helping each other in times of environmental crisis. So globally, there is, I feel, this frequency of receiving and giving, happening more authenticity in truth.
Yes.
In truth and acceptance. And so there is an uprising for sure, and it's game changing, without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah. And collaboration is all about trust. It doesn't work without it. Again, you gave reference to the weed very early on, that a weed can grow, right?
Yeah.
And if you leave it unattended. Yeah. So collaboration is one of those things that when you fuel collaboration, it has a tremendous impact on not just you, but everyone around you. And that is why we've beautifully drawn reference to the people that are around us.
Yeah.
Because we all understand how to collaborate. And that list, as each day or each month goes by, someone else, something new. But it's because we create tremendous value in that exchange. And so where is the world going? It's certainly going in a very, very, I would say, it's a bit like your pit stop example.
Yeah.
The Ferrari team, the reason why they tune that engine to peak performance, but they make sure the driver stops at the pit stop, is to change the tire before the tire burns out.
That's right.
And it's the same with where we are today. In order to achieve balance, we've been probably imbalanced. And so the way that you balance a wheel is to put a different weight on the opposing side of that imbalance. And today it's collaboration, and that is what's going to make the world get better.
Well, one last final question. We're getting real close to our soft launch.
Yes.
With the app. When can we anticipate being able to make a major announcement and really start? We're going to start with some core people and get it out there and fill it out. And
yes.
Then when do you anticipate we can make a major announcement and we all can surge forward and be one and done?
In 3 weeks' time, there is huge news in terms of one and done. It's really fascinating. So 3 weeks, we already have customers using us, working with one and done, but we've just added a complete new layer of features and services to help them. So we're going through that upgrade right now. Fascinating times, but 3 weeks. 3 weeks from now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it right here, right now. In 3 weeks' time, we're going to make a major announcement, and you're going to hear more from Sesh and this incredible team as we're sharing this message that is going to help us to expedite the hope and the inspiration and the joy that we're going to share through the world that's going to impact lives and put a big smile on your face, because we make it a lot simpler when it's one and done.
Thank you so much.
Well, I want to thank you for tuning in. We're going to have you back for other interviews. We got to keep going, keep pushing this on a global scale. God bless you, my friend. I thank you so much. And I'm really excited about what the future holds for all of us.
All of us. Me too. Thank you so much, James. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Take care.
Well, before we go to our next break, I want to just, first of all, acknowledge Cynthia Allen. She's been out there sharing. And remember, you share with 10 people, and then you take a screenshot or take a picture with your phone. You email those shares. You email all 10 of them in one little file to info@jd3media.com. Now, once you share, they'll get those 10 shares out, you're automatically going to get a prize. Now, the top 25 people who do it, you can do it over and over and over. And every time you do it, you're going to get an entry in the raffle. Now, in the raffle, we're going to have 27 winners. We've got 25 people that's going to win an exclusive gift. They're going to get VIP access to our next major launch of JD3 TV, and it's going to be the Business Accelerator 2021 with very special guests, Jeff Hoffman, co-founder of Priceline.com, Jay Samick, former vice chairman of Deloitte, and he's one of the top innovation technologist people in the world. He's going to share a lot of things about what's coming in the future. We're going to have Mr. John Shin, Sir Dr. John Shin. He is the executive producer of Think and Grow Rich, the movie, and he is a producer of Think and Grow Rich, the world tour. He and Arlene are financiers. And we're going to have Alex Stern, who is the former CEO and founder of Constant Contact before he sold the company. And then we're going to have Reverend Dr. Danielle Whittingham and a host of other guests and show hosts. So you don't want to miss that. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of information from people who have built billion-dollar brands. And we're adding a couple of more people to the list for some special surprises. Many people you may have seen in movies in Hollywood, they're going to be there as well. And you may have seen on the stage some of your favorite entertainers as well. So we're going to go ahead and take a short commercial. We're going to come back and bring back before you our Dr. Odom of our internal team with JD3 Media and the host of the brand new show Reveal, and a very, very special guest. We'll be right back on the other side, and you get a chance to meet the new president of JD3 TV, Mr. Lee Simons. Be right back.
Introducing One and Done. Monetize your products, services, training programs, and content. Reach your audiences instantly, anywhere in the world.
Hello, my name is James Ditley. I'm an international speaker, business strategist, and philanthropist.
If you're a speaker and you want to expand your business, if you want to increase your reach, if you want to bring your community together, you want to do it through One and Done. With the One and Done application, imagine you could take your live audience and put them in a virtual room where they can communicate with each other on a 90-degree angle. Imagine you can offer the tickets, you can give away the free gifts, you can offer your loyalty program, everything through One and Done. Get your One and Done app and get it today. And let's grow our business together and touch the world.
Head over to the App Store or Google Play and download One and Done today.
All right, get ready for One and Done. Now we're going to close out today with a very special interview. I'm going to bring before you Dr. Tamala Odom, a young lady who has built an incredible career in television and in radio, had over almost 500,000 listeners in a radio show, who's now launching a new TV show on JD3 TV called The Reveal. And she's going to be doing a very candid and very special interview with a gentleman I have a tremendous amount of respect for. He is the new president of JD3 TV, JD3 Media and Entertainment. This gentleman has 35 years of successful experience in television and movies and in sports as well, in turning the dial, creating content that gets people to move. He's built billion-dollar brands with some of the biggest names in the world. I'm so honored that he accepted our invitation to come in and be the president of this incredible company. And I know we're in just great hands with Mr. Lee Simon. So I'm going to play a short video, and this video is going to share with you just a little bit, just a little peek at some of the work he's done. And then we'll bring in the amazing Dr. O and Lee Simons.
Both of the fighters are true gladiators.
I'm not scared of Shane Mosley. I'm not scared of no fight. We just want to get it on, that's all. Bring it on, now tax that too.
I'm going to take it to him, and I'm going to do what I got to do.
Floyd Mayweather has routinely been dismissive of Shane Mosley.
Don't disrespect me. Let's get this on. Preparing for a pay-per-view fight or a pay-per-view event, it takes a lot of hard work.
All right, stand by the roll.
To film a commercial, you think that you can just go there and just shoot the commercial and leave. It doesn't work like that.
All right, here we go. Stand by. Quiet on the set, and action.
Actually, the idea for the spot came from Floyd Mayweather.
Standing and pacing. So you're looking at me, sir. Action. We're going to pick up the pace a lot faster. Perfect. Let's move on to the next one.
But you're actually going to be throwing that punch as a gladiator.
I've always been a fan of gladiator type movies. Those are movies that I love. The concept was to come up with two gladiators, eventually taking off their gladiator outfits and putting on their up-to-date gladiator outfits, which is gloves, boxing boots, and boxing trunks.
This is kind of like, who I am. I'm a gladiator. I go into the ring, I'm a warrior. That is my mentality. It's been a warrior, being a gladiator, basically fighting to the last bell.
Get a couple of steps under your belt, then give me that gladiator scream.
To make this a contemporary piece that would reach not only boxing fans for the last 20 years, but would also reach the younger people, we want to create a 300-esque gladiator environment. And I think the idea of creating this epic environment is appropriate because this is a mega fight.
#1 pound-for-pound fighter in the sport, and the more you watch him, the more you appreciate him.
I would love to see him fight Shane Mosley.
Just like that's going to be the first pose.
I just like to be creative, be outside the box, and do things that's different. When you're dealing with the best, the world only wants to see the best. Even with commercials, you want to see something outside the box. You can always tell a friend of mine, Leonard Ellaby, who's been working with my camp for 14, 15 years, is out with the old and with the new. Don't tell me what you can't do. Create more things that we can do.
This is one of the most eagerly anticipated fights of the last decade. This is a fight Floyd has wanted for over the last 10 years.
He's getting hit with virtually every shot.
Floyd is truly excited to get it on.
This is a fight that the fans can't miss. Shane's going to fight his heart out because I truly believe it's his last fight. He wants to leave the sport of boxing with a bang.
Brilliant stuff by Shane Mosley. A non-stop aggressor with speed and power beyond compare.
First we shoot your...
Okay, stand by. Roll sound, roll camera.
Having marker soft sticks.
And action.
Lee Simons brings 35 years of professional excellence in television, movies, and in sports to JD3 TV. We are honored to have him as the new president of JD3 Media and Entertainment Company.
Wow, Lee, I didn't know you had it like that.
Yeah, wow, some great memories. Thank you, James, for pulling that out of the archives. Yeah, those were some great experiences with Floyd and in boxing. And so how are you? Nice to see you. You look beautiful.
You know, just a little bit of glam for the camera. Not much. Just give him just a little bit.
Well, you don't need much to be beautiful, so.
See, and this is one of the reasons why I like working with you, Lee. You know exactly what to say to your team members. I don't know if that's your way to get us to work harder, but it's working if that's what you're trying to do.
Well, the thing that I always like to say about a schmooze in Hollywood is sometimes people know when you're schmoozing them,
yeah,
but it still feels good.
It does.
It still feels good. So let's go with it, right?
Yeah. So, you know, I just want to say, first of all, that welcome. I'm not officially the welcome wagon, but a part of the team. I just want to say welcome. So excited to have you a part of the JD3 TV network team. And I'll let you tell it. You remind us often that it's been only 4 weeks that you've been on the team. And oh boy, much that you have had to accomplish in a short period of time. So just tell us, how does it feel to be the new kid on the block?
Well, I love it. First of all, I've called James almost every day when I can get a hold of him and said the heart of our team, the passion, how hard these people work, each and every one of them brings so many unique gifts. So I've just been so excited, and I learned over the years, sometimes the hard way, that being a leader is really all about how can I serve you. So when I showed up to meet everyone on our team and it was like, hey, I'm in charge, tell me what to do, you know, hey, how can I serve you? Okay. Everyone was like, well, no, how can we serve you? And when you meet like that, only great things can happen. I've loved it so far, and I'll tell you, when I think back to that Floyd Mayweather piece, there's a lot of similarities for me when I first started with Floyd and now starting with JD3. Mm-hmm. When I started with Floyd, he wasn't even in the top 10. He wasn't a top 10 pay-per-view fighter. He was arguably then the pound for pound great. He was probably the best pound for pound fighter in the game, but he hadn't gotten the recognition. He hadn't developed his brand. He wanted to emerge. When I first started working with Floyd, he was Floyd Pretty Boy Mayweather. And then he changed his name to Floyd Money Mayweather. Yeah. And the dialogue that we had, Dr. O, over the years and working together was very symbolic to and very analogous and similar to the dialogue I'm having now with people that come into JD3 with a show. Floyd had ideas. He had a vision. He was a dreamer, and he wanted to do things that no one had ever done before. Now, doesn't this sound familiar about how our mission is with our show hosts? Yeah. So when Floyd came to me and said, I want to do things that have never been done in boxing before, when we did that commercial, I think that commercial, we probably spent $500,000 for Floyd to be a gladiator. At the time, it was the most expensive commercial ever made in boxing. No one wanted to do it. Everybody was actually afraid at the network. They tried to shut it down. They thought that it would look weird, like a fighter in a gladiator outfit. They were scared it would look like men in tights. Yeah. But Floyd was consistent, and we said, no, we will pull it off. And Floyd had a vision for what he wanted for his brand. He came to me to help him create it. And he said, I want to be a gladiator. That's what I really am. When I wake up in the morning and train at 5 o'clock in the morning, and when I train again in 2 days at night, I'm a gladiator, and I want to bring that to the screen. I don't care what it costs. And we did it. And as you could see from that commercial, no one knew this was going to happen. Floyd and Sugar Shane Mosley actually looked more legit than gladiators in movies. They were more in shape, more ripped, they had more skills, and it was a tremendous success. So when I think about JD3 Media and our extraordinary team, and I think about what we have to offer the world, we have the opportunity to give anybody that has a dream about their brand, a vision for where they want to go, and they want to create their own content. I've been doing that for 35 years. I love doing this.
Yeah.
And this is the mission of the network. And the people we have, they're just like James. Each and every one of them are, how can I serve you? How can I love you? How can I help you to achieve your dreams? And so that's what I kind of love about the new gig.
And you're doing a phenomenal job so far, and I'm sure you are excited to share your vision and to see that come into fruition. But I really want to talk to you because that video was quite impressive. I like the hair in the video, by the way, Lee.
Yeah, it's long gone now.
But I was really impressed on how you talked to your client, so to speak, in that aspect, and how you were really involved. You talked about your willingness to serve, and it was obvious in that clip. You were serving. You were not just standing by, just watching it unfold. You were in there, sleeves rolled up. You were a part of that. So tell us how you're going to bring that muscle, that grit, that roll those sleeves up servitude aspect of you to the network.
This sounds like the question James asked me before I got the job. I know the answer. I love helping people, and I've already had half a dozen calls with people that are like, I'm not exactly sure where I should go with this, or how can my show come to life? Emerging musicians who I will interview on Sunday that are just off the charts successful, business entrepreneurs that have made 7 figures for decades that now want to go to the next level, and people that have a hope and a dream for an idea that they want to accomplish the next level in their career. It's the same thing that I did with Floyd, with every great combat sports fighter I ever worked with, or every movie I was involved with promoting, or any individual at a corporation or in a business. The idea of connecting with a human being and having our team support that, this process, and being able to deeply listen to them and hear about what is their vision for their show, what is their vision for their company, how do they want to make money, who do they want to be in the world. That is one of the great things about this opportunity, and this is what I love doing. And also just to have the opportunity to work with people with such eclectic interests. There are people that say, hey, I want to have my own TV series. I want to write a dramatic series. I want to be a talk show host. I want to star my own reality series. I have a business and I want to be the quintessential, I have the answer for the problem you have series. There's a home for all of these on JD3, and anyone can like I like to say, call us up, green light your own show.
Yeah.
This is not Hollywood. This is James Dentley is on a mission. Okay. This is a human being. He doesn't have to do JD3 Media. I mean, he talks about buying a yacht. He doesn't have to work. He can sit on that yacht and sail all around the world and give money to charity and be the beautiful mentor he is. But he wants to do this because he wants to give the average person, the everyday person in life, in all levels, whether you're a huge success or you're just somebody starting out, you can have a television show and you can be supported by a group of people that will love you, that will care about you, that will bring you the business solutions you need to be successful. And let's face it, everybody should have their own TV show right now. I mean, people use FaceTime, Instagram, TikTok, so it's already happening. James's vision is to create a community and a home where you can be completely supported. So you have a game plan, an agenda, a monetization scheme, and the people that will help you to become excellent, right? We're not just talking about like, hey, what's up? I'm at Starbucks having a coffee. We're saying, okay, that's cool, but let's monetize that. Let's package that. Let's take the essence of who you are every time you look into that phone and say, let's develop something with that that's special to you, that is the fulfillment of your life's purpose and dreams, and will help your business grow.
Mm-hmm. You know, I like what you mentioned, Lee, about community, because I've worked in media, and you're no stranger. You're probably an expert in your, no, not probably, you are an expert in your field. That's why you're the president. But you don't feel, I never felt a sense of community when I worked a radio station, television station, whatever it was just work. And I know that you mentioned how you have people that you have a cell phone, you have some kind of recording device, and you can have your own show. How do you appeal to someone like that to be a part of the community? Because we can all benefit from an inspirational, a sound, or informative message. And we know from TikTok and all these other platforms that there are some sound messages that are out there. So how do we appeal to that group of people that have a good message to be a part of what we have going on here at this network? Because we provide unique opportunities. I'm sure you can speak to some of those unique opportunities, but how do you appeal to those audiences?
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I read, Steven Spielberg said he just made movies he liked to watch, and, the rest is history. And so when I respond to questions like that, I like to think of my own experience. So when you were asking the question, I was thinking of the song. One of the songs that I come back to over and over again is Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I've had all these great moments with that. I've looked in the mirror and cried. I've looked in the mirror and danced and thought I was Michael. Which was definitely not ready for prime time.
I'll never see it anyhow.
But that song, brings me to, why am I really here? What am I doing? Somebody famous said a life not worth looking at is a life not worth living. I'll look it up afterwards, or I'll ask Siri who said that, Plato, Socrates. Okay. So when I think of all those moments I've had where I just said, what am I really all about? What do I want to do? Why am I here? The two most important days of your life are the day you're born and the day you realize why you're here, right? Mm-hmm. So what I would say to each and every one of the amazing souls that are watching this Limitless 3-day extraordinary transformational leadership seminar is, if you have a show, get with yourself, check out who you are, check out where you're going, take that quiet moment, write it down on a piece of paper, think about it, think about what it's similar to, and begin to conceptualize it, and then reach out. We have a team of people that want to support you and help you realize your dream. So, for me, all great decisions, I had to get real with myself first. Like, okay, what's up, Lee? Mm-hmm. Why are we doing this? Is this part of why you're here on the planet? What do you want to accomplish? Who do you want to be? And to approach that, see, everybody, whether you like it or not, we're in media, right? This is the cell phone era. So you can say, well, I'm not a candidate for a television show. Well, if you have a cell phone, you are, okay? So the question you have to ask yourself in those moments is, what am I doing with my life right now? Do I love it? Yes, no, maybe. Can it evolve? And then how could media and television programming and being a part of an extraordinary community of innovative filmmakers, how could that help me? And I don't think there's a person on the planet that won't come up with a show, that won't come up with a reason to be on JD3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. You mentioned about that support. And I think that's extremely important. And I hope that you feel supported in your new role with the company. And you do a great job of supporting the staff. But I want people that are watching this to understand that this isn't just programming, you send it out there to the masses and we don't care about it. We want to make sure that whomever is offering programming on the network, that they feel supported, that they have thought through their desire to share the message, and that it's a quality message, right? We want to make sure that we are impacting minds, hearts, and spirits the right way, because we have all kinds of energy that's out in the world. And this is going to be a wonderful experience to have such a unique opportunity to be a part of a network that's really interested in putting out quality programming, whether it's your own personal content, if it's original movies, whatever, original shows, whatever it is, it's something that's going to make the person who's watching that feel supported.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you know, I have a few things. I want to read something because a lot of people have asked me why I'm doing this, right? How this
Let me lean in. It's going to be good. Let me lean in a little bit on this.
Yeah. So a lot of people have said, Lee, you know, why have you decided to do this? So the easy answer, and it's the truth, is Dr. James Dentley, his beautiful wife, his beautiful family, and all the people that are around him. Now that's the truth, because when I was given the opportunity to work with James, that was yes. But then I had to think about, okay, what am I going to do, and how can I fulfill this? And when I think about 35 years of being a writer, director, producer, having clients in all areas of the industry, I've worked in the movie business, the music business, the television business, the infomercial business, the sports entertainment business. I've worked as an actor. I've worked as a show host. I've had a great career. I feel so blessed. I feel so grateful for everything I've learned. But I'm at the stage in my life now where it's like, okay, how do I pay back all these great things that have happened to me? How do I give back? And how do I take my skills and my tradecraft and put them to use? And so when James presented me with this opportunity, and he's a very brilliant man, and he's a manifester. You know, his muses and the things he comes up with, the next thing you know, 100 lives have changed, 1,000 lives have changed. So when I thought about this, I said, well, for me to have the opportunity to work with an incredible group of people, to give the average person the chance to be Hollywood and to have a television show, or to express themselves artistically, and to tap into James's world, to give people not just the opportunity to create a show, but to monetize that. To me, that's exciting, to be able to sit back and green light this and green light that. And yes, we're going to do that. And I'll show you how to make this happen. And to sit in a company, in a role, to facilitate people fulfilling their dreams and to create original programming. How cool is that? It's the natural evolution of my whole career. So I said yes. And we're developing a vision. And I actually wrote something. I want to read something, because James and I had a dialogue. Now, I'll see if I can say this without getting emotional, because some of our earliest conversations were, who do we want to be? Who do we want to be as a culture, as a company? What is our culture going to be? Because who we are is what we will attract, right? Makes sense?
Yeah.
So I wrote this down, and like I said, I'll try not to get emotional. As I get older, I get emotional, but you know, who are we? And for anyone listening, anyone that's thinking of having a show, or for all the people that already have shows and are tuned in, this is who we are, and we want you, right? As a culture, we're optimistic, we're dedicated. We want to be courageous and creative. We want to be communicative, and we want to strive for success.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we need to be organized. We definitely need to be motivated, open-minded, inspired, and disruptive. We want to be different. We are respectful. We're focused. We're detail-oriented, and we're independent. We are JD3. So I know every single person watching this show, watching Limitless, Limitless stands for your unlimited potential, the abundance of the universe. It's at your disposal at any given minute, at any given moment. You can just tap in, be tapped in, tuned in, turned on, and ready to go. So this is who we are. And we know you are the same. So please join us. Please come. Let's have some fun. Let's create some content. Let's change the world. And, you know, your show, Dr. O, is one of those beautiful manifestations. You know, your show will change lives. It will change the world. It's the natural evolution of your own career. It's a pinnacle for you after all your success in television and in radio. So that's what we stand for.
And that's good to hear. And it's also good to see your passion. I really see it in your face that when you read that to us, it's a part of you. And that's one of the reasons why you said yes to being a part of this network. So I just appreciate you showing that passionate side of you, because it shows that I'm in the right place. I'm on both sides of the fence. I'm a television personality and someone who's working behind the scenes. So it's good to know that I'm around good people, like-minded people that are passionate about putting good message and doing it the right way, to do it with quality. And that's extremely important. So I'm glad that I was able to see that side of you. You know, we don't get a chance to rap like this because we're always taking care of business. So just to see this side has been pretty good. But I just wanted to ask you just, one more question before we get out of here. When we talk about just doing the right thing, you mentioned with JD3 TV, you talked about that and how we're trying to be inspirational to everybody, not just people who have television shows on the network, but also people who are viewing it. So what can you share with people as kind of like some last words that you want to share, that because I felt compelled to just do more just by hearing you speak this afternoon. So how can you just compel other people to be a part of the movement? But then I just thought about something. Before you talk about that, we got to talk about the launch. That's extremely important. I want to share the launch, then I'll get back to my question. So talk about the launch and how people can be a part of that.
Well, stay tuned. Big things are happening. I'm not going to upstage my CEO on every little detail of that, but what I can tell you is big things are happening soon. Stay tuned. And not just one and done, JD3, but everything happening in James's world is exciting, and it's on the verge of being disruptive and a breakthrough. So there's more to come on that. And I think during the course of the next couple of days, James will unfold and reveal behind the curtain some of that magic. But it's happening now, it's happening soon, and it's time to act. Act as if your life depended on it. Become a part of this. It's just a dream come true opportunity, and everybody can participate. So
yeah. So that's good. So then just from you saying that, that's enough to have me on the edge of my seat, wanted to know more about the launch. So I'll be checking all of our social media outlets and just wanting to get more information about that launch. It's a long time coming, and I'm so excited to be a part of that. So my last question I was going to ask, and I just had to make sure we mentioned the launch first, was your vision. Where do you see, once the launch has taken place and the network is up and running, what is your vision? What do you see next?
Well, we're so new, so we keep reinventing the dialogue that defines who we are, and it will continue to change. But what I've thought about a lot as our network is we're going to be in the hit making business, and we're going to be in the millionaire making business. And so my vision, which is in alignment with James's vision, is to create a community, to create a hub where people can come and create their own programming, and they have a chance to be a hit television show. And here's the thing, Dr. O. Never in the history of the world has there been a better time to say, I want to have a TV show and to go for having a hit. Because we live in a world now where we're playing this game. May the best idea win. Mm-hmm. Distribution's no longer an issue. You come up with an extraordinary idea. You develop a great show. You come into your own. You spend some time with Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror, and you get in true alignment of your purpose, your core, and your message and what you want to do. You could have a hit. And overnight, be careful what you wish for. It can happen because we live in a world digitally that the world's a small place right now. And if you're rocking some content that's opening eyes and opening ears and changing the way people feel and transforming them and educating them in a way they've never experienced, you're going to have an audience. So you'll not only be bringing your audience to the table, but, may the best idea win. I don't know about you, but I like playing that game. I want to compete. And that's our mantra. We want to be in the hit making business. We also want to be in the millionaire making business. As you guys may know, my background, I started off my career. I started my production company in 1987. I was 7 years old. So that's why I look so amazing right now. I was a 7-year-old prodigy. No, I'm just kidding. Guinness World Book of Records. But I started the company in 1987 because there was a video boom. Back then, cameras became ubiquitous, the technology became available, and everybody started producing videos. And I said, I want to be a video producer. I bought equipment, I hired a team, and we started making movies. Now, that wouldn't be a great business plan right now because there's this thing right here. Everybody's a filmmaker. But what happened early in my career is I started off in the infomercial business. I met a guy named Kevin Harrington in 1987, and he had an idea that we could create commercials to fill the dead time on television and actually sell products and make money. So that career I had producing infomercials for Kevin and some of the greats led me to, when I met with Oscar De La Hoya, to say, how can we revolutionize the pay-per-view business and create more revenue for these fighters and brand them? To me, I said, well, let's do an infomercial on the fight and call it a countdown show and make it entertaining. And Oscar and I invented the shows now you see all the time. Countdown show. Canelo Alvarez is fighting on Saturday. I worked with Oscar. He's the highest paid, most successful, biggest star in combat sports in the world today. And we started with him when no one knew who he was and he didn't speak English. 7 pay-per-view campaigns, $300 million later. Okay. Canelo got offered $600 million for a 10-fight contract or a 12-fight contract on DAZN. The reason I tell you this is, first of all, it shows you how just an idea with great programming and great vision and someone who believes in themselves can become a $1, $5, $10, $100 million brand. Yeah. Okay. But the other thing is, in starting in the infomercial business, to me, this is the second part of my new work, dialogue I'm rocking for our culture. We're in the hit making business and we're in the millionaire making business. Why? Because we have an eye. When we create content for you, we want to look at it. How can it be entertaining? How can it be groundbreaking? But what is the end game for monetization? We have a show right now we're creating where a very big name in the world in their business is launching an innovative concept. And the show itself will be groundbreaking. The content in the show will wow people. But at the end of the rainbow is a monetization scheme of a one-to-many event. A one-to-many event is a fire hydrant of cash, right? So it's not just great programming at JD3. It's not just making hits, but it's also a business plan to support the individual, the artist, the entrepreneur, the visionary, the inventor, to support you to make a business out of this and to have financial success so you can have abundance for your family, for your kids, for their kids, for charities, and everything that's important to you. So for me, Dr. O, this is just the culmination of my entire life's work. And I think I've told James at least 3 times a week, I've never been happier doing anything. It's just so exciting to me. The sky's the limit. And I'm really grateful for him for the opportunity. And I'm just really grateful for all. I think we have 35 people already signed up with shows. I'm grateful for each and every one of you. I look forward to working with each and every one of you as our team does. And I'm grateful for our team. We have just this Limitless event alone, the hours, the tirelessness, the countless hours that each and every team member, you included, put in to make this a success. I've never seen a team like this before. I've never seen such a hardworking group of people that love what they do and just do it. Like James said in the beginning today, when you're a speaker, it's not about you, it's about the audience. And at JD3, it's not about the network, it's about you.
That's amazing. And we are in the hit making business and in the millionaire making business. I'm sure everyone who's watching this, they were convinced after that, Lee. So thank you so much.
Well, when you say it, it's even cooler. Say it one more time, because when you say it, I get chills.
Hey, we're in the hit making business and the millionaire making business.
I got chills, baby.
And I'm excited to be both of those. I'm shooting for both. So this is fantastic. Thank you again for this interview. I got a chance to get to know you so much better, Lee. Looking forward to continuously working with you. And I hope that you have encouraged someone to move forward. If you have an idea, work on that idea. Don't let it just sit dormant, because you have to make sure that your idea makes you a success, just like we are here at JD3 TV. Thank you again, Lee. This has been fantastic.
Thank you.
And I'm going to turn it back over to you, James.
Okay, we're going to roll right into the promo. Let me take these two. Which one do you want? Let's keep. Which
so I know that.
Look through those apples. I'm have to buy it. Why is Mike Tyson looking at apples? We don't. Okay, step out, guys. Let's do it to the big camera, Mike.
Now, why would Mike Tyson be, choosing apples? I hate apples. I hate apples. Who's not happy? Come on. Tastes like ear. Tastes like Holyfield's ear. Yeah, but he got that horrible look on his face, though, like, oh, I don't like it. Wow, Glory kickboxing, kicking, punching, kneeing. What else do you need? Tastes like Holyfield's ear.
Rolling. We got one shot at the ending, and he's got to walk out. Behind the scenes cameras, you're following him all the way out the door. Mike, that was brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. I thought you didn't like apples.
Wow. Glory kickboxing, kicking, punching, kneeing. Wow. What else would you need? Tastes like Holyfield's ear.
Knockout King Mike Tyson makes his debut as Glory analyst February 6th at Glory 19. Verhoeven versus Zimmerman for the world heavyweight title.
Hey, welcome back. I love that video, and thank you so much, Lee, for bringing 35 years of experience, but also our kindred relationship as we broke bread at a nonprofit, as I was giving the Legacy Award to Mr. Les Brown, and actually made that great introduction with Wesley Snipes. And 2 weeks later, Wesley looked at your work and was so impressed by your quality of your work. You and your team were out to Morocco shooting. So that was just the beginning of the beginning. So I want to say my hats off to you, our entire team. Don't forget, tomorrow, we're going to kick off the same time, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, where my wife, Dr. Kara Scott Dentley, is going to open up. We've got an incredible panel of show hosts to share with you. It gets better and better and better. And then tomorrow is about business growth. Today was all about breakthrough. Now, it's my hope and my desire that I was able to share some words with you, some concepts with you, and even an opportunity to work with me a little bit closer by going to getthetraining.shop and getting the Breakthrough program or the Inspired to Speak Succeed 101 program. But nevertheless, tomorrow is about business growth and Sunday is about marketing and branding. So tomorrow, we're going to introduce to you, first of all, a young lady, Twyla Portis, a young lady who took $1,000 and turned it into an 8-figure business. Absolutely incredible. One of the top life coaches and business strategists in the world, Miss Lisa Lieberman Wang. She's going to be with us. The millionaire maker herself, Laurel Langmeyer, and then the habitude warrior, Eric Swanson, and my dear friend, my brother, the top business coach in the world for small business owners and large businesses alike, Mr. Bill Walsh, the founder of Power Team International. So that's our show for today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed our commercials, some of our animation. We're having a lot of fun, but the best is yet to come. Let's tune in tomorrow morning and let's get this party started all over again. God bless you guys. And don't forget to share, and win. Win and share. God bless you guys. Talk to you tomorrow.
Really made.
This what I hustle on a daily, out here grinding for. Late nights and bright lights, just booked another tour. Somebody paints me at my trip and I feel like I'm dreaming. Litty like the weekend, I live for moments like this. 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 I live for moments like this.
I'm all in like poker. Like what's limitations? I'm going full force till I reach my destination. All gas, no brakes, no procrastination. They say slow down, but that's backwards, ain't it? Mama told me to go for it, fast forward. What more can I ask for? Passports, first class, international tours, getting chauffeured. Hella awards, my name in the Forbes. The things that I used to pay for, I ain't gotta pay for it no more. I swear I'm so spoiled. Lately I've been getting my way. Ain't no more free shit. I've been making them pay. Running it up, getting it every day. I've been booked up with no breaks, but that's okay.
This what I hustle on a daily, out here grinding for. Late nights and bright lights, just booked another tour. Somebody paints me at my trip and I feel like I'm dreaming. Litty like the weekend, I live for moments like this. 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 Sit back and enjoy the ride. We taking off worldwide. Keep reaching up for the sky.
I feel like I finally made it. I'm living my best life. Everything I got, I earned. What y'all know about sacrifice? I can't forget where I come from. I remember those late nights, grinding hard, can't sleep up, hustling, trying to get right, but it was all worth it. Got bags under my eyes from all of the hard work. Manifesting my reality, watched it all surface. Fake friends, they deserted. Pronounced dead, but I'm still alive. God kept me here for a purpose.
This what I hustle on a daily, out here grinding for. Late nights and bar lights, just booked another tour. Somebody paints me at my trip and I feel like I'm dreaming. Litty like the weekend, I live for moments like this. 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 I live for moments like this.